My family forged college rejection letters to trap me at home, so I exposed them and left. I'm 18-year-old Fef, and 6 months ago I thought my entire future had fallen apart when every college I applied to rejected me. I'd been a straight-A student, president of 3 clubs, volunteer coordinator at our local hospital, and had what my guidance counselor called one of the strongest applications she'd seen in 20 years. I'd applied to 8 universities with realistic expectations of getting into at least half of them, several with full or partial scholarship offers based on my academics and test scores. Instead, I received rejection letters from all 8 schools between March and April of my senior year. Every single one. It was devastating and confusing. My guidance counselor, Mrs. Chen, was shocked, said something must be wrong, that my profile should have been competitive for all of these programs. But the rejection letters were there in black and white, official letterhead, proper formatting, all saying essentially the same thing. They'd had an unusually competitive applicant pool this year and couldn't offer me admission. My parents, Robert, 52-year-old male, and Susan, 49-year-old female, were sympathetic but not surprised. They said maybe I'd overestimated my qualifications, that college was extremely competitive now, that not everyone is meant for university right away. They suggested I take a gap year, work, save money, and reapply next year with more realistic expectations and a backup plan. I was crushed but accepted their advice. My younger brother Miles, 14-year-old male, has cerebral palsy and requires significant daily care, help with mobility, medication management, therapy appointments, adaptive equipment maintenance. My parents both work full-time and had been increasingly stressed about managing Miles's care schedule. They'd mentioned several times that having me around after graduation would really help the family during this difficult time. So I took what I thought was a gap year, got a job as a medical receptionist, helped with Miles's care before and after work, did household management tasks my parents didn't have time for. I told myself this was temporary, that I'd reapply to colleges in the fall for next year's admission, that 1 year of helping my family wasn't sacrificing my future. Then, 2 weeks ago, I received a phone call that changed everything. It was from the admissions office at Northwestern University, one of the schools I'd applied to. The caller, an admissions counselor named Jennifer, asked why I hadn't enrolled after accepting my spot in their class of 2029. I was confused. I told her I'd never accepted a spot because I'd been rejected. There was a long pause. Then Jennifer said that wasn't correct. I'd been admitted with a significant merit scholarship in April, had been sent multiple communications about accepting my offer, and the deadline for enrollment deposits had passed months ago, which is why they were calling, to understand what had happened. I insisted I'd received a rejection letter. Jennifer asked me to forward it to her. I did, scanned and emailed the rejection letter I'd received on Northwestern letterhead. Jennifer called back within an hour. She said the letter I'd sent was fake. Northwestern had never sent me a rejection letter because I'd been accepted. The letterhead was close, but not quite right. The formatting was slightly off, and the signatory name was incorrect, not anyone who worked in admissions. Someone had created a convincing but fraudulent rejection letter. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. If Northwestern's rejection letter was fake, what about the other 7 schools? I called each university's admissions office. The responses were variations of the same shocking truth. I'd been accepted to 6 of the 8 schools I'd applied to, including 3 with substantial merit scholarships. I'd never been rejected. Someone had intercepted my real acceptance letters and replaced them with fake rejection letters. The only people with access to our mail before I saw it were my parents. I confronted them that evening, shaking with rage and betrayal. I showed them the communications from the universities confirming my acceptances, the fake rejection letters, Jennifer's email explaining that Northwestern had never rejected me. My parents' faces told me everything before they said a word. They'd done this. They'd stolen my acceptance letters and created fake rejection letters to make me think I hadn't gotten into any schools. When I demanded to know why, my mother broke down crying and said they'd needed me to stay home to help with Miles, that they couldn't afford full-time care for him, that my dad's job was demanding and her schedule was inflexible, that having me at home had been essential for managing Miles's complex care needs. My father said they'd planned to tell me eventually and let me apply to local colleges for the next year, that they just needed me for one transition year while they figured out better care arrangements for Miles, that they'd made a difficult choice, but had done it because the family needed me. They'd stolen my college acceptances and scholarships, forged rejection letters, and manipulated me into staying home as unpaid care help for my brother, all while letting me believe I'd failed to get into college despite my qualifications. The full scope of my parents' deception became clear over the following days as I investigated what they'd done and how they'd maintained the lie for 6 months. They'd been intercepting my mail since February, before any college decisions had been released. I'd thought it was odd that I never saw my parents bring in the mail anymore, but I'd been so busy with senior year that I hadn't questioned it. They'd been screening every piece of mail that arrived, looking for college correspondence. When my acceptance letters started arriving in March and April, my parents had opened them, read them, and hidden them. Then they'd use the information from the real letters to create convincing fake rejection letters, matching the timing, using similar letterhead designs they found online, forging signatures from admissions offices. They'd printed these fake letters and placed them in our mailbox for me to discover, making it seem like they'd just arrived normally. It was elaborate and calculated. They hadn't made a panicked last-minute decision. They'd been planning this for months, had researched how to create convincing fake letters, had timed everything perfectly to crush my college dreams right when acceptance season ended, and it would be too late to respond to real offers. I found the original acceptance letters hidden in my father's home office, in a locked drawer I'd broken into with a screwdriver once I'd confirmed my parents had intercepted my mail. 6 acceptance letters, 3 with substantial scholarship offers, all dated from March and April. They'd kept them like trophies of their successful deception. The scholarships were particularly devastating. Northwestern had offered me $35,000 per year in merit aid. University of Michigan had offered $25,000 annually. I'd had nearly full-ride offers that would have made my education affordable, and my parents had hidden them so they could keep me home as free labor for Miles's care. When I confronted them with the hidden letters, demanding to know how they could justify what they'd done, my mother said they'd been desperate and had made a choice for the good of the whole family, that Miles needed care that they couldn't afford to pay for, that I was capable and responsible, and the obvious solution to their childcare crisis, that they'd planned to make it up to me by helping me apply to local schools next year. But there was no making it up. I'd missed enrollment deadlines at 6 universities I'd been accepted to. The scholarships were gone. Merit offers are one-time awards for incoming freshmen, not transferable to later years. Even if I reapplied and got accepted again next year, I wouldn't receive the same financial aid packages. My parents had cost me not just 1 year of education, but hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarship money, and the opportunity to attend top universities at affordable rates. My father tried to minimize what they'd done, saying I could just reapply next year, and this wasn't the end of the world. When I pointed out that the scholarship offers were gone forever, that I'd have to take out massive loans if I got accepted again without merit aid, he said I was being dramatic and that plenty of students take gap years. But I hadn't taken a gap year by choice. I'd been manipulated into it through forged documents and stolen mail, all so my parents could exploit me as unpaid care labor for my brother. I called Mrs. Chen, my high school guidance counselor, and told her everything. She was horrified. She immediately contacted the universities I'd been accepted to, explained what had happened, that my parents had intercepted my acceptance letters and forged rejection letters, that I'd only just discovered I'd been accepted at all, that I wanted to know if there was any possible way to still enroll or defer. The responses were mixed. Most schools said the enrollment deadlines had passed months ago. Their incoming classes were full, and there was nothing they could do for this academic year. But several offered to guarantee admission for next year if I reapplied, though they couldn't guarantee the same scholarship packages would be available. Northwestern was the most helpful. Jennifer, the admissions counselor I'd first spoken with, escalated my case to the dean of admissions. After reviewing the situation, the forged rejection letter, my parents' admission that they'd intercepted my mail, the original acceptance letter they'd hidden, Northwestern offered me admission for the spring semester starting in January, just 3 months away, and agreed to honor the original merit scholarship offer. It wasn't the full 4-year experience I'd have had if I'd enrolled in August as planned, but it was a lifeline. I could start at Northwestern in January with the same scholarship, just 1 semester delayed instead of a full year. I accepted immediately and started planning my move to Chicago for January enrollment. My parents were furious when I told them. They said I was abandoning the family, that Miles needed me, that they'd only intercepted my letters because they were desperate for help, and I was refusing to understand their perspective. I told them their perspective was that they valued having free care labor more than they valued my education and future, that they'd committed mail fraud, a federal crime, forgery, and had stolen opportunities worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from me, that I would never forgive them for what they'd done. My mother cried and said I was punishing Miles by leaving, that he loved me and depended on me, that I was being selfish by choosing college over helping my disabled brother. But I wasn't choosing college over Miles. I was choosing college over being exploited by my parents who'd committed fraud to trap me at home as unpaid labor. Miles deserved proper professional care that wasn't dependent on his sister sacrificing her education, and my parents should have been arranging that care instead of forging documents to keep me home. The 3 months between discovering my parents' deception and my January enrollment at Northwestern were some of the hardest of my life. I was living at home while saving every dollar from my medical receptionist job for moving expenses and college costs, trying to avoid my parents, who were alternating between guilt-tripping me about abandoning Miles and minimizing what they'd done as just trying to help the family. I reported the mail theft and forgery to the Postal Inspector Service. Mail fraud is a federal crime, and what my parents had done, intercepting my mail, opening it without permission, creating fraudulent documents, met the legal definition. The postal inspector I spoke with said they'd investigate, but that prosecution was unlikely unless I pushed for it aggressively, since it was an interfamily matter. I decided not to pursue criminal charges, not because I thought my parents deserved mercy, but because I wanted to move forward with my life rather than spend years in legal battles. But I did want the investigation on record in case I needed it later for civil action or to document their pattern of fraud. I also told extended family what had happened. My parents had been telling relatives I'd decided to take a gap year to help with family responsibilities, framing it as my choice. I sent a group email to grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins explaining the truth. I'd been accepted to 6 universities, including Northwestern, with significant scholarships. My parents had intercepted my acceptance letters and forged rejection letters, and I'd spent 6 months believing I'd been rejected from every school when I'd actually been accepted with substantial financial aid. The family response was explosive. My maternal grandmother called my mother immediately and demanded to know if this was true. When my mother admitted it was, but claimed they'd been desperate and had needed help with Miles, my grandmother said what they'd done was unforgivable and cruel. She told my mother she was ashamed of her. Several aunts and uncles reached out to me directly offering support, financial help with moving costs, places to stay if I needed to leave before January, connections at universities I'd been accepted to. My uncle Martin, who works in higher education, was particularly helpful in advising me on how to handle the situation with the universities and how to document my parents' fraud in case I needed it for future financial aid appeals. My father's family was more divided. His brother understood why I was upset but said I should try to forgive because my parents had been overwhelmed with Miles's care needs. His sister said what my parents did was wrong, but that airing family business to everyone had been unnecessary and hurtful. I didn't care if it was hurtful. My parents had stolen my future and needed to face social consequences for what they'd done, not just my private anger. The relationship with Miles was complicated. He's 14 with cerebral palsy, smart and aware, and he'd noticed the tension, but didn't fully understand what had happened. When I finally explained it to him in terms he could grasp, that Mom and Dad had hidden letters saying I'd gotten into college so I would stay home to help take care of him, he was upset and confused. Miles asked if it was his fault that I'd missed college. I told him no, it was our parents' fault for making illegal and unethical choices instead of arranging proper care for him. But I could see he felt guilty anyway, felt like he was the reason for the family conflict even though he'd had no knowledge of or control over what our parents had done. That was perhaps the cruelest aspect of my parents' actions. They'd positioned Miles as the reason for their fraud, making it seem like his care needs justified stealing my college acceptances, when really, they'd simply chosen the cheapest and easiest option, exploiting me, rather than doing the hard work of arranging appropriate care for their disabled son. As my January move-out date approached, my parents made increasingly desperate attempts to convince me to stay. My mother suggested I could attend community college locally while still living at home to help with Miles. My father offered to help pay for local college if I stayed, though notably, he'd never offered to help pay for Northwestern even when he thought I'd been rejected everywhere. When I refused and continued preparing to move, they shifted to threats. My father said if I abandoned the family by going to Northwestern, I'd be on my own financially forever, that they'd never help me with anything, that I'd regret this choice. I told him I already regretted trusting them with my mail and my future, that they'd proven I couldn't rely on them for honesty or support, so their threats of withdrawing that support meant nothing. My mother's approach was emotional manipulation. She cried constantly about how hard Miles's care would be without me, how they'd have to figure something out, as if they shouldn't have been figuring that out all along instead of committing fraud to keep me home, how I was choosing strangers at a university over my own family. I reminded her that she'd chosen forging rejection letters over my education and future, that she'd made her choice, and now I was making mine. The day I moved out, a week before Northwestern's spring semester started, my parents barely spoke to me. My father stayed in his office while I loaded my car. My mother helped Miles say goodbye, both of them crying, making me feel like the villain for leaving, even though I was the victim of their fraud. I hugged Miles and told him I loved him, that none of this was his fault, that I'd video call him regularly. Then I left for Chicago, 6 months late for college, having lost a full semester and the fall campus experience, but finally free from the parents who'd valued my unpaid labor more than my future. Northwestern has been incredible. The administration has been supportive, understanding about my unusual situation, helpful with adjusting to starting mid-year. I've connected with other spring semester students, found housing, started classes in my intended major. I'm 18, starting college 6 months late after my parents forged rejection letters to keep me home as unpaid care labor. No contact with my parents beyond occasional texts about Miles. My parents are 52 and 49, dealing with Miles's care on their own like they should have been all along, facing family judgment for what they did. Some relatives still think I should reconcile, that my parents made a mistake, but love me and deserve forgiveness. But forging rejection letters and stealing scholarship opportunities isn't a mistake. It's calculated fraud that cost me opportunities I'll never get back. I don't forgive them. I don't plan to have a relationship with them. They proved they'd commit crimes to exploit me, and I'm not interested in maintaining family bonds with people capable of that. Miles and I video call weekly. He's doing okay. My parents hired a part-time care aide to help with what I used to do. He deserves professional care, not his sister sacrificing her education. I'm at Northwestern, thriving academically, building a life my parents tried to steal from me. They wanted me trapped at home. Instead, they lost their daughter and gained a reputation as the parents who forged college rejection letters. Those are the consequences of fraud. And I'm at peace with them, facing those consequences, while I build the future they tried to take from me. My sister impersonated me online and destroyed my reputation, so I had her prosecuted. I'm 22 Eurogauf, and 2 months ago I discovered that my online reputation, both professional and personal, had been systematically destroyed over the past year by someone impersonating me on social media. Offensive posts, racist comments, aggressive arguments, inappropriate messages to colleagues and friends, all appearing to come from accounts in my name with my photos. I'd been losing job opportunities, having friendships end abruptly, being excluded from professional networks, and couldn't understand why until I finally found the fake accounts and traced them back to the person creating them. My older sister, Vanessa, 28-year-old female. I work in public relations and social media marketing, a field where your online presence and reputation are everything. I'm careful about what I post, maintain professional accounts on all major platforms, and have built a positive digital footprint over years of intentional online engagement. My LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and professional portfolio website all reflect a person who's thoughtful, politically moderate, respectful in discourse, and professional in all interactions. Or at least, that's what they used to reflect before Vanessa started her campaign to destroy me. It began about 14 months ago, though I didn't realize it at the time. I started noticing strange reactions from people I knew professionally, colleagues being distant at networking events, potential clients declining meetings without clear explanation, cold responses to job applications from companies that should have been interested in my qualifications. I assumed it was just bad luck or normal professional rejection. Didn't think much of it beyond the usual frustration of being a young professional trying to establish myself. Then, personal relationships started deteriorating. Friends would make vague comments about being disappointed in things I'd said online. But when I asked for specifics, they'd say, "You know what you posted," or "I'm not going to argue about this again." I'd check my social media accounts and wouldn't see anything problematic. My posts were the same professional content and occasional personal updates I'd always shared. I thought my friends were being weird and dramatic, maybe misinterpreting something I'd posted. But the pattern continued. More friends growing distant, some blocking me entirely on social media. Former classmates from college telling mutual friends they wanted nothing to do with me because of my extreme political views and hateful rhetoric. I was baffled. I don't post about politics much, and when I do, it's thoughtful and moderate. I've never posted anything hateful or extreme. Where were people getting these ideas about me? 6 weeks ago, a former colleague, someone I'd worked with at my previous job, reached out to warn me that someone was using my identity to post really problematic stuff online. She'd seen accounts with my name and photos posting racist content, aggressive political arguments, and offensive comments on various platforms. She'd assumed they were fake accounts created by someone trying to harass me, wanted to make sure I knew about them. I was shocked and immediately started searching for these accounts. I found them quickly once I knew what to look for. Twitter accounts with slight variations of my name, Hannah Marie _PR, instead of my real Hannah Marie PR. Instagram accounts using my photos with usernames similar to mine, even a LinkedIn profile that looked almost identical to my real one, but with a slightly different email address. These fake accounts had been active for over a year. The content was horrifying. Racist jokes and slurs, extreme political screeds arguing in bad faith, aggressive comments attacking people in my industry, inappropriate messages sent to my professional contacts. One Twitter account had posted dozens of tweets using racial slurs and defending discrimination. An Instagram account had posted content mocking various religious and ethnic groups, always with my photos attached. Someone had created entire fake online personas in my name and had been using them to post the most offensive, career-destroying content possible. Anyone who searched my name would find these accounts mixed in with my real ones, and many people had apparently assumed they were all me, that I was someone who posted racist content publicly while maintaining a professional facade on my main accounts. This explained everything. The job rejections, the lost friendships, the professional ostracism. People thought I was a racist, aggressive, hateful person based on accounts I hadn't created and content I'd never posted. I documented everything, took screenshots of every fake account, every offensive post, every inappropriate message sent in my name. Then, I started the difficult process of trying to figure out who had created these accounts and why they'd targeted me so specifically and maliciously. The investigation took 2 weeks, but the answer was devastating. My own sister Vanessa had created every fake account, had been impersonating me online for over a year, and had systematically destroyed my professional reputation and personal relationships with content designed to make me seem like the worst possible version of a person. Discovering Vanessa was behind the impersonation felt like being punched in the stomach. My sister, someone I'd lived with growing up, who knew me better than almost anyone, who'd been part of my life for 22 years, had spent over a year pretending to be me online and posting content specifically designed to destroy my reputation. I needed to understand how I could prove it was her before confronting anyone. The fake accounts were created from email addresses I didn't recognize, posted from IP addresses I needed to trace, and used photos of me that could have come from my public social media accounts. But I'm good at digital investigation. It's literally part of my job in social media marketing, and I started pulling threads. First, I noticed the photos. While many were pulled from my public Instagram, several were from private family photos I'd never posted publicly. Photos from family events, old pictures from high school, images that existed only in family photo albums or private family group chats. Whoever created the fake accounts had access to private family photos that wouldn't be available to a random stranger trying to impersonate me. That narrowed the suspect pool to family members immediately. Second, I analyzed the posting patterns and writing style. The fake accounts posted during specific times of day, with gaps that corresponded to work hours for someone in Vanessa's profession. She's a dental hygienist with standard 8 to 5 weekday hours. The accounts were most active evenings and weekends, exactly when someone with a day job would have time for extensive online activity. The writing style was also telling. Certain phrases and expressions that appeared in the fake account's posts were things Vanessa said regularly. Specific insults and arguing tactics matched how Vanessa engaged in real-life conflicts. While she'd tried to make the accounts sound like me, elements of her own communication style had leaked through. Third, I got help from a tech-savvy friend who helped me trace some of the IP addresses associated with the fake accounts. Several posts had been made from IP addresses that traced back to Vanessa's home address. She'd apparently gotten sloppy and hadn't always used a VPN or other IP masking when posting from the fake accounts. Finally, I found the smoking gun. Metadata in some of the photos used on the fake accounts. When you upload a photo to social media, much of the metadata is stripped. But if you download and re-upload the same photo across different platforms, sometimes traces remain. Several photos on the fake accounts had metadata showing they'd been modified using specific photo editing software that Vanessa used, and the modification dates corresponded to when the fake accounts were created. I had enough evidence to be certain. Vanessa had created the fake accounts, had been impersonating me for over a year and had deliberately posted racist, offensive, and aggressive content to destroy my professional reputation and personal relationships. But I still didn't understand why. Vanessa and I had always had a competitive relationship. She's 6 years older and resented when I achieved things academically or professionally that she hadn't. But this level of malicious sabotage seemed extreme even for sibling rivalry. I decided to confront her directly, recording the conversation on my phone, legal in our state with one-party consent. I told her I'd found the fake accounts impersonating me, showed her screenshots of the offensive content, and asked if she knew anything about who might have created them. Vanessa's reaction told me everything. She didn't seem surprised or concerned. She seemed nervous. Asked why I thought she'd know anything about it. Said maybe I had haters in my industry who were trying to sabotage me. I pushed harder. Mentioned that some of the photos used on the fake accounts were from private family photos, that the posting patterns matched someone with her work schedule, that I'd traced IP addresses back to her home. Vanessa broke down and admitted everything. She'd created the fake accounts about 14 months ago when she'd learned I'd gotten a promotion at my PR firm, a position with more responsibility and better pay than she was making in her dental hygiene career. She'd been jealous and angry that her younger sister was succeeding professionally in a trendy field, while she felt stuck in what she considered a boring, underappreciated job. Creating the fake accounts had started as petty revenge. She'd just wanted to embarrass me a little, maybe make me look bad to a few colleagues. But then she'd gotten addicted to the power of it, to controlling how other people perceived me. She'd escalated the content over time, posting increasingly offensive material, sending aggressive messages to my professional contacts, deliberately trying to destroy every aspect of my online reputation. When I asked if she understood she'd cost me job opportunities, ended friendships, and damaged my career in an industry where reputation is everything, Vanessa said she hadn't thought it would work so well, that she'd thought people would realize the accounts were fake, that I'd just report them and get them taken down, that it would be a minor annoyance rather than career-destroying sabotage. This was obviously bullshit. She'd spent over a year maintaining multiple fake accounts, posting consistently, engaging with people in my professional network. This wasn't an impulsive prank that got out of hand. This was sustained, deliberate, malicious impersonation designed to destroy my reputation as thoroughly as possible. I told Vanessa I'd be reporting her to the police for identity theft and online impersonation. She panicked and begged me not to, said she'd delete all the fake accounts immediately, that she was sorry and it had been a terrible mistake. But the damage was done. Even if she deleted the accounts now, the screenshots existed. People had already seen the content and formed opinions about me based on it. My professional reputation had been destroyed, and I'd lost opportunities I could never get back. I reported Vanessa to the police for identity theft, cyberstalking, and online impersonation. I provided all my evidence, screenshots of the fake accounts and their offensive content, the traced IP addresses linking posts to Vanessa's home, the metadata from photos she'd modified and uploaded, and the recorded confession where she'd admitted creating the accounts to sabotage me out of jealousy. The police took it seriously. What Vanessa had done violated several laws. Impersonating someone online with intent to harm their reputation is illegal in our state, as is using someone's identity and photos without permission for malicious purposes. The sustained nature of her campaign, over a year of active impersonation, and the deliberate targeting of my professional reputation elevated it beyond simple harassment. Vanessa was arrested and charged with identity theft, cyberstalking, and criminal impersonation. She initially tried to claim the accounts were parody or satire, not meant to be taken seriously, but the evidence destroyed that defense. She'd used my actual photos, created accounts with names almost identical to mine, and had engaged with my real professional contacts in ways clearly designed to make them think the accounts were actually me. Her attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, but I refused to support any reduction in charges. Vanessa had spent over a year systematically destroying my reputation out of jealousy, had cost me job opportunities and friendships, and had only shown remorse when caught and facing consequences. The criminal case attracted attention in my industry. The story, "Woman Prosecuted for Creating Fake Social Media Accounts to Destroy Sister's Career," was covered in several social media marketing publications and blogs. The coverage actually helped my situation in some ways, as it publicly documented that the offensive accounts weren't mine and explained what had happened. Colleagues and professional contacts who distanced themselves started reaching out to apologize. Many said they'd had doubts about whether I could really be the person posting such offensive content. But seeing the accounts with my name and photos had made them uncertain. Learning definitively that the accounts were created by someone impersonating me to sabotage my career led several people to actively support me, writing recommendations, making introductions, helping rebuild the professional reputation Vanessa had destroyed. Several former friends also apologized. One explained she'd seen screenshots of the fake account's posts, had assumed they were me, and had been so disappointed she'd blocked me without asking for my side. Learning the accounts were elaborate impersonation rather than my actual views changed everything for her. But not everyone came back. Some people apparently still doubted the story, or felt like the whole situation was too much drama, regardless of who was actually at fault. I'd lost professional relationships and friendships that wouldn't be recovered just because my sister had targeted me. Vanessa's trial lasted 3 days. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence: the fake accounts, the offensive content, my documentation of professional harm, the IP traces to her home, the photo metadata, and her recorded confession. Character witnesses from my industry testified about how the fake accounts had damaged my reputation and caused them to avoid professional association with me. Vanessa's defense was that she'd been dealing with depression and jealousy about her own career stagnation, that creating the accounts had been a cry for help that got out of control, that she hadn't meant to cause serious harm. The prosecution destroyed this by showing the sustained, methodical nature of the impersonation. Over a year of consistent posting, deliberate targeting of my professional contacts, escalating offensive content over time. This wasn't a cry for help. It was a calculated campaign of reputation destruction. The jury convicted Vanessa on all counts. She was sentenced to 18 months in jail, 3 years of probation after release, and ordered to pay restitution for the professional harm she'd caused me. Documented through lost job opportunities and contracts I could prove I'd been in contention for before the fake accounts destroyed my reputation. She was also permanently banned from creating any social media accounts and required to participate in mandatory mental health counseling focused on the jealousy and malicious behavior that led to the impersonation. My family's reaction has been split and painful. My parents initially tried to defend Vanessa, saying she'd made a terrible mistake, but didn't deserve jail time. When I showed them the full extent of what she'd done, screenshots of the racist, hateful content she'd posted in my name, documentation of the professional opportunities I'd lost, recordings of former friends explaining why they'd cut contact with me, they were horrified. My mother cried and apologized, said she hadn't understood how serious and sustained Vanessa's sabotage had been. She's trying to maintain relationships with both daughters, but admits she's ashamed of what Vanessa did and understands why I pressed charges. My father is more conflicted. He thinks Vanessa was wrong and deserves consequences, but thinks jail time is too harsh for what he still calls online pranks gone wrong. I've tried to explain these weren't pranks. This was deliberate, sustained identity theft and reputation destruction that cost me real professional opportunities. But he seems unable to fully grasp the severity. Vanessa is currently serving her sentence. She's written me letters from jail, alternating between apologizing and blaming me for ruining her life by pressing charges. I haven't responded to any of them. She ruined her own life by choosing to impersonate me online for over a year to destroy my career out of jealousy. I'm 22, rebuilding my professional reputation with help from industry contacts who now know the truth. No contact with the sister who tried to destroy my career. Vanessa is 28, in jail for identity theft and cyberstalking, dealing with the consequences of over a year of malicious impersonation. Some family members think I should have handled this privately, that pressing criminal charges against my sister was too extreme. But Vanessa committed crimes, identity theft, online impersonation, cyberstalking, that destroyed my professional reputation and personal relationships. That deserved criminal prosecution, not private family mediation. I'm rebuilding. I've gotten new clients who specifically sought me out after reading about the case. I've been invited to speak about online identity protection and reputation management. Several companies have reached out about job opportunities, specifically mentioning they're impressed with how I handled the situation. Vanessa's malicious campaign to destroy me has ultimately failed. My career is recovering. My reputation is being rebuilt. And she's facing exactly the consequences she deserves for sustained, deliberate sabotage. I'd press charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even your sister, gets to impersonate you online and destroy your reputation out of jealousy. She made her choices. I made mine. And I'm moving forward while she serves time for crimes she committed against me. My sister created fake accounts in my name to destroy my reputation, so I exposed her publicly. I'm 22-year-old female, and 2 months ago I discovered that my older sister, Vanessa, 25-year-old female, had been systematically destroying my reputation online for the past 4 years by creating fake social media accounts in my name and using them to post offensive content, leave terrible reviews, and send abusive messages to people in my professional network. Her campaign of digital impersonation had cost me job opportunities, damaged relationships, and nearly destroyed my career before it even started. All because she was jealous of the attention I received for my academic achievements and wanted to ensure I'd fail professionally so she could remain the successful sibling in our family. I should explain the dynamics between Vanessa and me. We grew up in a household where our parents, Mitchell, 55-year-old male, and Carol, 53-year-old female, constantly compared us. Vanessa was the firstborn, always expected to be the achiever, the successful one. She did well enough in school, went to a decent state university, graduated with a business degree, and got a mid-level marketing job at a local company. I was the younger sister who unexpectedly excelled academically. I got straight A's effortlessly, scored in the 99th percentile on standardized tests, got accepted to an Ivy League university with significant financial aid, majored in computer science, and graduated summa cum laude. I didn't try to outshine Vanessa. I just pursued what interested me and happened to do well. But in my parents' eyes, my success made Vanessa look less impressive by comparison. My parents tried to compensate by praising Vanessa excessively for normal accomplishments while downplaying mine. When I got accepted to Princeton, they spent more time talking about Vanessa's promotion to senior marketing coordinator. When I made Dean's List every semester, they celebrated Vanessa buying her first car. They were trying to balance the perceived inequality of our achievements, but it just made Vanessa more resentful, and me more aware that my success was somehow a problem for the family. Vanessa and I weren't close, but we weren't openly hostile either. We were civil at family events, texted occasionally about logistics, maintained the surface appearance of sisterly relationship. I had no idea she hated me enough to spend years trying to destroy my reputation. The destruction started, I now know, during my sophomore year of college. That's when Vanessa created the first fake social media account using my name, Lily Morrison, my real name, with photos of me pulled from my real accounts and my actual university information, but with content that made me look terrible. The fake account posted racist comments on news articles. It left one-star reviews on local businesses, claiming terrible service and making accusations of discrimination. It joined professional groups in my field and made posts with offensive opinions about diversity in tech. It commented on posts by professors and industry leaders with inappropriately aggressive or ignorant remarks. All of this was attributed to me, my real name, my real photo, my real university affiliation. Anyone who searched my name would find these accounts alongside my legitimate ones, and there was enough overlap in followers and information that it wasn't immediately obvious which account was real and which was fake. I didn't know these fake accounts existed for years. I had privacy settings on my real social media accounts, didn't search my own name regularly, and wasn't aware that someone was impersonating me online posting horrible content. The consequences of Vanessa's impersonation campaign started becoming apparent during my senior year of college, when I began applying for jobs and graduate programs. I'd send applications to competitive positions, internships at top tech companies, research positions at labs, graduate school programs, and would either get rejected without interview or would make it to interview stages and then get suddenly rejected. I couldn't understand it. My GPA was stellar. My recommendations were strong. My resume showed relevant experience. I should have been getting offers, or at least making it further in interview processes. Instead, I was getting rejected at rates that didn't match my qualifications. One rejection particularly puzzled me. I'd applied for a summer research internship at MIT's Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, had been invited for an interview, and felt the interview had gone really well. The researchers seemed impressed, asked detailed questions about my work, and indicated they were interested. Then, 2 days later, I received a rejection email. I asked my faculty advisor if she could reach out to inquire about feedback. Sometimes programs will share constructive criticism even after rejection. When she contacted the MIT lab, they told her they'd been very impressed with my interview, but during their background check had found concerning social media activity that made them question my professionalism and values. They wouldn't specify what they'd found, but said it was serious enough to remove me from consideration. Concerning social media activity. I barely posted on social media. My accounts were professional, had privacy settings, showed nothing that could be considered inappropriate. What could they have possibly found? That's when I finally searched my own name thoroughly, looking at results from different search engines, checking variations, seeing what potential employers might find if they looked me up. I found 3 fake accounts using my name and photos. The content on them was horrifying. The fake accounts Vanessa had created were sophisticated and damaging. She'd used my real photos, my actual biographical information, my university affiliation, enough accurate details that these accounts appeared legitimate at first glance. But the content was designed to make me look like the worst possible job candidate. One Twitter account in my name had been posting for 3 years with racist and sexist comments about tech industry diversity initiatives, arguing against affirmative action in crude and offensive language, making statements that would instantly disqualify me from any progressive tech company. The account had somehow gained followers, mostly people arguing against the terrible takes, but enough engagement that it showed up prominently in search results for my name. A Facebook account using my name and photos had joined professional groups in computer science and had made posts that were either aggressively ignorant, asking questions that showed fundamental misunderstanding of basic concepts, making me look incompetent, or inappropriately argumentative, starting fights over minor issues, using hostile language, alienating other group members. A Reddit account with my name had left hundreds of 1-star reviews on Google and Yelp for businesses, restaurants, shops, services, with complaints that were often unreasonable, abusive, or accusatory. Lily Morrison apparently had terrible experiences everywhere she went and wanted everyone to know about it in the most aggressive way possible. Anyone searching my name would find these accounts. Any employer doing background checks would see content that painted me as racist, sexist, incompetent, argumentative, and unreasonably difficult to work with. No wonder I'd been getting rejected from opportunities I was qualified for. I was devastated and furious. Someone had been impersonating me online for years, deliberately posting content that would destroy my professional reputation. But who? And why? I started documenting everything. I took screenshots of every fake post, every terrible review, every offensive comment attributed to these fake Lily Morrison accounts. I noted the creation dates of the accounts, the patterns of posting, the types of content shared. Then, I started analyzing the digital forensics. The fake accounts had been created from IP addresses I could sometimes trace through metadata in photos or through recovery email addresses that were occasionally visible. I filed reports with each platform claiming identity theft and impersonation, requesting information about who had created the accounts. Most platforms were unhelpful without a legal subpoena, but some provided enough information to start establishing a pattern. The accounts had been created from an IP address in our hometown, where Vanessa lived. The recovery email addresses, when visible, used variations of email addresses I knew Vanessa had used. The photos used in the fake accounts were often ones I'd posted on private Instagram accounts that only family members could see. Vanessa was one of my followers. The evidence was pointing clearly to my sister, but I needed to be absolutely certain before accusing her. Hired a digital forensics investigator, a cybersecurity professional who specializes in tracking online harassment and impersonation. She charged $2,000 for her services, money I could barely afford as a recent graduate, but I needed professional documentation of what had been done to me. The investigator traced the fake account's creation back to Vanessa with near certainty. The IP addresses matched her home and workplace. The patterns of posting aligned with her schedule. Posts went up during evenings and weekends, not during typical work hours, consistent with someone maintaining fake accounts as a side project. The email addresses used for account recovery had been created within days of each other and followed naming patterns similar to Vanessa's other accounts. Most damning, the investigator found that one of the fake accounts had briefly been accessed from Vanessa's phone. She'd apparently forgotten to use a VPN one time and had logged in directly from her mobile device, leaving a digital trail that linked her directly to the impersonation. I had proof. My sister had spent 4 years creating and maintaining fake accounts in my name, designed to destroy my professional reputation, and I had professional documentation of her digital trail. I confronted Vanessa first, before involving our parents or taking any public action. I called her and asked to meet in person, saying I needed to discuss something serious. She agreed, probably thinking I wanted advice about job searching or was having some crisis she could feel superior about. We met at a coffee shop. I showed her printed screenshots of the fake accounts, explained what I'd discovered, and told her I'd hired a forensic investigator who'd traced the accounts to her IP addresses and devices. Vanessa's face went through several expressions: shock, fear, defiance, then anger. She didn't deny creating the accounts. Instead, she said I deserved it because I'd always been the favorite and had made her look bad by being more successful academically. That she'd been evening the playing field by making sure I'd struggle professionally the way she'd struggled living in my shadow. I asked if she understood she'd committed crimes, identity theft, defamation, cyberbullying, possibly tortious interference with employment opportunities. She said I was being dramatic and that posting online isn't a crime. When I mentioned I had proof from a forensic investigator, she said I was wasting money trying to blame her for my own failures. She actually tried to claim that I'd posted that content myself and was now trying to blame her to avoid responsibility for my bad behavior online. That the evidence could be fabricated, that IP addresses could be spoofed, that I couldn't prove anything definitively. I recorded this entire conversation on my phone, legal in our state with single-party consent. I had her admission that she knew about the accounts, her justification based on jealousy, and her attempt to deflect blame. After confronting Vanessa directly and getting her defensive admissions on recording, I knew I needed to take more substantial action. Her impersonation campaign had cost me years of opportunities and had damaged my professional reputation in ways that would take significant effort to repair. She'd committed multiple crimes and had shown zero remorse, instead claiming I'd deserved the sabotage because I'd made her look bad by succeeding academically. I started by reporting the impersonation to law enforcement. I filed a police report for identity theft, providing all my evidence: screenshots of the fake accounts, the forensic investigator's report tracing them to Vanessa's IP addresses and devices, the recording of Vanessa's admission and justification. The police took it seriously. Using someone's identity to post defamatory content and interfere with their employment is criminal, not just a civil matter. While the criminal investigation was opening, I took action to repair the damage to my reputation. I worked with the platforms hosting the fake accounts to get them removed, providing proof of impersonation. Most platforms were more responsive once I had a police report number to reference. Within 2 weeks, all 3 major fake accounts were deleted. But the damage they'd caused over 4 years couldn't be erased simply by deleting the accounts. The offensive posts had been screenshot and shared by people who'd been offended by them. The terrible reviews were still affecting businesses I'd supposedly complained about. And crucially, potential employers who'd searched my name and found the offensive content during hiring processes already had those impressions formed. I needed to actively rebuild my online presence and make clear that I'd been the victim of impersonation. I created a website, lilymorrisonofficial.com, explaining what had happened. I wrote a clear, factual account. Between 2019 and 2023, fake social media accounts were created in my name by a family member without my knowledge or consent. These accounts posted offensive content designed to damage my reputation. The accounts have been removed, and the perpetrator is facing legal consequences for identity theft and defamation. This website and the accounts linked here are my only legitimate online presence. I linked to my real professional accounts, my LinkedIn, my GitHub portfolio, my academic publications. I included contact information for the forensic investigator who could verify the impersonation if employers wanted third-party confirmation. Then, I reached out to every opportunity I'd been rejected from in the past 2 years: internships, jobs, graduate programs, and sent them a brief, professional email explaining that I'd recently discovered I'd been the victim of identity theft and impersonation, that fake accounts in my name had posted offensive content that may have appeared in background checks, that the accounts had been removed and the perpetrator was being prosecuted, and that I was available to discuss this further if they had questions. Most didn't respond. Positions had already been filled months ago, and they'd moved on. But several did respond with sympathy and offers to reconsider my application if positions opened up. The MIT lab that had rejected me for the summer research position specifically reached out to say they were horrified by what had happened and would be happy to consider me for future positions now that they understood the context. While I was rebuilding my professional reputation, the legal consequences for Vanessa were escalating. The police investigation led to criminal charges for identity theft and cyberstalking, using fake online identities to harass and harm another person. These were felony charges in our state, given the duration and impact of the impersonation. I also filed a civil lawsuit for defamation and intentional interference with economic opportunity, seeking damages for the job opportunities I'd lost due to her impersonation campaign. My attorney estimated I could prove damages of at least $150,000, the difference between the salaries I should have been earning with my qualifications versus what I'd actually earned while being sabotaged, plus emotional distress. Vanessa's response to the legal action was to run to our parents and frame herself as the victim. She told them I was destroying the family by pressing charges over sibling rivalry, that I was ruining her life over some social media posts, that I should let it go and move on, instead of being vindictive. My parents called me and asked me to drop the criminal charges and the lawsuit. They said Vanessa had made mistakes, but didn't deserve to go to jail or be sued by her own sister. That family should forgive and move on, not destroy each other with legal action. I asked if they understood what Vanessa had done, that she'd spent 4 years impersonating me online, posting racist and offensive content in my name, deliberately sabotaging my career opportunities out of jealousy. Did they understand this was systematic, calculated, sustained harassment, not just sibling rivalry? My father said I was exaggerating the impact, that employers probably hadn't even seen the fake accounts, that I was using this as an excuse for not being as professionally successful as I'd expected to be after college. My mother said Vanessa was struggling with the comparison between us, and I should be more understanding of her feelings instead of punishing her. They'd completely dismissed the severity of what Vanessa had done and were asking me to drop legal consequences to protect her, just like they'd always protected her from the reality that her resentment of my success had turned into criminal behavior. I told them no. Vanessa had committed crimes that had significantly harmed me. She'd spent 4 years posting offensive content in my name, costing me jobs and opportunities, damaging my reputation. That deserved legal consequences, not family forgiveness and enablement. When I refused to drop the charges, my parents said I was choosing revenge over family, that I'd regret this decision, that I was destroying my relationship with Vanessa and them. I told them Vanessa had destroyed our relationship when she'd spent 4 years impersonating me online to ruin my career. I was just holding her accountable for what she'd done. The criminal case proceeded. Vanessa initially pleaded not guilty, but when shown the forensic evidence tracing the fake accounts to her devices and the recording of her admission and justification, her attorney advised her to take a plea deal. She pleaded guilty to reduced charges, misdemeanor identity theft and cyberstalking, and was sentenced to 1 year probation, 200 hours community service, restitution for my forensic investigator costs, and mandatory counseling. She also had to write a formal letter of apology, acknowledging what she'd done and taking responsibility, which became part of the public record. The civil lawsuit settled before trial. Vanessa agreed to pay $75,000 in damages, less than I'd sued for but more than she could afford without serious financial hardship, plus my attorney fees. The settlement included a clause requiring her to never create accounts in my name or impersonate me in any form again, with severe financial penalties if she violated that agreement. The consequences for Vanessa extended beyond legal penalties. Her employer, the marketing firm where she worked, learned about her conviction for creating fake online accounts and terminated her employment. They couldn't have an employee convicted of creating fraudulent online content working in marketing and social media management. She lost her job, and her professional reputation in her field was damaged. My parents blamed me for all of this. They said I'd ruined Vanessa's life by pressing charges instead of handling it privately, that I'd cost her job, her money, her reputation, and our family relationships over jealousy and rivalry. But I hadn't ruined Vanessa's life. She'd ruined her own life by spending 4 years criminally impersonating me. I'd simply held her accountable through appropriate legal channels. I'm 22, rebuilding my professional reputation after years of sabotage. No contact with my parents or Vanessa. Vanessa is 25, on probation, unemployed, paying restitution, dealing with the consequences of her 4-year impersonation campaign. Extended family has mostly sided with me once they understood the full scope of what happened. That this wasn't simple sibling rivalry, but sustained criminal identity theft designed to destroy my career. My grandmother has been particularly supportive, said she's disgusted by what Vanessa did and by our parents defending it. I've started getting job interviews again now that my online reputation has been cleaned up and the fake accounts are gone. I explain the impersonation situation honestly when asked about gaps or concerns, and most employers are sympathetic once they understand I was the victim of identity theft by a family member. Some people still think I went too far by pressing criminal charges and suing my own sister. But Vanessa spent 4 years committing crimes against me, costing me opportunities worth potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars over my career, all because she was jealous that I'd succeeded academically. That deserved legal consequences, not family protection and enabling. I'd press charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even your sister, gets to impersonate you online for years to destroy your career. Vanessa wanted to ensure I'd fail so she could remain the successful sibling. Instead, she destroyed her own reputation and career while I rebuilt mine. Those are the consequences of years of criminal impersonation, and I'm at peace with her facing them while I move forward with the career she tried to sabotage. My parents sabotaged my visa so I couldn't study abroad, forcing me into their failing restaurant. I'm 19 years ago, and 6 weeks ago I learned that my acceptance to Le Cordon Bleu Paris, one of the world's most prestigious culinary schools, a program I'd worked toward my entire adolescence, the opportunity that would have launched my career as a professional chef, was stolen from me by my own parents, who deliberately sabotaged my student visa application to trap me working at their struggling restaurant in Ohio. They'd filed false reports with immigration authorities claiming I had radical political affiliations and was a visa fraud risk, which resulted in my visa being denied just 3 weeks before classes were supposed to start. By the time I discovered what they'd done, I'd already missed the start of the program, lost my enrollment spot, and been forced to defer my culinary dreams for at least a year. My parents didn't do this because they were concerned about my safety or genuinely believed I wasn't ready for Paris. They did it because they needed free labor for their failing Italian restaurant and couldn't afford to lose me as their unpaid sous chef, prep cook, and general kitchen workhorse. Rather than hire proper staff or accept that their business model wasn't sustainable, they destroyed my acceptance to an elite international program to keep me trapped in their kitchen in suburban Cleveland. I need to explain the background of how passionate I am about cooking and how this Paris program represented everything I'd worked for since I was 13 years old. I grew up in my parents' restaurant, Moretti's, a small Italian place they'd opened before I was born. As a kid, I'd spend hours in the kitchen watching the cooks work, learning knife skills from the prep team, understanding how a professional kitchen operates. By the time I was 12, I knew I wanted to be a chef. Not just any chef. I wanted to master classical French technique, study at one of the elite culinary institutes, work in Michelin-starred restaurants, eventually open my own place showcasing what I'd learned. I read every cookbook I could find, watched every cooking show, practiced techniques obsessively in our home kitchen. I was serious about culinary arts in a way that went far beyond my parents' neighborhood Italian restaurant. In high school, I applied to work in better restaurants in Cleveland, staged, unpaid training shifts, at the few fine dining establishments we had, and saved every dollar toward culinary school. I knew attending a place like Le Cordon Bleu Paris wasn't cheap, but the Paris location offered a specific program in classical French technique that was exactly what I wanted to study. I applied during my senior year of high school, submitted portfolio materials showcasing dishes I'd created, wrote essays about my culinary philosophy and career goals. I was accepted with a partial scholarship, not enough to cover everything, but significant. I'd saved about $15,000 from restaurant work, taken out student loans for the rest, and had planned every detail of how I'd afford the 9-month intensive program. My parents' reaction to my acceptance was lukewarm at best. They congratulated me but said they were worried about me going so far from home, that Paris was dangerous for young women, that I was abandoning the family right when they needed help at the restaurant. Their business had been struggling, competition from chain restaurants, rising food costs, declining customer traffic in our suburban location. They'd been cutting staff to save money and had been relying on me more and more to fill gaps in the kitchen. I told them I understood they'd have to hire someone to replace me, but that this was my career path, not theirs. That I appreciated growing up in their restaurant, but wanted to pursue culinary arts at a higher level than Moretti's offered. They seemed to accept this, though my mother cried about me leaving the family business. What I didn't know was that they'd been planning to sabotage my visa application to prevent me from going to Paris at all. The student visa application process for France is complex. You need acceptance letters, proof of financial means, housing documentation, health insurance, and various forms filed with French immigration authorities. I'd been working on this process for months, carefully following every requirement, double-checking every document. 3 weeks before my program was supposed to start, I received a denial letter from the French consulate. My visa application had been rejected based on security concerns and questions about applicants' purpose of travel and background. The letter was vague about specifics, but mentioned that additional information had been provided to consulate officials that raised questions about my application. I was devastated and confused. What security concerns? What questions about my background? I'm a 19-year-old culinary student from Ohio with no criminal record, no radical political affiliations, no reason for any security flags. I immediately contacted the French consulate to understand why I'd been denied and if I could appeal. After several frustrating phone calls and emails, I finally got an explanation from a consulate official who was sympathetic to my situation. My visa had been denied because someone had submitted reports to immigration authorities claiming I had documented ties to extremist political groups, and that my student visa application was potentially fraudulent. Someone had deliberately filed false reports about me to immigration authorities to get my visa denied. The consulate official explained that they'd received written communications from someone claiming to be a concerned community member, providing information about my background that raised red flags for the visa application. The reports claimed I'd been involved with unspecified radical political organizations during high school, that my stated purpose of attending culinary school was a cover for other intentions, and that I posed a potential security risk. These claims were completely false. I'd never been involved with any political organizations, radical or otherwise. I'd been too busy working in restaurants and studying cooking to be politically active at all. The idea that my culinary school application was fraudulent was absurd. I had my acceptance letter, scholarship award, housing arrangements, and financial documentation all legitimately in order. But someone had filed these reports with French immigration authorities, and they'd taken them seriously enough to deny my visa. The consulate official said that once a visa is denied based on security concerns, appealing is very difficult and time-consuming. Even if I could eventually prove the reports were false, I'd already missed the start of my program. I needed to know who had filed these false reports. The consulate couldn't tell me directly due to privacy policies, but the official hinted that the reports had come from someone in my local area who claimed to have direct knowledge of my activities and background. Someone local who knew me. Someone who would have both motive and information about my visa application timeline to sabotage it at exactly the right moment. I started investigating everyone who knew about my Paris plans and my visa application. Friends were supportive and had no motive to sabotage me. Teachers from high school had written recommendation letters and wouldn't undermine those. Other restaurant workers I knew were fellow cooks who understood pursuing better opportunities. Then I thought about my parents. They'd been openly unhappy about me going to Paris. They'd been increasingly desperate about staffing their restaurant. They knew all the details of my visa application because I'd been working on it at home. And they had the most to gain from me not going. Keeping me in Cleveland meant keeping free labor in their kitchen. I needed proof before accusing them of something this serious. I started searching their home office, where they kept restaurant paperwork and personal documents. In a filing cabinet, I found copies of letters they'd sent to the French consulate and to U.S. immigration authorities. The letters were shocking in their calculated dishonesty. My parents had written formal communications claiming they had serious concerns about my visa application, that I'd been involved with extremist political groups at my high school, completely false, that my stated intention to study cooking was inconsistent with behavior they'd observed. What does that even mean? And that they believed my visa application might be fraudulent or cover for other purposes. They'd submitted these letters on official letterhead from their restaurant, signed both their names, and had included enough personal details about me, birth date, passport number, application reference numbers, to make the reports seem credible and concerning to immigration officials. My own parents had filed false reports with immigration authorities claiming I was a potential security risk and visa fraudster, all to get my student visa denied, so I'd be forced to stay in Ohio and work in their restaurant. I confronted them immediately, shaking with rage and betrayal, holding the copies of their letters to immigration authorities. Asked them how they could do this, how they could destroy my acceptance to culinary school and sabotage my visa with deliberate lies. My mother started crying immediately and said they'd been desperate and scared of losing the restaurant, that they'd needed me to stay and help, that they couldn't afford to hire proper staff, that they'd panicked about me leaving. My father was more defensive. He said they'd done what was necessary to keep the family business alive, that I had a responsibility to the family that came before my personal ambitions, that I was being selfish by prioritizing culinary school over helping my parents. When I pointed out they'd committed immigration fraud by filing false reports, my father said I was exaggerating and that they'd simply shared concerns they had, that it wasn't fraud, just providing information to authorities. But the letters were clearly fraudulent. They'd made up claims about extremist political involvement that never existed, had implied my visa application was dishonest when it wasn't, and had done so deliberately to get my visa denied and trap me in their failing business. I immediately contacted an immigration attorney who specialized in visa denials and fraud. I showed her the false reports my parents had filed, explained that they'd deliberately sabotaged my visa application with lies to keep me working at their restaurant, and asked what legal options I had, both to overturn the visa denial and to hold my parents accountable for immigration fraud. The attorney was appalled by what my parents had done. She said filing false reports with immigration authorities is a serious crime, that my parents had committed both immigration fraud and potentially violated laws against false statements to federal agencies. She also said we had a strong case for getting my visa denial overturned since it had been based entirely on deliberately false information. We immediately began the process of appealing the visa denial. I provided the attorney with evidence that my parents' claims were fabricated, my clean background check, letters from high school teachers and counselors confirming I'd never been involved with any extremist groups, documentation of my legitimate culinary school acceptance and scholarship, and copies of my parents' own letters showing they'd filed the false reports. The attorney also helped me file complaints about my parents' actions with U.S. immigration enforcement. Filing false reports to immigration authorities to sabotage someone's legitimate visa application is criminal fraud. And she said my parents should face consequences for it. Meanwhile, I had to deal with the immediate reality that I'd missed the start of my Le Cordon Bleu program. Classes had begun 3 weeks ago. Even if we successfully overturned the visa denial, I couldn't just show up late to an intensive culinary program that had already started. I contacted the school and explained the situation, that my visa had been denied based on false reports filed by my parents to sabotage my enrollment, that I was working with an attorney to get the denial overturned, and that I desperately wanted to attend the program as soon as possible. The school's administration was incredibly sympathetic. They said visa issues were unfortunately common, and they understood the situation wasn't my fault. They offered me guaranteed placement in the next program session, starting in 3 months, if I could get my visa approved by then. I'd lose the partial scholarship from my original acceptance, but they'd work with me on payment plans and would write supporting letters for my visa appeal. With the school's support, the attorney filed an expedited appeal of my visa denial. We provided extensive evidence that the security concerns were based entirely on false reports filed maliciously by my parents, that I was a legitimate culinary student with clean background checks and proper documentation, and that the denial should be overturned immediately. The appeal process moved faster than expected because the evidence was so clear-cut. Within 4 weeks, the French consulate overturned my visa denial, issued me a student visa, and flagged my parents' reports as fraudulent in the system so they couldn't sabotage future applications. But getting the visa wasn't enough. I also wanted my parents to face consequences for what they'd done. The attorney helped me file formal complaints with U.S. Immigration Enforcement for filing false reports, and with the FBI for making false statements to federal agencies. The investigation into my parents was swift. When confronted by federal agents with copies of their own letters containing false claims about my background, they couldn't deny what they'd done. They initially tried to claim they'd had legitimate concerns, but couldn't provide any evidence for their claims about extremist political involvement, because none existed. My father eventually admitted they'd exaggerated their concerns to immigration authorities because they'd been desperate to keep me working at the restaurant. My mother admitted they'd known the claims weren't true, but had hoped it would just delay the visa, rather than deny it entirely. Federal prosecutors charged both my parents with making false statements to federal agencies and with immigration fraud. These are serious federal crimes with potential prison sentences. But the prosecutors offered a plea deal: probation, fines, restitution to me for the costs of my visa appeal and delayed enrollment, and community service. My parents accepted the plea deal. They were sentenced to 2 years of probation, ordered to pay $8,000 in restitution for my legal costs and the financial impact of their sabotage, and required to complete 200 hours of community service. They also lost significant credibility in our local community. The story, "Restaurant Owners Commit Immigration Fraud to Trap Daughter as Free Labor," was covered in local news. Customers learned that Moretti's owners had sabotaged their daughter's acceptance to culinary school in Paris by filing false reports with immigration authorities. Business at the restaurant dropped significantly. Many customers said they couldn't support a business run by people who'd commit federal crimes to exploit their own child. Moretti's struggled even more than before, and my parents ended up having to close the restaurant 6 weeks after their conviction. The business they'd committed fraud to save died anyway, and they'd destroyed their relationship with me in the process. I'm leaving for Paris in 2 weeks to finally start the culinary program my parents tried to steal from me. I'm 19, about to study classical French technique at one of the world's best culinary schools. No contact with parents who sabotaged my visa to trap me in their failing restaurant. My parents are in their 50s, convicted of federal immigration fraud, restaurant closed, estranged from their daughter, dealing with probation and restitution payments. Some extended family thinks I went too far by pressing charges against my own parents, that their business failure and criminal records are too harsh a punishment for trying to keep the family together. But they didn't try to keep the family together. They committed federal crimes to destroy my career opportunity and trap me as unpaid labor. That deserved prosecution, not forgiveness. I'd file those complaints again without hesitation. Because no one, not even your parents, gets to sabotage your education with immigration fraud to exploit you. They wanted me trapped in Ohio working for free. Instead, they got federal convictions, and I'm going to Paris. That's the consequence of betrayal, and I'm at peace with it. My family stole my thesis and gave it to my brother, so I destroyed his academic career. I'm 22-year-old Fef, and 2 weeks ago I discovered that 3 years of my graduate research had been stolen by my own family and presented as my brother's undergraduate work, not just plagiarized, but deliberately taken from my files, stripped of my name, and submitted under his name to save his failing academic career. The person who orchestrated this theft? My mother, who decided my brother's graduation was more important than my PhD and my entire academic future. I'm a doctoral candidate in molecular biology at a top research university. I've been working on my dissertation research for the past 3 years. Original experimental work on protein folding mechanisms that could have implications for understanding neurodegenerative diseases. It's complex, highly specialized research that represents thousands of hours in the lab, countless failed experiments, data analysis, literature review, and writing. My dissertation is my ticket to an academic career, to postdoctoral positions, to becoming a research scientist. My younger brother Derek, 21-year-old, is an undergraduate biology major at a state university 4 hours away. He's always struggled academically, barely maintained the GPA needed to keep his scholarships, frequently asked for help with assignments, generally treated college as a social experience rather than an educational one. My parents, especially my mother Patricia, 49-year-old female, have always made excuses for Derek's academic struggles while holding me to impossibly high standards. I've lived this dynamic my entire life. I'm the smart one who doesn't need help or praise because achievement is expected, while Derek is the one who needs constant support and celebration for basic accomplishments. When I got into a prestigious PhD program with full funding, my parents said, "Of course you did." When Derek passed freshman biology with a C+, they took him out to dinner to celebrate. 3 months ago, I was preparing for my dissertation proposal defense, the formal presentation where I'd present my research progress to my committee and get approval to move forward with writing my full dissertation. This was a critical milestone. I'd been working toward it for 3 years, had strong preliminary data, and was confident in my research direction. I keep all my research files on my personal laptop and on a secure university server, but I also maintain a backup on an external hard drive that I keep at my apartment. About a week before my defense, I came home to find my apartment had been broken into, or at least, that's what I thought initially. The door wasn't damaged, but was unlocked when I definitely locked it. Nothing obvious was missing. My TV, laptop, and other valuables were still there, but my external hard drive was gone. I was confused but not panicked. I had my laptop and the university server backup, so my research was safe even without the external drive. I filed a police report about the break-in and moved on with preparing for my defense. My defense went well. I presented 3 years of work, answered my committee's questions confidently, and was approved to continue with my dissertation. My committee chair, Dr. Martinez, was particularly impressed with my protein folding data and said it was publishable quality work that would make an excellent foundation for a strong dissertation. I should have been celebrating. Instead, I got a call from my mother that evening, her voice strained and urgent. She said Derek was in trouble at school, that he'd been accused of plagiarism on a major senior thesis project, and that the university was considering expulsion. She asked if I could help sort things out, since I understand academic policies. I asked what happened. My mother explained that Derek had submitted his senior thesis, a requirement for graduation, and his professor had flagged it for plagiarism. The university's plagiarism detection software had found that large portions of Derek's thesis were similar to unpublished work, but couldn't identify the source. My stomach dropped. Unpublished work meant it wasn't copied from published papers or internet sources. It meant Derek had plagiarized from someone's original research that wasn't publicly available. I asked my mother to send me Derek's thesis. When I opened the PDF, I felt like I'd been punched in the gut. Derek's senior thesis was my dissertation research. Not just similar, it was my actual experimental data, my analysis, my writing, with some sections reworded clumsily, but still clearly derived from my work. He'd taken my 3 years of graduate-level research and submitted it as his undergraduate senior project. The file metadata showed it had been created from documents stored on an external hard drive. My external hard drive, the one that had been stolen from my apartment a week earlier. My family had broken into my apartment, stolen my research backup, and given it to Derek to pass off as his own work to save his failing senior year. I was shaking as I realized what had happened. My mother hadn't asked me to help Derek sort out a plagiarism accusation. She'd asked me to help cover up plagiarism she'd orchestrated by stealing my research. The break-in hadn't been a random burglary. My mother had gotten my apartment key somehow. I'd given my parents an emergency spare key years ago, and had taken my external hard drive specifically to access my research files for Derek to use. I called my mother back and asked her directly, "Did you take my hard drive and give my research to Derek?" There was a long pause. Then she admitted it. She said Derek had been struggling with his senior thesis, was at risk of not graduating, and she'd thought using some of my extra research wouldn't hurt anyone since I had plenty of material for my own dissertation. She'd looked at my files, seen that I had years of data and analysis, and thought Derek could use just a portion for his undergraduate thesis without it affecting me. She actually said, "You have so much research, you won't even miss it." I was speechless. My mother had broken into my apartment, stolen my research, and given it to my brother to plagiarize. And she thought this was reasonable because I had plenty, and Derek needed help. When I pointed out that this was plagiarism and could destroy Derek's academic career, she said that's why she was calling me, to ask me to not make a fuss about it. She wanted me to contact Derek's university and say he'd had my permission to use my research, that it was a collaborative project, or preliminary data I'd shared with him. She wanted me to lie to protect Derek from the consequences of plagiarizing my doctoral research. I refused. I told my mother what she'd done was theft, that Derek had committed academic fraud by submitting my work as his own, and that I wouldn't cover for either of them. She started crying, said I was being cruel to my own brother, that Derek would be expelled and lose his degree over this, that I could help him if I just bent the truth a little. But this wasn't a little mistake. Derek had submitted my graduate-level research, work that represented 3 years of my doctoral program, as his undergraduate senior thesis. Even if I'd been willing to lie about giving permission, the work was clearly beyond undergraduate level. Any professor would recognize that the complexity of the experimental design, the data analysis methods, and the sophistication of the writing indicated graduate-level or professional research, not undergraduate work. Derek's plagiarism was obvious and indefensible, and my mother had orchestrated it by stealing my research. I called Derek next. He initially tried to claim he didn't know the research was stolen, that Mom had told him these were old notes I'd said he could use. But when I pressed him on the details, had he really believed that undergraduate appropriate research notes would include 3 years of original experimental data and graduate-level analysis? He admitted he'd known it was my current dissertation work. He'd used it anyway because he was desperate. His original senior thesis had been terrible. His advisor had told him it wouldn't pass, and he'd been facing the possibility of not graduating on time. When Mom offered him my research files, he'd rationalized that I wouldn't find out, that I had other data I could use, that this was borrowing rather than stealing. He'd plagiarized my doctoral dissertation and justified it by saying I wouldn't notice. I was done trying to reason with my family. I contacted Derek's university directly and submitted a formal plagiarism complaint. I provided evidence that the work in Derek's thesis was my original research. My lab notebooks with dated entries showing the experimental timeline, my university server, backups showing file creation dates predating Derek's thesis submission, my preliminary data presentations to my committee from months and years before Derek's thesis, and my defense presentation that covered the same research. The evidence was overwhelming. Derek had submitted work that was demonstrably mine, created over 3 years of doctoral research as his own undergraduate thesis. Derek's university launched an investigation. Within a week, they'd confirmed the plagiarism was extensive and clear-cut. Derek was brought before an academic integrity board, where he admitted to submitting my research as his own work. He tried to minimize it by saying his mother had provided the files and he'd thought it would be okay. But the board noted that a senior biology major should have recognized that the work was graduate level and couldn't reasonably be claimed as his own. Derek was expelled from the university effective immediately. His senior thesis was rejected, he wouldn't receive his degree, and he was barred from re-enrollment. The expulsion for academic dishonesty would appear on his academic record, making it nearly impossible for him to complete his degree at another institution. My mother was devastated and furious at me for ruining Derek's life by reporting the plagiarism instead of covering for him. She said I'd destroyed my brother's future over some research that I could easily redo, that I'd chosen my academic career over family loyalty. But I hadn't chosen my career over family. My family had stolen my career work to fraudulently advance Derek's, and I'd refused to let that theft succeed. The fallout from Derek's expulsion has been catastrophic for my family relationships, but vindicating for my academic integrity. My mother has completely turned the family against me, telling relatives that I sabotaged Derek's graduation by refusing to share research, conveniently leaving out the parts about breaking into my apartment, stealing my hard drive, and orchestrating academic fraud. Some relatives who heard only my mother's version initially sided with her, saying I should have helped my brother instead of getting him expelled. But when I explained the full story, that my mother had literally broken into my apartment and stolen 3 years of my doctoral research to give to Derek for plagiarism, most family members changed their stance. My father, Gene, 52-year-old male, who travels frequently for work and hadn't been involved in the initial theft, was horrified when he learned what my mother had done. He'd known Derek was struggling with his thesis, but had assumed Derek would handle it himself or fail and retake the course. Learning that Patricia had stolen my research and orchestrated plagiarism shocked him. He's moved out temporarily while deciding whether to stay in the marriage. My maternal grandparents, who are both retired professors, were especially appalled. They called my mother to express their profound disappointment that she'd facilitated academic fraud, that she'd violated academic integrity principles they'd spent their careers upholding. My grandmother said she was ashamed to share a profession with someone who'd enable plagiarism. Derek has been trying to enroll at other universities to complete his degree, but the expulsion for academic dishonesty is a permanent mark on his record. Every school he's applied to has rejected him once they see the plagiarism expulsion. He's effectively blocked from completing his biology degree at any accredited institution. He's furious with me for destroying his future by reporting the plagiarism. He said I could have just let it go, and no one would have known. But his professor had already flagged the thesis for plagiarism. I didn't cause the investigation, I just provided evidence that the plagiarized work was mine. And even if no one had caught it initially, Derek would have been claiming my research as his own accomplishment for the rest of his life. I wasn't willing to let my 3 years of doctoral work become my brother's fraudulent undergraduate achievement. My mother has been trying to convince me to write letters to universities on Derek's behalf, stating that I gave him permission to use my research retroactively. She's desperate to find a way to salvage his academic future and believes that if I claim the plagiarism was authorized collaboration, universities might give him another chance. I've refused. What Derek did wasn't collaboration, it was theft and fraud. And what my mother did, breaking into my apartment to steal my research, was criminal. I won't participate in rewriting that history to make Derek's plagiarism seem acceptable. I've also changed all my locks, moved my research backups to secure locations my family doesn't have access to, and limited contact with my mother to email only. I can't trust her in my home or near my work after what she did. My dissertation research has continued successfully. I'm on track to defend my full dissertation next year, publish multiple papers from this work, and move on to postdoctoral positions. The research my mother stole for Derek is still mine, still original, and will still form the foundation of my academic career. Just mine alone, as it always should have been. Derek's academic career, by contrast, is effectively over. He's working retail while trying to figure out if there's any path to completing a degree with a plagiarism expulsion on his record. Most advisors he's consulted have said his best option might be to wait several years, then try to apply to less competitive programs and hope they'll consider him despite the expulsion. My mother is facing consequences too. My father has filed for separation while he decides about divorce, citing her criminal theft of my research and her complete disregard for academic integrity as evidence of character issues he can't overlook. My grandparents have cut contact with her, saying they can't have a relationship with someone who'd facilitate plagiarism after they spent careers fighting academic dishonesty. Some family members think I went too far by reporting Derek to his university, that I should have handled it within the family instead of destroying his academic future. But Derek destroyed his own future by committing plagiarism. I just provided evidence that the plagiarized work was mine. And my mother destroyed family trust by breaking into my apartment and stealing years of my research to facilitate that fraud. I'm 22, completing my PhD, estranged from my mother and brother after exposing the academic fraud they committed with my stolen research. My mother is 49, separated from my father, cut off from her parents, facing family judgment for orchestrating plagiarism. Derek is 21, expelled from college with no clear path to completing his degree, working retail while trying to rebuild an academic future damaged by his own plagiarism. Some people will always think family loyalty should have overridden my decision to report the plagiarism. But academic integrity isn't negotiable. My mother stole 3 years of my doctoral research, my brother submitted it as his own work, and they both expected me to cover for them rather than face consequences. I chose my academic integrity and my own future over protecting people who'd stolen from me. And I'd make that choice again without hesitation. Derek can rebuild his life, but it won't be built on my stolen research. My mother can deal with the consequences of theft and fraud, and I can move forward with my career knowing that my work is mine, my achievements are my own, and I stood up for academic honesty even when my family demanded I compromise it. That's not revenge. That's refusing to be complicit in theft and fraud, even when the thieves are family. And I'm at peace with the consequences they're facing for what they did. Because no one, not even family, gets to steal years of your research and expect you to cover up their plagiarism. They made their choices. I made mine. And my research stays mine. My family spread rumors I was using drugs, getting me fired from my professional ballet company. I'm 21 years ago, and 6 weeks ago, I lost my position as a corps de ballet dancer with a prestigious regional ballet company, a role I'd worked toward since I was 5 years old, a contract that represented the culmination of 16 years of intensive training and sacrifice. When the artistic director called me into her office and told me my employment was being terminated immediately following multiple reports that I'd been using performance-enhancing drugs, showing up to rehearsals intoxicated, and engaging in dangerous behaviors that made me a liability to the company. Every single allegation was a complete fabrication, created and spread by my own family, who decided that if they couldn't convince me to quit ballet voluntarily and pursue the practical career they wanted for me, they'd destroy my professional reputation so thoroughly that no dance company would hire me. The termination wasn't just losing a job, it meant losing my apartment, subsidized through the company, losing my health insurance, provided through the company, and losing my identity as a professional dancer, something I'd centered my entire life around. Within 48 hours of being fired, I was essentially blacklisted in the professional dance world as rumors spread through the tight-knit ballet community that I'd been dismissed for substance abuse and unprofessional conduct. Artistic directors at other companies wouldn't return my emails. Fellow dancers I'd trained with started distancing themselves. My 15-year dream of dancing professionally was destroyed in a single week because my family had launched a systematic campaign of lies to force me out of a career they'd never approved of. I need to explain how deeply committed I've been to ballet, and why this wasn't just a job, but the only thing I'd ever wanted to do with my life. I started ballet at age 5, showed talent early, and by age 8 was training at a competitive pre-professional program. Ballet consumed my childhood and adolescence, 4 to 6 hours of training daily, summers at intensive programs, missing normal teenage experiences because rehearsals and classes always came first. I auditioned for professional companies during my senior year of high school and was offered a traineeship with a respected regional company. I deferred college to take the position, moved to a new city at 18, and spent 2 years as a trainee before being promoted to the Corps de Ballet, the entry level of professional dancers in a ballet company. Being in the Corps wasn't glamorous. I wasn't a principal dancer with featured roles. I was one of the group dancers who filled out ensemble scenes, worked 10-hour days for relatively modest pay, dealt with constant injuries, and had no job security beyond my 1-year contract renewals. But I loved it. Performing live on stage, being part of a professional company, doing the work I'd trained for my entire life. It was everything I'd dreamed of. My family had never understood or supported my ballet career. My parents, Carol, 52-year-old female, and Dennis, 54-year-old male, tolerated it when I was a child because they thought it was cute and good exercise. But as I got more serious and it became clear ballet was my career path, not just a hobby, they became increasingly opposed. They thought ballet was impractical, unstable, and not a real career. They wanted me to go to college for business or nursing, something stable with reliable income. When I chose the traineeship over college, they were disappointed and angry. Said I was throwing away my future for a pipe dream that wouldn't last. My older sister, Bethany, 24-year-old female, and younger brother Kyle, 18-year-old male, echoed our parents' opinions. Bethany, who works in accounting, constantly told me I needed to grow up and get a real job. Kyle, who's in college for engineering, made jokes about me being a professional dancer, like it was a punchline. For 3 years, I'd maintained my professional dancing career despite their disapproval and criticism. I'd supported myself financially, barely, paid my own bills, proven that I could make it work even if it wasn't the conventional career they'd wanted for me. But they'd never accepted it. And when I signed my 3rd season contract with the ballet company, evidence that I was succeeding as a professional dancer rather than failing and coming home like they'd expected, they apparently decided to force the issue by destroying my career through reputation sabotage. The rumors that ended my ballet career started about 2 months before my termination, though I didn't know it at the time. Looking back, I can see the pattern, but while it was happening, I just thought I was dealing with normal professional challenges and interpersonal tensions. It started with the artistic director, Margot, beginning to watch me more critically during rehearsals, making comments about whether I was feeling okay or if I'd been getting enough rest. I thought she was concerned about an ankle injury I'd been managing, so I reassured her I was fine and could dance full out. Then, the company's executive director pulled me aside after a performance and asked if I was dealing with anything personal that might be affecting my work. I was confused. My dancing had been fine. I'd gotten good feedback from choreographers. I hadn't missed rehearsals or made mistakes in performances. I said I wasn't dealing with anything unusual and asked if there was a specific concern. She said no, just checking in, but seemed worried about something she wouldn't name. Other dancers started acting strange around me, some sympathetic, some distant, some asking vague questions about how I was holding up or if I needed support. I didn't understand what they were responding to until a fellow corps dancer I was friendly with finally told me directly. There were rumors going around that I was using drugs. I was shocked. I'd never used drugs, barely drank alcohol, was extremely careful about what I put in my body because dancers have to maintain such specific physical conditions. I asked where these rumors were coming from, who was spreading them. She said she didn't know the original source, but several people had mentioned hearing concerns about me from people close to the company and from family members worried about my well-being. Family members. That's when I started to suspect my family might be involved. I tried to address the rumors directly with Margot, explained that I wasn't using any substances, asked where the concerns were coming from. She said she'd received reports from people claiming to have witnessed concerning behaviors, me appearing intoxicated at rehearsals, acting erratically, making concerning statements about drug use. All of these reports were lies. I'd never been intoxicated at rehearsal, never acted erratically beyond normal performance nerves, never made statements about drugs because I didn't use them. But the reports were specific enough and came from multiple sources, making them seem credible. Margot said the company had to take substance abuse concerns seriously, given the physical demands of dance and the liability issues involved. She asked me to take a drug test to clear up the concerns. I agreed immediately. I knew I'd pass because I wasn't using anything. I took the test that afternoon. The results came back clean, as I'd known they would. No drugs, no performance enhancers, nothing concerning. I thought this would end the rumors and concerns. Instead, new allegations emerged. Now the rumors weren't just about drug use, but about erratic behavior, unprofessionalism, and safety concerns that made me a liability to the company, regardless of drug test results. Someone reported that I'd shown up to a rehearsal drunk. Completely false. I'd been at that rehearsal stone sober and dancing fine. Someone else reported seeing me outside the theater late at night, engaging in suspicious behavior with people who weren't affiliated with the company. I'd been home asleep that night. Another report claimed I'd made threatening statements toward another dancer. Never happened. The rumors escalated over 2 weeks until Margot called me into her office and said the company was terminating my contract. She said they'd received too many concerning reports from too many different sources, that regardless of the clean drug test, the pattern of behavior reports suggested I was dealing with issues that made me unsuitable for continuing with the company. I begged for specifics. Who was making these reports? What exactly was I supposed to have done? Could I defend myself against specific allegations? Margot said the reports had come from various sources, both inside and outside the company, that she couldn't reveal specific identities, and that the decision was final. I was fired, effective immediately. Escorted out of the theater with my belongings, contract terminated, apartment lease ending because it was subsidized through the company. Within days, word spread through the ballet community. Other dancers heard I'd been fired for substance abuse and behavioral concerns. Artistic directors at companies I contacted about auditions either didn't respond or sent brief rejections. I was effectively blacklisted based on rumors I couldn't disprove because I didn't even know exactly what I'd been accused of or who'd made the accusations. My professional dance career was destroyed, and I still didn't have proof that my family was behind it. Just a terrible suspicion based on that one dancer's comment about family members being among the sources of concern. I needed to know for certain whether my family had been behind the rumors that cost me my career. I hired a private investigator who specialized in reputation cases. Not cheap, but necessary if I was going to prove what had happened and potentially take legal action. The investigator contacted people at the ballet company discreetly, asking about the sources of the reports that had led to my termination. Several people eventually shared information, wanting to help once they understood I was trying to clear my name. What the investigation revealed was worse than I'd suspected. My family hadn't just spread a few rumors. They'd executed a coordinated, systematic campaign of lies over 2 months to destroy my reputation and get me fired. My mother had called the company's executive director multiple times, claiming to be a concerned parent, worried about her daughter's drug use. She'd provided specific fake details about me, supposedly using stimulants to maintain my weight and energy for performances, said she'd found evidence of drug use in my apartment when she'd visited. She hadn't visited, and there was no evidence because I didn't use drugs. My father had sent written letters to Margot expressing serious concerns about my mental health and behavior, claiming I'd made concerning statements to family members about not caring if I got injured, suggesting I was being reckless and dangerous in ways that could hurt other dancers. Bethany had contacted multiple dancers in the company through social media, pretending to be concerned about me, spreading rumors about drug use and erratic behavior. She'd created fake accounts to make it seem like multiple people were witnessing concerning things about me. Kyle had even gone so far as to show up outside the theater one evening and tell stage door staff that he was my brother and was worried about me, that he'd seen me with suspicious people and thought I was involved with drugs. They'd created a web of false reports from multiple angles: concerned parents, worried sibling, anonymous witnesses, all designed to make the ballet company believe I was a liability who needed to be terminated. The investigator obtained documentation of much of this. Phone records showing my mother's calls to the company, copies of my father's letters, screenshots of Bethany's social media messages to dancers, testimony from theater staff who'd spoken with Kyle. My family had deliberately destroyed my professional dance career through a campaign of fabricated reports and false rumors. When I confronted them with this evidence, they didn't deny it. My mother said they'd been desperate to get me out of ballet and into a stable career, that they'd thought if I lost my company position I'd finally see reason and go back to school or get a real job. My father said ballet had been ruining my life, and they'd done what was necessary to save me from myself. Bethany said she'd been trying to help by making me face reality that ballet wasn't a sustainable career. They'd destroyed my professional reputation, gotten me fired and blacklisted, ended the career I'd worked 16 years to build, and they framed it as helping me. I filed police reports against all 4 family members for criminal defamation and interference with business relations. I also filed a civil suit against them for the damages caused by their false reports: lost income from my terminated contract, damage to my professional reputation, emotional distress. Most importantly, I provided all the evidence to my former ballet company, explaining that the reports that led to my termination had been fabricated by family members opposed to my dance career. Margot and the executive director were horrified. They'd terminated my contract based on what they'd believed were legitimate concerns from multiple independent sources. Learning that all the reports had come from family members executing a coordinated campaign of lies changed everything. The company offered to reinstate my contract with an apology, but by then, 2 months had passed. My position had been filled, my apartment was gone, and honestly, the trust was broken. I didn't want to return to a company that had fired me without letting me properly defend myself against the allegations. But the company did provide detailed written statements for my legal cases, confirming that the termination had been based entirely on false reports from my family members, and issued a public statement that my termination had been based on fabricated allegations, and that I'd been a professional, competent dancer who'd never actually engaged in the behaviors reported. This helped my reputation in the broader dance community. Artistic directors learned that the substance abuse and behavioral concerns rumors had been false, spread by family members trying to sabotage my career. I started getting responses to audition requests, started rebuilding the professional connections that had been damaged by the false rumors. The criminal case against my family was straightforward. They'd made deliberately false statements about me to my employer, with the specific intent of getting me fired. That met the definition of criminal defamation and interference with business relations in our state. All 4 were convicted. They received probation, were ordered to pay substantial fines, and were required to write formal retractions of their false statements that were sent to the ballet company and other dance organizations where the rumors had spread. The civil case resulted in significant damages, compensation for my lost contract and lost professional opportunities, plus punitive damages for the malicious nature of their campaign. I'm 21, dancing professionally again after a 3-month gap caused by my family's sabotage, no contact with the people who deliberately destroyed my career through lies. My family members are in their 50s, 40s, and late teens, all convicted of criminal defamation, paying restitution, dealing with the public knowledge that they created false drug and behavior reports to get their daughter, sister, fired from her dance company. I'm dancing with a different company now, one that specifically recruited me after learning my termination from the previous company had been based on fabricated family allegations. My new artistic director said what my family did was one of the most disturbing examples of career sabotage she'd encountered. Some extended family thinks I was too harsh prosecuting my parents and siblings, that they'd been misguided but well-meaning in trying to push me toward a different career. But they weren't well-meaning. They destroyed my professional reputation through systematic lies because they didn't approve of my career choice. That deserved legal consequences, not understanding. My dance career survived their sabotage. Their reputations didn't survive their convictions for creating false reports to get me fired. I'd press charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even family who thinks they know what's best for you, gets to destroy your career through campaigns of deliberate lies. They wanted me out of ballet and into a stable career. Instead, they got criminal records while I'm dancing professionally again. That's the consequence of sabotaging someone's career through fabricated allegations. And I'm at peace with holding them accountable while continuing to dance despite their attempts to stop me. My family sent fabricated evidence to my publisher claiming my memoir was lies, killing my book deal. I'm 25-year-old family, and 2 months ago I watched my dream of becoming a published author die when my literary agent called to tell me that my publisher had canceled my book contract following receipt of credible evidence that my memoir contained fabricated stories, misrepresented family members, and constituted defamation that would expose the publishing house to legal liability. The evidence, detailed letters, supposed witness statements, and even doctored photos and recordings, was entirely fabricated by my own family, who'd discovered I'd written a memoir about growing up in our dysfunctional household, and were determined to prevent its publication by any means necessary, including creating false documentation to convince my publisher I was a liar who'd written an unpublishable manuscript full of defamatory fiction. The book deal I'd lost wasn't just any contract. It was with a respected mid-sized publisher, included a $40,000 advance that would have allowed me to write full-time, and represented 3 years of work pouring my experiences onto the page in what my agent and editor had called a powerful, necessary memoir about surviving family dysfunction and finding your own identity. The publication date had been set for 8 months away. Cover design was underway, and early buzz from industry people who'd read advance copies had been incredibly positive. Then, my family discovered the book existed, read an early copy they obtained through methods I still don't fully understand, and launched a coordinated campaign to destroy the publication by convincing my publisher that everything I'd written was lies. I need to explain what the memoir was about and why my family was so desperate to prevent its publication that they'd create elaborate false evidence to stop it. The book, titled Performed Perfect, Growing Up in a Family That Couldn't Admit Dysfunction, was my account of growing up in a family that presented a perfect image to the outside world while dealing with serious issues privately. My father's alcoholism that was never acknowledged, my mother's controlling and emotionally manipulative behavior, the pressure on my siblings and me to maintain the family's reputation above all else, and how I'd eventually recognized these patterns and worked to build my own life separate from my family's dysfunction. I'd been writing the memoir for 3 years, working with a therapist to process the experiences I was documenting, and had been extremely careful about how I told the story. I used pseudonyms for all family members, changed identifying details of locations and timelines, and focused on my own experiences and emotional journey rather than attacking or exposing my family members. My goal wasn't revenge or public humiliation. It was writing honestly about the kind of family dynamics that many people experience, but that often get hidden behind facades of normalcy. The manuscript had gone through multiple rounds of editing with my publisher. My editor loved it and said it would resonate with readers who'd experienced similar family situations. Early reviews from industry professionals who'd received advance review copies were strong. Several compared it favorably to other memoirs about family dysfunction and recovery. I'd kept the book project largely private from my family during the writing and submission process. They knew I wrote, knew I was working on a book, but I hadn't shared details about the content. I'd planned to tell them closer to publication date and had prepared for them to be upset, but I'd hoped they'd eventually understand that I had a right to tell my own story and that I'd been thoughtful and fair in how I'd written about our family. That's not what happened. Instead, about 3 months before the scheduled publication date, my mother somehow obtained a galley copy of the book, the advance reading copy that gets sent to reviewers and booksellers. I still don't know exactly how she got it, but she later admitted she'd been monitoring my career and had contacted my agent's office claiming to be me and requesting a copy for promotional purposes. My mother read the memoir and was furious. Not because I'd written lies or been unfair, but because I'd written truthfully about experiences that contradicted the perfect family narrative they'd always maintained. I'd written about my father's drinking and the ways it had affected our family life. I'd written about my mother's need to control how we presented ourselves to others. I'd written about the pressure to pretend everything was fine when it wasn't. She shared the galley with my father and my older brother Todd, 28-year-old male, and all three decided the book could not be published. Not because it was inaccurate, but because it revealed family realities they'd spent decades hiding. Rather than talk to me about their concerns, rather than ask for changes or try to understand why I'd written the memoir, they decided to destroy the book deal by convincing my publisher that the manuscript was fraudulent. The campaign my family launched to kill my book deal was sophisticated and calculating. Over a period of about 3 weeks, they sent my publisher a series of communications designed to raise serious doubts about the veracity of my memoir and to threaten legal action if publication proceeded. First, they hired an attorney who sent a letter to my publisher claiming my memoir contained defamatory falsehoods about my family members and that publication would result in a lawsuit for defamation, invasion of privacy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The letter cited specific passages from the book and claimed they were fabrications or gross misrepresentations of actual events. The letter was persuasive because it referenced actual content from my manuscript with specificity. My family had the galley copy and could quote directly from what I'd written. The attorney framed my book as a malicious work of fiction disguised as memoir and threatened the publisher with significant legal exposure if they proceeded with publication. My publisher's legal team reviewed the letter and initially wasn't too concerned. Memoir is a protected form of expression, and truthful accounts of one's own experiences generally can't be successfully sued as defamation. They forwarded the letter to me and asked me to confirm that the events I'd described were accurate to the best of my recollection. I confirmed that everything I'd written was true as I remembered and experienced it, that I'd changed names and details to protect privacy, and that I'd been thoughtful about how I'd told the story. My editor and my agent were supportive, said threatening letters from families upset about memoirs were not uncommon, and that we'd proceed with publication as planned. But my family wasn't done. Over the next 2 weeks, my publisher received additional materials that raised more serious concerns. Witness statements from people claiming to have been present during events I'd described in the memoir, stating that those events had never occurred or had happened completely differently than I'd written. These statements appeared to come from family friends, neighbors, even a former teacher, people whose names I recognized but who I hadn't been in close contact with for years. copies of family photos with detailed captions explaining how they proved that events I'd described couldn't have happened. Photos allegedly showing happy family gatherings during periods when I'd written about significant family conflict. Audio recordings that purported to be from family conversations during my childhood, supposedly demonstrating that my descriptions of family dynamics were false or exaggerated. Medical records allegedly from my teenage years suggesting I'd had mental health issues that called into question the reliability of my memory and perception. All of this evidence was designed to make my publisher believe that my memoir was unreliable, potentially false, and legally risky to publish. And it was all either fabricated or deliberately misrepresented. The witness statements were from people my family had contacted and fed false information to, or in some cases, were entirely fabricated documents my family had created themselves. The photos were real, but had been deliberately mislabeled with false dates and contexts to contradict my memoir's timeline. The audio recordings were edited and spliced together from various real family recordings to create false impressions. The medical records were either forgeries or were real records that had been taken completely out of context. My publisher's legal team became increasingly concerned. Even if my memoir was entirely truthful, the volume of contradicting evidence and the threat of litigation made them nervous. Publishing is a business, and they couldn't afford expensive legal battles over every memoir they released. My editor called me and said the publisher wanted to delay publication while we sorted through the family's claims. I'd need to provide documentation proving that my version of events was accurate, witnesses who could confirm my experiences, records that would corroborate my timeline, anything that would counter the evidence my family had provided. But how do you prove your childhood memories are real? I didn't have witnesses who could confirm private family conversations from 15 years ago. I didn't have documentation of my father's drinking episodes or my mother's controlling behaviors. These were family experiences, not public events. I had my own memories, my therapist's notes from our sessions discussing these experiences, and the manuscript itself, which my editor and early readers had found credible and consistent. But my family had created an elaborate paper trail of false evidence, and I couldn't easily disprove fabricated documents and false witness statements without extensive investigation. 2 weeks into this process, my publisher made their decision. They were canceling the book contract. The legal risk was too high, the family's opposition too organized, and the contradicting evidence too extensive for them to proceed with publication. I'd have to return the portion of my advance that had already been paid, and the rights to the manuscript would revert to me, meaning I could try to sell it to another publisher, but given the controversy, that would be extremely difficult. My book deal was dead, killed by my family's campaign of fabricated evidence and false statements. I was devastated and furious. 3 years of work, a significant book deal, the opportunity to tell my story and help other people who'd experienced similar family dynamics, all destroyed by my family's deliberate campaign of lies. But I wasn't going to accept this quietly. I hired an attorney who specialized in publishing law and defamation. I explained the situation. My family had sent fabricated evidence to my publisher to kill my book deal, had created false witness statements, had doctored photos and recordings, and had potentially committed fraud in their campaign to prevent publication. My attorney reviewed all the evidence my family had sent to the publisher. The more we examined it, the more obvious the fabrications became. The witness statements contained details that were internally inconsistent or contradicted publicly available information. The photos had metadata showing they'd been recently edited despite being presented as original documents from years ago. The audio recordings had clear signs of editing and splicing. The medical records had formatting that didn't match legitimate records from the medical providers they supposedly came from. My family had created an elaborate web of false evidence, but they hadn't done it perfectly. With expert examination, the fabrications became apparent. My attorney sent letters to everyone involved in creating the false evidence, the family friends who'd signed fake witness statements, anyone who'd been involved in creating doctored documents. Some people immediately recanted when confronted with evidence that they'd been involved in fraud. Several family friends admitted my mother had fed them false information and convinced them to sign statements they hadn't verified. Others refused to engage, but the pattern became clear. My family had orchestrated a campaign of deliberate deception. I also filed police reports for fraud, forgery, and interference with business relations. What my family had done wasn't just morally wrong, it was criminal. They'd created false documents, had made fraudulent statements to a business entity, and had done so with the specific intent of destroying my book contract. The police investigation moved slowly, but as evidence mounted of the fabricated documents and false statements, my family's attorney, who'd sent the original threatening letter, withdrew from representing them. He'd apparently been shown the doctored evidence and had believed it was legitimate. When he learned his clients had been deceiving him with fabricated materials, he wanted nothing to do with the case. Meanwhile, I worked with my original publisher to demonstrate that my family's evidence had been fabricated. My attorney prepared a detailed report showing the manipulated photos, the edited audio, the forged documents, and the false witness statements. We included expert analysis from forensic document examiners and audio forensics specialists. My publisher's legal team reviewed the new evidence and agreed that my family's claims had been fraudulent. They reinstated my book contract with an apology, saying they'd been deceived by sophisticated fabrications. But the delay had cost us months. The original publication date had passed, marketing momentum had been lost, and my author career had been damaged by the cancellation, even if the contract was now reinstated. I also made the decision to revise the memoir to include a new final chapter about what had happened. How my family had responded to the book by creating false evidence to stop publication. How this confirmed the very patterns of deception and image control I'd written about in the original manuscript. My editor loved this edition, said it made the memoir even more powerful and relevant. The revised and expanded memoir was published 10 months after the original planned date, with a new subtitle: A Memoir of Family Dysfunction and the Lengths They'll Go to Deny It. The criminal case against my family resulted in convictions for fraud and forgery. My mother, father, and brother were all convicted of creating false documents with intent to defraud. They received probation, fines, and restitution to cover my legal costs and the damages from, quote, the delayed publication. The convictions became public record, which meant journalists covering my book publication learned about the story. Author's family convicted of fraud to stop publication of memoir became part of the book's publicity. Not something I'd wanted, but it did drive significant attention to the book and its themes about family dysfunction and denial. The memoir has been successful critically and commercially. It's resonated with readers who've experienced similar family dynamics, has generated discussion about the ethics of writing about family members, and has been reviewed positively as an honest account of recovering from dysfunctional family patterns. My family, meanwhile, has been exposed publicly for exactly the behaviors I'd written about: their need to control the family narrative, their willingness to deceive and manipulate to maintain their image, their inability to acknowledge truth that contradicted their preferred story. I'm 25, a published author with a successful memoir, no contact with family members who tried to destroy my book through fraud. My parents are in their 50s, and Todd is 28. All convicted of fraud and forgery, publicly known as the family who created false evidence to stop their daughter's memoir. Some people have asked if I feel guilty about the consequences my family has faced: the criminal convictions, the public exposure, the permanent damage to their reputation. I don't. They chose to respond to my honest memoir by creating false evidence and attempting fraud. They could have had a conversation with me about their concerns, could have asked to read the manuscript and discuss it, could have expressed their hurt feelings like adults. Instead, they launched a criminal conspiracy to destroy my book deal through fabricated documents and false statements. That deserved prosecution and publication. I'd pursue the same path again, because no one, not even family upset about how they're portrayed, gets to commit fraud to silence your story. They wanted my memoir buried and forgotten. Instead, it's published, successful, and includes a chapter about their fraudulent attempts to stop it. That's the consequence of trying to control someone else's narrative through lies. And I'm at peace with telling my story despite their attempts to silence me. My family secretly recorded my therapy sessions and leaked them online to get me fired. I'm 22-year-old Felf, and 7 weeks ago, I walked into my job as a high school guidance counselor to find my supervisor waiting with HR representatives and a notification that I was being placed on immediate administrative leave pending investigation of serious concerns about professional fitness raised by recordings of concerning statements that had been sent anonymously to the school board, superintendent, and posted publicly online. The recordings were excerpts from my private therapy sessions where I'd been working through childhood trauma, discussing my family dysfunction, and processing painful experiences in what I'd believed was a completely confidential space. Someone had secretly recorded my therapy appointments over a period of 6 months, had edited the recordings to remove context and make me sound unstable and unsuitable for working with students, and had deliberately released them to destroy my career as a school counselor. The person who'd done this wasn't a hacker or a random stalker. It was my own mother, Jeanette, 50-year-old female, coordinating with my father, Raymond, 52-year-old male, and my younger sister, Kelsey, 19-year-old female, who discovered I'd been seeing a therapist to process my experiences growing up in our dysfunctional family and had decided to punish me for betraying family secrets by recording my sessions without my knowledge, editing them to sound as damaging as possible, and releasing them publicly to humiliate me and get me fired from a job where professional credibility and mental-emotional stability are essential qualifications. I need to explain why I was in therapy and why my family was so threatened by me seeking mental health treatment. I grew up in what appeared from the outside to be a normal, successful family. My father is a respected businessman. My mother is active in community organizations. We lived in a nice suburban neighborhood. But inside our home, things were different. My father was controlling and emotionally abusive. My mother enabled his behavior and participated in gaslighting us about it. And both parents insisted we maintain a perfect family image to the outside world, regardless of what was happening privately. I'd left for college at 18, eager to escape, but the effects of growing up in that environment stayed with me. Anxiety, difficulty trusting people, trouble setting boundaries, a persistent sense that I wasn't allowed to acknowledge reality if it contradicted what my family wanted people to believe. When I started my job as a guidance counselor after college, working with teenagers dealing with family issues, I realized I needed to address my own unresolved trauma if I was going to be effective helping students with theirs. I found a therapist, Dr. Morrison, who specialized in family trauma and recovery. I'd been seeing her for about 8 months, doing hard work processing my childhood experiences, learning to recognize the dysfunction I'd grown up with, and developing healthier patterns. Therapy was helping enormously. I felt clearer, more confident, better able to do my job without my own unresolved issues interfering. My family knew I was seeing a therapist because my mother had asked about my schedule once, and I'd mentioned I had weekly therapy appointments. Her reaction was immediate and negative. She said therapy was self-indulgent, that I was dwelling on the past, and that talking to a stranger about family matters was disloyal. I'd tried to explain that therapy was about my own mental health, not about attacking them, but she remained hostile to the idea. I didn't discuss the specific content of my therapy sessions with my family, but apparently they'd decided they needed to know what I was saying about them, and then decided to punish me for it by recording and releasing my private sessions. The recordings that destroyed my job as a guidance counselor were devastating in their strategic editing. My family had somehow recorded approximately 6 months of my therapy sessions, either through secretly planted recording devices in Dr. Morrison's office or by hacking into our telehealth video sessions during periods when therapy had been remote. They'd then edited dozens of hours of recordings down to about 30 minutes of clips specifically chosen to make me sound emotionally unstable, unprofessional, and unsuitable for working with teenagers. The edited compilation removed all context from my statements, spliced together partial sentences to create false impressions, and presented my vulnerable processing of childhood trauma as evidence of current mental instability. For example, in one therapy session, I'd talked about times during high school when I'd felt suicidal due to family stress, discussing this in the context of understanding my past and healing from it. The edited recording included just me saying, "There were times in high school when I wanted to die," with no context about this being past tense, already resolved, and something I was processing in therapy to ensure it didn't affect my current mental health. In another session, I discussed how hard it was sometimes to maintain professional boundaries with students who reminded me of my younger self, a normal challenge for counselors that I was working through appropriately in supervision. The edited recording made it sound like I was unable to maintain boundaries and too emotionally involved with students, removing all the context about this being something I was proactively addressing through therapy and professional development. The edited recordings were sent anonymously to my school's superintendent, the school board members, and my direct supervisor. They were also posted on social media with captions like, "This is the person counseling your children at school name. Listen to how unstable she is," and "School employing counselor with serious mental health issues." By the time I arrived at work the day after the recordings were released, school administration had already placed me on administrative leave. My supervisor explained that they'd received concerning recordings that raised questions about my fitness to work with students, that the recordings appeared to be from therapy sessions which raised additional ethical questions about boundaries and professionalism, and that I'd be on paid leave while they investigated. I was humiliated and terrified. My private therapy sessions, the most vulnerable personal work I'd been doing, had been secretly recorded, maliciously edited, and released publicly to destroy my professional reputation. The first thing I did was call Dr. Morrison and tell her what had happened. She was shocked and horrified. As a therapist, she's legally required to maintain confidentiality, and the idea that someone had been recording our sessions was a massive violation of privacy and trust. She said she'd review her office for any hidden recording devices and would report this to professional ethics boards and law enforcement. She also provided me with complete, unedited transcripts and recordings of all our sessions, which she keeps for professional purposes, showing the full context that my family's edited recordings had deliberately removed. The difference was stark. In context, my therapy sessions showed someone doing healthy, appropriate work processing past trauma, not someone who was currently unstable or unfit for professional work. Armed with Dr. Morrison's unedited records, I hired an attorney who specialized in privacy violations and employment law. We provided the school administration with the full therapy transcripts showing how my family's recordings had been deliberately edited to misrepresent my mental health and professional fitness. We also began investigating how my family had obtained the recordings in the first place. Dr. Morrison's office was swept for recording devices, and a small audio recorder was found hidden behind furniture in her office, placed there at some point when the office was accessible, likely during evening hours when the building was less secured. Security camera footage from the building showed my mother and Kelsey entering the building on 2 different evenings about 6 months apart. Once to plant the initial recording device, and once to retrieve it and replace it with a new one. They'd posed as janitorial staff to gain access. For the telehealth sessions, digital forensics showed that my home computer had been accessed remotely during several video therapy appointments. My father, who works in IT, had installed remote access software on my laptop when I'd visited home during the holidays, giving him the ability to secretly record my video sessions. My family had been systematically recording my therapy for 6 months, had compiled the recordings, edited them to be as damaging as possible, and had released them with the specific intent of getting me fired and publicly humiliating me. When I confronted my family with evidence of what they'd done, they didn't deny it. My mother said they'd been protecting family privacy by finding out what I was telling my therapist about them. When they'd heard me discussing family dysfunction and childhood trauma in therapy, they'd been furious that I was airing family business to an outsider. My father said releasing the recordings had been necessary to prevent me from continuing to damage the family reputation through therapy. That working as a guidance counselor while simultaneously being in therapy for family issues was hypocritical, and that my employer and the public deserved to know what kind of person was counseling students. Kelsey was more honest. She said they'd released the recordings to punish me for turning my back on the family by seeking therapy and discussing things that were supposed to stay private. That I'd betrayed them by talking to a therapist about my childhood, and they'd wanted to show me the consequences of that betrayal. They'd committed multiple serious crimes, secretly recording confidential medical appointments, hacking my computer to access therapy sessions, trespassing to plant recording devices, violating health information privacy laws, and intentionally interfering with my employment, all to punish me for seeking mental health treatment and to destroy my career for discussing family dysfunction in therapy. I filed police reports for all of it. Illegal wiretapping, recording conversations without consent, computer crimes, unauthorized access to my laptop, health information privacy violations, HIPAA and state medical privacy laws, trespassing, entering Dr. Morrison's office to plant recording devices, and interference with employment. Dr. Morrison filed her own reports and complaints with professional licensing boards and law enforcement. The violation of therapist-patient confidentiality through secret recordings was a serious breach of medical privacy that could affect her practice and other patients. The criminal investigation was extensive. My family had left a clear trail, the hidden recording device they'd planted, with their fingerprints on it, security footage showing them entering the building, digital forensics showing my father's remote access to my computer, and the public release of the edited recordings that they'd posted themselves. All 3 were charged with multiple felonies: illegal wiretapping, computer crimes, violation of health information privacy, trespassing, and intentional interference with employment. The charges were serious, with potential prison sentences for each count. Meanwhile, my school completed their investigation using the unedited therapy transcripts Dr. Morrison had provided. The administration concluded that the edited recordings had been deliberately manipulated to misrepresent my mental health, that the full context showed I was doing appropriate therapeutic work to ensure my past experiences didn't negatively affect my professional judgment, and that I'd actually been demonstrating good professional boundaries by proactively addressing personal issues in therapy rather than letting them impact my work with students. I was reinstated from administrative leave with an apology. The school also issued a public statement that the recordings released about me had been illegally obtained, maliciously edited, and deliberately misrepresented by family members, and that I remained a valued member of their counseling staff. But the damage was done. Students, parents, and colleagues had seen or heard about the leaked recordings. Even though the school had cleared me, even though the recordings were proven to be manipulated, the stigma of having my private therapy sessions exposed publicly remained. Some parents requested their students be assigned to different counselors. Some colleagues treated me differently, with either excessive sympathy or uncomfortable distance. The violation of having my most vulnerable moments recorded and released publicly was profound and ongoing. The criminal case resulted in convictions for all 3 family members. My parents were each sentenced to 2 years in prison for the wiretapping and privacy violations. Kelsey received 18 months. All three faced massive fines and were ordered to pay restitution covering my legal costs, Dr. Morrison's security upgrades, and lost business from patients who left after learning her office had been compromised, and damages for the harm to my professional reputation. The convictions were covered by local media. Family secretly recorded daughter's therapy, released sessions to get her fired. The publicity brought attention to the serious crime of recording medical appointments without consent and the importance of protecting mental health privacy. I also filed civil suits against my family for invasion of privacy, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and violation of medical information privacy. The civil cases resulted in significant damages beyond the criminal restitution. I'm 22, still working as a guidance counselor at my high school, slowly rebuilding trust with students and colleagues after the public exposure of my private therapy. My parents are 50 and 52, serving prison time for illegally recording and releasing my therapy sessions. Kelsey is 19, also serving time, dealing with a felony record at the start of her adult life. I've continued therapy with Dr. Morrison, though we both had to process the violation of having our therapeutic space compromised by secret recordings. She's been invaluable in helping me work through the trauma of having my private healing exposed and weaponized against me. Some extended family thinks I was too harsh pursuing criminal charges against my parents and sister, that they'd been trying to protect the family, even if their methods were wrong. But they weren't protecting anything. They violated my medical privacy, recorded confidential therapy sessions without consent, and deliberately released edited recordings to humiliate me and destroy my career. That deserved prosecution, not understanding. My therapy helped me become better at my job helping students. My family's attempt to destroy that career through privacy violations failed, but they're serving time for the crimes they committed. I'd press charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even family angry about you seeking therapy, gets to secretly record your medical appointments and release them publicly to sabotage your career. They wanted to punish me for discussing family dysfunction in therapy. Instead, they got prison sentences for violating medical privacy while I continue doing the work, both in therapy and as a counselor, that they tried to destroy. That's the consequence of recording someone's therapy sessions and releasing them for revenge. And I'm at peace with holding them accountable while continuing to heal and help others heal. My family reported me for abusing my service dog to get her taken away because they don't believe in PTSD. I'm 22 years female, and 2 weeks ago, I watched my psychiatric service dog, Bailey, being led away by a representative from the organization that trained her, based on allegations that I'd been abusing and neglecting her. The allegations were false, fabricated by my own parents who don't believe psychiatric service dogs are real, and have been trying to get me to give up the dog act since I was paired with Bailey 18 months ago. They reported me to the service dog organization claiming I was mistreating Bailey and didn't actually need her, triggering an investigation that resulted in Bailey's temporary removal from my care while they assessed the situation. Losing Bailey even temporarily has been devastating in ways I can't fully articulate. She's not just a pet. She's medical equipment, trained specifically to help me manage severe PTSD from a traumatic assault I experienced when I was 19. Bailey is trained to perform tasks that help me function. She does room checks when I enter new spaces, creates physical barriers between me and other people in crowds, alerts me to anxiety attacks before they fully develop, wakes me from nightmares, and provides deep pressure therapy during flashbacks. Without her, I've barely been able to leave my apartment, have had multiple severe panic attacks, and have regressed in my trauma recovery in ways that will take months to rebuild. I need to explain how I got here, how my family's disbelief in psychiatric disabilities led to them making false abuse reports that cost me my service dog and my stability. I was assaulted 3 years ago during my sophomore year of college. The details don't matter, but the aftermath was severe PTSD, flashbacks, hypervigilance, panic attacks, nightmares, agoraphobia. I tried to manage with therapy and medication, but I struggled to function. I couldn't go to classes without having panic attacks. I couldn't sleep more than 2 hours without nightmares waking me. I couldn't be in public spaces without feeling terrified. My therapist suggested I look into psychiatric service dogs, dogs specifically trained to perform tasks that help people with psychiatric disabilities function better. I researched organizations, applied to one that specializes in PTSD service dogs, went through their evaluation process, and was matched with Bailey about 18 months ago. Bailey changed my life. With her, I could go to classes. I could sleep through the night because she'd wake me from nightmares before they became severe. I could be in public spaces because she'd create a buffer between me and other people. I could manage my anxiety attacks because she'd alert me early and perform deep pressure therapy to help me regulate. I finished my degree, got a job, started building a life again. All possible because of Bailey. My parents, Carol, 53-year-old female, and Dennis, 55-year-old male, have never understood or accepted my PTSD diagnosis. They think psychiatric disabilities aren't real disabilities, that I should just get over the assault, that therapy and medication are crutches I'm using to avoid dealing with reality. When I first got Bailey, they were openly dismissive. They called her a pet I'm pretending is medical equipment, said psychiatric service dogs are scams for people who want to take their pets everywhere, and suggested I was using the dog as an excuse to avoid challenging myself. I tried to educate them about how service dogs work, showed them documentation from my therapist and the service dog organization explaining Bailey's training and tasks, demonstrated how Bailey alerts to my anxiety and performs her trained responses. Nothing convinced them. They remained certain that Bailey was just a pet I was calling a service dog to get special access rights. About 4 months ago, my parents started pressuring me more aggressively to give up the dog situation. My mother said having Bailey was preventing me from real recovery because I was depending on an animal instead of learning to cope on my own. My father said I needed to prove I can function without the dog before they'd believe my disability was serious enough to require accommodation. I tried explaining that's not how service dogs work. They're medical equipment that enables people with disabilities to function, not crutches preventing recovery. That asking me to function without Bailey is like asking a blind person to prove they can navigate without their cane. My parents didn't accept this comparison. They said physical disabilities are real, while psychiatric disabilities are often exaggerated, and service dogs for mental health are trendy rather than medically necessary. The pressure increased when I told them I'd been offered a job opportunity in another city and would be moving with Bailey. My mother said if I was well enough to move and start a new job, I was well enough to not need a service dog. She demanded I rehome Bailey before moving to prove I could handle the transition independently. I refused. Bailey is why I'm well enough to move and start a new job. Without her, I wouldn't be capable of either of those things. My parents saw this as confirmation that I was too dependent on the dog and needed intervention. 3 weeks ago, I received a call from the service dog organization that had trained and placed Bailey with me. They said they'd received serious allegations that I was neglecting and abusing Bailey, that Bailey appeared underweight and poorly groomed, that I was using her as just a pet rather than for legitimate disability tasks, and that I'd been seen rough-handling her in public. I was shocked and confused. Bailey is impeccably cared for. She's a healthy weight, verified at her regular vet checkups, professionally groomed every 6 weeks, fed high-quality food, receives excellent veterinary care, and is never handled roughly. The allegations were completely false, but the organization has policies about abuse allegations. They have to investigate any report of potential mistreatment. They scheduled a home visit to assess Bailey's condition and my care of her, and said pending the investigation's outcome, they might need to temporarily remove Bailey to ensure her welfare. I asked who had made the allegations. They said the reports had come from concerned family members who claimed to have witnessed the mistreatment directly. My parents had reported me to the service dog organization, making false claims of abuse to try to get Bailey taken away from me. The investigation was humiliating and terrifying. A representative from the service dog organization came to my apartment unannounced, inspected my living space, examined Bailey thoroughly, asked invasive questions about how I care for her, and reviewed my veterinary records and training logs. Bailey was obviously healthy, well cared for, and properly trained. My apartment had appropriate food, water, bedding, and enrichment items for her. My vet records showed regular checkups with no concerns. My training logs documented ongoing work to maintain her skills. But the representative said they'd received very specific allegations. That Bailey appeared underweight. She wasn't. She's at ideal weight for her breed and size. That she was matted and dirty. She'd been professionally groomed 2 weeks prior, and I brush her daily. That I'd been seen yanking her leash and yelling at her in public. I use positive reinforcement training exclusively and have never handled her roughly. And that I didn't seem to actually need her because I was functioning fine at work without her. Bailey comes to work with me daily as my service dog. The representative was clearly skeptical of some of these claims, given Bailey's obvious good health and care, but said the organization had to take all abuse allegations seriously. She asked if I knew who might have made false reports. I told her I suspected my parents, who didn't believe in psychiatric service dogs and had been pressuring me to rehome Bailey. The representative said she couldn't share who made the reports, but that if they were false, I should be able to provide evidence contradicting them. I provided everything I could think of. Recent vet records showing Bailey's healthy weight and condition, receipts from her groomer showing regular professional grooming, photos and videos of our training sessions showing positive reinforcement methods, letters from my therapist explaining Bailey's critical role in managing my PTSD, and testimonials from coworkers who'd seen me with Bailey daily and could attest to her good care and my appropriate handling. I thought this would be enough. But 2 days later, the organization called and said, based on the seriousness and specificity of the allegations, they needed to temporarily remove Bailey while they completed a more thorough investigation. They said this was standard protocol when multiple detailed reports were received from family members who'd have close knowledge of my situation. Multiple reports. My parents hadn't just called once. They'd been repeatedly reporting me, making multiple false allegations to ensure the organization took it seriously enough to investigate and remove Bailey. I begged them not to take her. Explained that losing Bailey would be catastrophic for my PTSD management, that I'd regress severely without her, that I was barely managing my disability with her help and would be unable to function without her. The representative was sympathetic but firm. Organizational policy required temporary removal pending investigation when there were serious abuse allegations, especially from family members. They took Bailey that day. I watched a stranger lead my service dog out of my apartment while I had a full-scale panic attack that Bailey would normally have helped me manage. But she wasn't there to help because she'd been taken based on my parents' lies. The 2 weeks since Bailey was removed have been the worst I've experienced since getting her. I've missed work because I can't manage the anxiety of being in public without her. I haven't slept more than a few hours a night because the nightmares have returned, and there's no one to wake me from them before they become severe. I've had multiple panic attacks severe enough that I considered going to the ER. I've barely left my apartment because without Bailey creating a buffer, I'm too afraid of other people. I've regressed in my trauma recovery to levels I haven't experienced since before I got Bailey. All because my parents made false abuse reports to get her taken away from me. 3 days after Bailey was removed, I confronted my parents, told them I knew they'd made the reports, demanded to know how they could do this to me, how they could take away the medical equipment I need to function. My mother initially denied it, but my father admitted it quickly. He said they'd had to do something drastic because I was becoming too dependent on the dog and needed to learn to cope without her. That seeing me unable to function without Bailey would prove I'd been using her as a crutch, and once I pushed through and learned to manage without her, I'd realize I didn't actually need a service dog. This is insane logic. Of course I can't function well without Bailey. She's medical equipment specifically trained to help me manage a disability. Taking her away doesn't prove I don't need her. It proves exactly how much I do need her. When I said their false reports had cost me my service dog and caused severe regression in my mental health, my mother said this was temporary discomfort for long-term growth. That once I proved I could function without the dog, the organization would see I didn't need her and wouldn't place her back with me, and I'd be forced to develop real coping skills. They'd made false abuse allegations specifically to ensure Bailey would be permanently removed from me, forcing me to function without the disability assistance I need. I was devastated and furious, but I also knew I needed to fight to get Bailey back and to make sure my parents faced consequences for what they'd done. I contacted an attorney who specializes in disability rights and explained the situation. I have a legitimate psychiatric disability. I'm partnered with a trained service dog who performs essential tasks, and my parents made false abuse reports to the organization to get the dog removed because they don't believe psychiatric service dogs are legitimate. The attorney said what my parents had done was potentially illegal on multiple fronts. Filing false reports of animal abuse is a crime in our state. Interfering with someone's use of a service animal violates the Americans with Disabilities Act, and causing harm to someone with a disability by removing their assistive equipment could be considered disability-based discrimination or even assault. We contacted the service dog organization with a formal legal letter explaining that the abuse reports had been false, filed by family members who disagreed with my use of a psychiatric service dog, and that I had extensive documentation proving Bailey was well cared for and that I had a legitimate disability requiring her assistance. We demanded Bailey's immediate return and threatened legal action if the organization kept her based on demonstrably false allegations. The organization's attorney contacted us within 2 days. They said they'd completed their investigation and found no evidence of abuse or neglect. Bailey was healthy, well cared for, and I'd provided comprehensive documentation of appropriate care. They'd also interviewed the individuals who'd made the reports, my parents, and had determined the allegations were inconsistent with evidence and appeared motivated by disagreement with psychiatric service dog use rather than genuine animal welfare concerns. Bailey was returned to me 6 days ago. The moment she came through my door, I broke down crying while she performed deep pressure therapy, just like she'd been trained to do. Having her back has been transformative. I slept through the night for the first time in 2 weeks, was able to go to work yesterday with her assistance, have had no panic attacks since her return because she's alerting me early and helping me regulate. But the damage from the 2 weeks without her is real and will take time to heal. My therapist says I've regressed in my trauma recovery by several months, that the forced separation from Bailey was re-traumatizing, and that rebuilding my stability will require intensive work. My parents caused that damage by making false reports because they don't believe psychiatric disabilities are real. I filed a police report for filing false animal abuse reports. In our state, knowingly making false reports of animal abuse or neglect is a misdemeanor. My attorney helped me compile evidence. The service dog organization's investigation findings stating the allegations were false, documentation of Bailey's excellent care, and my parents' admission that they'd made the reports to force me to function without her. I also filed a complaint with the Department of Justice for ADA violations. The ADA prohibits interfering with a person's use of a service animal, and my attorney argues my parents' false reports that led to Bailey's temporary removal constituted illegal interference with my use of medical equipment for my disability. Additionally, I've filed for a restraining order preventing my parents from contacting me or coming near Bailey, and prohibiting them from making any further reports about me to any organization or authority. My parents are facing criminal charges for false reporting, potential federal disability discrimination charges, and a restraining order. They're shocked that I'm pursuing legal action, claim they were just trying to help me become independent, that they didn't realize making reports to the service dog organization was illegal. But they made multiple detailed false reports over weeks, knowing the goal was to get Bailey permanently removed from me. That's not help. That's deliberate sabotage of medical equipment I need to function. Extended family is divided. Some think I'm overreacting, that my parents meant well, even if their methods were wrong, that pursuing criminal charges against my own parents is extreme. Others are horrified that my parents would make false abuse allegations to get my service dog taken away and fully support me holding them accountable. My grandmother, who has physical disabilities and uses mobility aids, has been particularly supportive. She's told my parents what they did was unconscionable, comparing it to someone stealing her wheelchair to force her to learn to walk better. She understands that service dogs are medical equipment, not optional aids that can be removed to build character. The criminal case is proceeding. My attorney expects my parents will likely accept a plea deal rather than go to trial, but she's prepared to take it to trial if necessary. The ADA complaint is also moving forward. While the DOJ process can be slow, my attorney says I have a strong case for disability-based interference. Most importantly, Bailey is home with me. She's back to performing her trained tasks, helping me manage my PTSD, enabling me to function in ways I can't without her. The 2 weeks without her proved exactly how essential she is to my daily functioning, the opposite of what my parents intended to demonstrate. I'm 22. Rebuilding my stability after my parents' false reports cost me my service dog temporarily, pursuing legal action against them for the harm they caused. My parents are 53 and 55, facing criminal charges and an ADA complaint, estranged from me indefinitely. Some people think I should drop the legal action and work on family healing, but my parents deliberately made false abuse allegations to get my medical equipment taken away because they don't believe my disability is real. That's not a family disagreement. That's disability-based discrimination that caused severe harm. I'll never have a relationship with them again. They proved they value their opinions about psychiatric disabilities over my actual health and functioning. That they'd rather see me suffer without necessary medical equipment than accept that psychiatric service dogs are legitimate. Bailey and I are rebuilding together. I'm back in therapy working through the regression and re-traumatization, and my parents are facing the legal consequences of interfering with a disabled person's service animal. That's not revenge, that's accountability. And I'd file those charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even family, gets to take away someone's medical equipment based on false allegations because they don't believe in their disability. My parents wanted to prove I didn't need Bailey. Instead, they proved exactly how much I do need her, and they're facing criminal charges for trying to take her from me. Those are the consequences of disability discrimination, and I'm at peace with them facing every one. My family rehomed my service dog while I was hospitalized, saying I was too disabled to care for him. I'm 24-year-old F, and 4 weeks ago I woke up in a hospital bed, recovering from emergency surgery, to discover that my service dog, Atlas, a 3-year-old German Shepherd who I'd trained for 2 years to help manage my type 1 diabetes and PTSD, who literally saved my life multiple times by alerting to dangerous blood sugar levels, who was my constant companion and medical necessity, had been surrendered to a service dog organization and rehomed to another handler while I was unconscious and unable to consent. My family had decided during the 5 days I was hospitalized after a severe diabetic episode that I was too sick and too irresponsible to properly care for a service dog, so they'd contacted the organization I'd gotten Atlas through and convinced them to take him back and place him with someone they deemed more capable. When I was released from the hospital and learned what they'd done, I was told Atlas had already been placed with his new handler 2 states away, that the decision was final and in everyone's best interest. and that I should focus on my health rather than on keeping a dog I supposedly couldn't handle anyway. My family expected me to accept losing my medical alert service dog, the animal who kept me alive, who'd been specifically trained to detect my dangerous blood sugar swings before they became critical, who I'd bonded with and depended on for my safety and independence, because they'd decided I was too disabled to deserve him. I need to explain my medical situation and why Atlas wasn't just a pet, but genuine medical equipment that kept me alive. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at age 15 and have always struggled with hypoglycemic unawareness, a dangerous condition where I can't feel when my blood sugar drops to critically low levels. Most diabetics get warning symptoms like shakiness, confusion, or sweating when their blood sugar drops, giving them time to treat it before it becomes dangerous. I don't get those warnings, which means my blood sugar can plummet to levels that cause seizures, unconsciousness, or even death without me realizing anything is wrong. I also have PTSD from a traumatic car accident at 18 that left me with severe anxiety, panic attacks, and hypervigilance. The combination of diabetes management and PTSD made daily life incredibly challenging. I was constantly anxious about potential hypoglycemic episodes, had difficulty leaving my apartment alone, struggled with the independence other people my age took for granted. 2 years ago, I applied for a diabetic alert service dog through a reputable organization. After extensive evaluation proving I could properly care for and work with a service dog, I was matched with Atlas, a young German Shepherd with exceptional scent detection abilities and a calm, steady temperament, perfect for medical alert work. Atlas was trained to detect the chemical changes in my breath and sweat that indicate dropping or rising blood sugar, even before my glucose monitor would register dangerous levels. He'd alert me by pawing at my leg, giving me precious minutes to check my blood sugar and treat it before it became critical. He was also trained for deep pressure therapy during panic attacks, could retrieve my medication and glucose tablets, and provided the emotional support and confidence I needed to function independently despite my disabilities. Atlas literally saved my life on at least 6 occasions over the 2 years we worked together, alerting me to blood sugar levels dropping so low I would have lost consciousness without intervention, waking me in the middle of the night when my glucose dropped dangerously while I slept, interrupting panic attacks before they escalated. He wasn't a pet. He was medical equipment that happened to have fur and a wagging tail. My family, parents Christine, 53-year-old female, and Paul, 55 male, and older brother Eric, 28 male, had always been skeptical about Atlas. They thought service dogs were extreme for managing diabetes, said I was using my disabilities as an excuse to have a pet, questioned whether I really needed a service animal when I had a continuous glucose monitor, which alerts to dangerous levels, but often minutes after Atlas would detect the same changes through scent. They also thought I was too irresponsible to handle service dog care. Atlas required daily exercise, training maintenance, grooming, vet care, and proper working etiquette. I took all of this seriously, maintained his training, kept him healthy, ensured he could work effectively in public. But my family saw every normal challenge as evidence I couldn't handle having a service dog. 3 weeks ago, I had a severe hypoglycemic episode at my apartment. Atlas alerted me, but I didn't respond quickly enough and lost consciousness. Atlas is trained for this scenario. He pressed the medical alert button I keep accessible, which contacted emergency services. Paramedics found me unconscious with dangerously low blood sugar and transported me to the hospital. I woke up in the ICU on IV glucose, disoriented and weak. The episode had been bad enough to require emergency intervention and monitoring. I was hospitalized for 5 days while doctors stabilized my blood sugar and adjusted my insulin regimen to prevent future severe lows. During those 5 days, Atlas stayed with my family. I'd made emergency care arrangements with them years ago. If I was ever hospitalized, they'd take Atlas temporarily until I was released. They'd done this before during shorter hospital stays without issues. But this time was different. This time, they'd decided I was too sick to have a service dog and had taken it upon themselves to get rid of Atlas permanently. I was discharged on a Tuesday afternoon feeling weak but stable, ready to go home and reunite with Atlas. My mother picked me up from the hospital and drove me to my apartment. I asked about Atlas immediately. Was he at their house? Would they bring him later? How had he been doing? My mother's face went strange, and she said we needed to talk about Atlas when we got to my apartment. I felt dread building but tried to stay calm, assuming maybe he'd been stressed or had some behavioral issue while I was gone. We got to my apartment and my father and Eric were already there, sitting in my living room with serious expressions. My mother sat me down and said they'd made a difficult decision while I was in the hospital about Atlas. They'd contacted the service dog organization and explained I'd had a severe diabetic episode requiring hospitalization, that they were concerned about my ability to properly care for a service dog given my health challenges, and that they thought it was in Atlas's best interest to be placed with a handler who was more stable and less high risk. The organization, trusting my family's representation that I was unable to care for Atlas, had arranged for him to be surrendered and had already placed him with another diabetic handler in Colorado who'd been on their waiting list. Atlas was gone, rehomed to someone I'd never met, in a state 2,000 miles away, while I was unconscious in a hospital bed, unable to consent or object. I was stunned and then furious. Atlas wasn't a pet they could just rehome because they'd decided he was inconvenient. He was a working service dog, specifically trained for my medical needs, legally protected equipment under the ADA, and my responsibility and right to have. They'd had no legal authority to surrender him without my consent. When I said this, my father said they'd been acting as my emergency contacts and had made a decision they felt was necessary for my safety. That having a service dog was too much responsibility for someone with my health issues. That the recent hospitalization proved I couldn't manage both my diabetes and a dog. That Atlas would be better off with someone healthier. My mother added that the organization had agreed with their concerns once they'd explained my medical situation, had felt that placing Atlas with a more capable handler was appropriate, and that the decision was final. I asked if they understood they'd taken my medical equipment that kept me alive, and given it away without my permission. Eric said I was being dramatic, calling Atlas medical equipment, that he was a dog, and that I could get another one eventually, when I was more stable. But service dogs take years to train and thousands of dollars to acquire. You can't just get another one like replacing a broken glucose monitor. And Atlas wasn't just any service dog. He was my dog, trained specifically for my chemical signature, bonded with me over 2 years of working together. Replacing him would take years of waiting lists, new training, new bonding, new medical alert training. My family had destroyed my medical safety system and my independence because they'd decided I was too disabled to deserve a service dog. I immediately contacted the service dog organization and explained what had happened, that my family had surrendered Atlas without my knowledge or consent while I was hospitalized, that I'd never agreed to give him up, that I wanted him returned immediately. The organization was sympathetic, but said the situation was complicated. They'd acted in good faith based on my family's representation that I couldn't care for Atlas, had already placed him with a new handler who'd bonded with him over the past week, and felt that disrupting that placement might not be in Atlas's best interest. I explained that my family had no legal authority to surrender my service dog, that this was theft of medical equipment, and that I'd pursue legal action if Atlas wasn't returned. The organization said they'd investigate and get back to me. The investigation took 3 days, during which I was home without Atlas for the first time in 2 years, terrified of having a hypoglycemic episode with no alert system beyond my CGM that I knew responded slower than Atlas's scent detection. I was anxious constantly, had multiple panic attacks without Atlas's calming presence, felt my independence and safety had been stolen. The organization finally called back with their conclusion. Based on their review, my family had overstepped by surrendering Atlas without my consent, but the organization also had concerns about my ability to safely maintain a service dog given my recent severe medical episode. They proposed a compromise. I could reapply for a service dog through their program, go through evaluation again, and potentially be matched with a new dog in 1-2 years. This wasn't a compromise. This was them keeping Atlas with his new handler while putting me back at the end of a multi-year waiting list. I'd lost my trained medical alert dog, was being told I'd have to wait years for a replacement, and was expected to accept this because my family had convinced the organization I was too disabled to handle a service dog. I consulted with a disability rights attorney who specialized in service dog law. She reviewed my case, the unauthorized surrender, the organization's response, my medical documentation proving I needed Atlas and had properly cared for him, and said I had strong grounds for legal action against both my family and the organization. We sent demand letters to both, demanding Atlas's immediate return, threatening legal action for violation of ADA rights. Service dogs are protected medical equipment that can't be removed without due process, and documenting the harm caused by removing my medical alert dog without consent. My family's response was dismissive. Their attorney said they'd acted in good faith as emergency contacts, making medical decisions for my welfare, that I could apply for a new service dog if I wanted one, that they weren't responsible for the organization's placement decisions. The service dog organization's response was more concerned. Their attorney acknowledged they may have acted hastily in accepting the surrender without confirming I'd consented, said they'd be willing to discuss resolution, but maintained that Atlas's placement with his new handler had been formalized, and disrupting it would be traumatic for the dog. My attorney pushed harder, pointing out that traumatic for the dog was irrelevant when the surrender had been unauthorized and illegal, that the organization had a legal obligation to return stolen medical equipment to its rightful handler, regardless of how inconvenient that was for them. After 2 weeks of legal pressure, the organization agreed to return Atlas. They'd explain the situation to the new handler in Colorado, would compensate her for the disruption, and would transport Atlas back to me within a week. But they also terminated my partnership with their organization, saying the family conflict and legal action had created an untenable situation. I'd get Atlas back, but I'd have no ongoing support from the organization that had trained him. I didn't care. I wanted Atlas back, regardless of organizational support. Atlas returned after 3 weeks apart. The reunion was emotional and overwhelming. He recognized me immediately, responded to all his commands, and slipped back into his alert work within hours. The organization had told his temporary handler he was being returned to his original partner due to an unauthorized surrender, so at least she understood she'd been part of a situation caused by my family's interference, rather than my genuine inability to care for him. With Atlas safely home, I turned my attention to holding my family accountable for what they'd done. My attorney filed a civil suit against my parents and Eric for conversion, unauthorized taking of property, emotional distress, and violation of my disability rights. The suit sought damages for the 3 weeks Atlas had been gone, during which I'd had 2 additional hypoglycemic episodes without his alerts. My family tried to defend their actions by claiming they'd been protecting me and making medical decisions they thought were necessary. But the evidence destroyed that defense. I'd been a capable handler for 2 years, had properly cared for Atlas, had no complaints from the service dog organization about my handling, and they'd had no legal authority to surrender him without my consent. The court ruled in my favor. My family was ordered to pay damages for emotional distress and for violating my rights under disability law. They were also ordered to have no contact with Atlas and no involvement in any future medical or disability-related decisions for me. The damage to our family relationships was permanent. I cut all contact with my parents and Eric after they refused to apologize, continued to insist they'd done the right thing by trying to take Atlas away, and showed no understanding that what they'd done was theft of medical equipment that endangered my life. I'm 24, living independently with Atlas, who's back to his full medical alert work, no contact with the family who decided I was too disabled to have a service dog. My parents are in their 50s and Eric is 28, all legally barred from interfering with my medical equipment, dealing with the reputation damage of having tried to steal their daughter's service dog. Some extended family thinks I went too far by suing my own parents, that they'd been trying to help, even if their methods were wrong. But they didn't try to help. They stole my medical alert dog while I was unconscious and gave him away because they'd decided I was too sick to deserve him. That deserved legal action, not forgiveness. Atlas alerts me to dangerous blood sugar levels every week, often multiple times. Without him, I'd have had a dozen serious medical episodes in the month since he returned. My family tried to take him away permanently, and I fought back with every legal tool available. I'd sue them again without hesitation. Because no one, not even family, gets to steal your medical equipment because they've decided you're too disabled to have it. They wanted me without Atlas, vulnerable to medical crises. Instead, they got a lawsuit and permanent estrangement while Atlas and I continue our partnership. That's the consequence of deciding someone is too disabled to deserve their service dog. And I'm at peace with it. My family impersonated me to decline my Rhodes Scholarship, giving away my spot. I'm 23-year male, and 3 months ago I discovered that one of the most prestigious academic honors in the world, a Rhodes Scholarship to study at Oxford University, an opportunity awarded to only 32 Americans each year, something I'd worked toward throughout my undergraduate career, had been stolen from me when my own family intercepted my acceptance notification, impersonated me via email to decline the scholarship, and allowed my spot to be given to an alternate candidate. All because they wanted to prevent me from leaving the country and abandoning the family by studying abroad for 2 years. By the time I learned what had happened, my Rhodes Scholarship had been formally withdrawn. The alternate candidate had already begun making plans for Oxford, and I'd lost an opportunity that people spend their entire academic careers hoping for, but that most never receive. The Rhodes Scholarship isn't just impressive on a resume. It's a transformative educational experience that opens doors throughout your career, provides 2 years of fully funded graduate study at one of the world's best universities, and connects you with a network of Rhodes Scholars that includes presidents, Supreme Court justices, CEOs, and leaders across every field. Being selected as a Rhodes Scholar is the kind of achievement that changes the trajectory of your entire life. I'd been chosen from a pool of thousands of applicants after months of intensive interviews and evaluations, and my family had stolen it from me through identity fraud because they didn't want me to move to England for 2 years. I need to explain how much the Rhodes Scholarship meant to me and how thoroughly I'd prepared for the application process. I'd been working toward applying for the Rhodes since my freshman year of college, when my academic advisor mentioned I might be a competitive candidate. The Rhodes Scholarship values not just academic excellence, but leadership, commitment to service, and what they call moral force of character. I'd structured my entire undergraduate experience around building a strong Rhodes application. I maintained a 4.0 GPA while majoring in international relations and economics. I served as president of the student government, founded a nonprofit that provided educational resources to underserved communities, conducted research with professors that resulted in published papers, competed nationally in debate, and volunteered extensively with refugee resettlement organizations. I'd been deliberate and focused about building the kind of profile that Rhodes selection committees look for. The application process itself was grueling. I wrote numerous essays about my academic interests, my service commitments, and my vision for how I'd use a Rhodes Scholarship. I prepared for months for the initial interviews with my university's Rhodes Selection Committee. When I was nominated by my university as one of their endorsed candidates, I prepared even more intensively for the regional selection interviews. The regional interview in November was one of the most challenging intellectual experiences of my life. 2 rounds of questioning by panels of former Rhodes scholars who probed every aspect of my application, challenged my ideas, and tested whether I had the intellectual depth and character they were looking for. I walked out of that interview both exhausted and exhilarated, feeling like I'd given my best possible performance. Then came the waiting. Rhodes scholarship notifications happen in late November or early December. The organization notifies selected scholars first, then eventually informs non-selected candidates that they weren't chosen. I waited for weeks, obsessively checking my email and phone, knowing that a Rhodes notification could come any day. My family knew I was waiting for the decision. I'd told them about applying, about being nominated by my university, about the regional interviews. My parents, Graham, 51 Unale, and Diane, 49 Unale, had been unenthusiastic about the Rhodes from the beginning, expressing concerns about me leaving the country and going so far away for 2 years. My older sister, Morgan, 26 Unale female, had been more openly negative, saying I was abandoning family responsibilities by pursuing opportunities abroad. I dismissed their concerns, explaining that a Rhodes scholarship was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I had to pursue regardless of geographic distance, that I'd be back after 2 years with an Oxford degree and incredible professional opportunities, that this was about my future and my career, not about staying close to family. They'd seemed to accept this, though they remained unenthusiastic. I thought their lack of support was disappointing, but ultimately my decision to make. What I didn't know was that they'd decided to make the decision for me by intercepting my Rhodes acceptance and declining it without my knowledge. The way I discovered what happened was almost accidental. In late February, 3 months after Rhodes notifications typically go out, I received an email from the Rhodes Trust Office asking if I'd received the package of materials they'd sent to my UK address and confirming that I'd completed my visa application as instructed. I was confused. I hadn't been selected as a Rhodes scholar. I'd assumed that weeks of no notification meant I hadn't been chosen. What UK address? What visa application? I replied, explaining that I hadn't received any package and didn't have a UK address, and that I'd assumed I hadn't been selected since I'd never received a notification. The response I got shocked me. The Rhodes Trust administrator said they were confused because I'd been selected as a Rhodes scholar in early December, had been notified via email at that time, had acknowledged receipt of the notification via email, and had initially accepted the scholarship. Then, 2 weeks after accepting, I'd sent another email declining the scholarship, citing personal circumstances that made it impossible to attend Oxford. They'd given my spot to the alternate candidate, who was now preparing to start at Oxford in October. I hadn't sent any of these emails. I'd never received a notification that I'd been selected. I'd never accepted the scholarship or declined it. Someone had been impersonating me via email, had acknowledged my selection, had accepted the Rhodes, then had declined it 2 weeks later. I immediately called the Rhodes Trust Office and explained that I hadn't sent those emails, that someone must have hacked my account or impersonated me. The administrator I spoke with was concerned and said they'd need to investigate what happened. They forwarded me copies of the email exchanges. The initial notification had been sent to my university email address in early December. Someone had replied from that same email address acknowledging receipt and accepting the scholarship. 2 weeks later, another email from my account had declined the scholarship, stating, "After careful consideration and discussion with my family, I've decided I need to remain in the United States due to family obligations and cannot accept the Rhodes scholarship. I apologize for the late notice and hope the alternate candidate can still take the position." Someone had accessed my email account, had intercepted my Rhodes acceptance notification, had accepted on my behalf, then had declined 2 weeks later, giving my spot away. The only people who'd known I was waiting for a Rhodes decision and who had reasons to want me to stay in the United States were my family. I checked my university email account immediately, looked at the login history and sent folder. There were logins from IP addresses I didn't recognize in early December, around the time the Rhodes notification would have been sent. The acceptance and declination emails were in my sent folder, but I hadn't sent them. Someone had accessed my email account, had monitored it for the Rhodes notification, had intercepted it when it arrived, and had impersonated me to decline the scholarship. I reported the email hacking to my university's IT security department. They investigated and traced the unauthorized logins to IP addresses that matched my parents' home address, where I'd been staying during winter break when the Rhodes notification would have been sent. My family had accessed my email while I was staying with them, had found my Rhodes acceptance notification, and had impersonated me to decline the scholarship. When I confronted them, my mother initially tried to claim she didn't know what I was talking about. But when I showed her the login records tracing the unauthorized access to their home IP address, she broke down and admitted what they'd done. She said they'd been terrified of me moving to England for 2 years, that they'd seen the Rhodes notification come through when they'd checked my email. I'd left my laptop open at their house during break, and they'd panicked. My father had suggested they decline the scholarship on my behalf before I saw the notification, reasoning that if I never knew I'd been selected, I wouldn't be disappointed about losing something I didn't know I'd had. They'd accepted first to buy themselves time to think about it, then had declined 2 weeks later after convincing themselves it was better for the family if I stayed in the United States. Morgan had been involved too. She'd helped draft the declination email and had encouraged our parents to go through with the plan. They'd stolen my Rhodes scholarship, one of the most prestigious academic honors in the world, by hacking my email and impersonating me, all to prevent me from studying abroad. I was devastated and furious beyond anything I'd experienced before. The Rhodes Scholarship isn't something you can just reapply for. You're only eligible during your senior year of college or within 2 years of graduation, and most scholars are selected during their senior year. I'd missed my window because my family had stolen my acceptance. I immediately contacted the Rhodes Trust and explained in detail what had happened, that my family had hacked my email, intercepted my acceptance, and impersonated me to decline the scholarship without my knowledge. I provided the IT security report from my university showing the unauthorized email access from my parents' IP address, and I begged them to reconsider and restore my scholarship. The Rhodes Trust was sympathetic but firm. My spot had been given to the alternate candidate 3 months ago. That person had already made plans to attend Oxford, had turned down other opportunities, had their visa processed, and had begun preparing for their Rhodes experience. The trust couldn't disrupt that person's scholarship to restore mine, even though I'd been the victim of identity fraud. They said I could apply for other Oxford programs independently and might be eligible for Rhodes consideration for graduate work after my first Oxford degree. But the direct Rhodes scholarship I'd earned was gone. I'd lost one of the most prestigious opportunities in academic life because my family had committed identity fraud. I filed police reports against my parents and Morgan for unauthorized access to computer systems, identity theft, and fraud. What they'd done wasn't just morally wrong, it was criminal. They'd hacked my email account, had impersonated me to a prestigious international organization, and had done so with the specific intent of preventing me from accepting an opportunity I'd earned. I also consulted with an attorney about civil action for the damages caused by their fraud. The lost Rhodes scholarship, the lost educational and career opportunities, the emotional distress. The criminal investigation was straightforward. My family had accessed my email without authorization, a crime, had impersonated me via electronic communication, another crime, and had done so with intent to interfere with my acceptance of an academic opportunity, fraud. When interviewed by police, my mother tried to minimize what they'd done, saying they'd made a mistake, but had been trying to protect the family. The detective wasn't sympathetic. They'd committed multiple felonies to sabotage their son's academic achievement. All three were charged with unauthorized computer access, identity theft, and fraud. The charges were serious, with potential jail time for each count. My family's attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal, arguing they'd been misguided parents who'd made poor choices but hadn't meant permanent harm. But the harm was permanent. I'd lost a Rhodes Scholarship that couldn't be recovered. The case attracted media attention when the story emerged. Family hacks email to decline son's Rhodes Scholarship. Several news outlets covered it as an extreme example of parental interference and identity fraud. The publicity actually helped in one unexpected way. It brought my situation to the attention of the Rhodes Trust leadership. While they couldn't restore my original scholarship, they made a highly unusual decision to create an additional scholarship position specifically for my case, citing the extraordinary circumstances of identity fraud that had caused me to decline. I'd be able to attend Oxford on a Rhodes Scholarship after all, just delayed by a year from when I'd originally been selected. The criminal case ended in convictions for all three family members. My parents received jail sentences of 6 months each, suspended to probation, significant fines, and restitution covering my legal costs and the damages from the delayed scholarship. Morgan received similar sentencing. They were also permanently banned from accessing any of my accounts or communications, a formal restraining order ensuring they couldn't interfere with my Oxford experience. I'm 23, preparing to start at Oxford next fall on a Rhodes Scholarship that my family tried to steal through email hacking and identity fraud. My parents are in their early 50s, and Morgan is 26, all convicted of computer crimes and fraud, publicly known as the family who hacked their son's email to decline his Rhodes Scholarship. Some distant relatives think I was too harsh prosecuting my family, that they'd been overprotective parents who'd made a mistake. But they didn't make a mistake. They committed multiple felonies to steal an academic opportunity I'd worked years to earn. I'll be at Oxford next year despite their sabotage. They'll be dealing with criminal records, and the knowledge that their attempt to keep me close permanently destroyed our relationship. I'd press charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even family who can't handle you leaving, gets to hack your email and impersonate you to decline a Rhodes Scholarship. They wanted me to never know I'd been selected. Instead, I'm going to Oxford with a Rhodes Scholarship that was restored specifically because of their criminal fraud. That's the consequence of stealing someone's achievements through identity theft, and I'm at peace with holding them accountable while preparing for Oxford. My family impersonated me to decline my medical school acceptance so I'd stay home as caregiver. I'm 22-year-old F, and 6 weeks ago I discovered that I'm not starting medical school this fall because my family impersonated me to decline my acceptance, all so I'd stay home to provide unpaid care for my grandfather, instead of pursuing the medical career I'd worked toward for years. I'd been accepted to 3 medical schools last spring, after a grueling application process, chose the University of Washington School of Medicine as my top choice, and thought everything was set for me to begin this August. Then I received an email from UW Medicine in late July, asking if I'd reconsidered my decision to decline their offer, and whether I'd be interested in reapplying next year. I hadn't declined their offer. I'd accepted it months ago, had signed my enrollment agreement, had paid my deposit, had completed all the prerequisite paperwork and background checks. Or at least, I thought I had. I immediately called the admissions office in a panic, said there must be a mistake, that I'd accepted their offer and definitely wanted to attend. The admissions counselor was confused and pulled up my file. She said they'd received an email from my account in June, formally declining the acceptance and withdrawing from the incoming class, citing personal family circumstances requiring me to delay medical education. The email had thanked them for the opportunity and said I hoped to reapply in the future. I'd never sent that email. I showed the counselor my sent folder. No such email existed. She forwarded me the withdrawal email they'd received and my stomach dropped when I saw it had come from my personal email address. Someone had accessed my email account and impersonated me to decline my medical school acceptance. The counselor was sympathetic, but said that based on the withdrawal email, they'd offered my spot to someone on their wait list weeks ago. The incoming class was full. She said if I could prove the withdrawal wasn't from me, they'd investigate. But they couldn't simply reinstate me without evidence of identity theft or fraud. I immediately checked my email account's login history. There were login attempts from an IP address I didn't recognize in mid-June, around the time the withdrawal email would have been sent. The IP address was registered to my parents' house. Someone had logged into my email from their home computer and sent the withdrawal email posing as me. My parents are Martin, 54-year-old, and Joyce, 51-year-old. I'm their only daughter, have two younger brothers, Felix, 19-year-old, and Soren, 16-year-old. I'd been living at home while completing my post-baccalaureate pre-medical coursework over the past year after graduating college, saving money and preparing for medical school. My grandfather, Harold, 78-year-old, my mother's father, was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease 2 years ago. His condition has been progressively worsening, and he now needs assistance with daily activities, mobility support, medication management, meal preparation, transportation to appointments. He lives alone about 20 minutes from my parents' house, refuses to move to assisted living, and needs someone checking on him daily. For the past year, my mother has been managing most of Harold's care while working part-time. It's been exhausting for her. She's constantly stressed, running between our house and Harold's, trying to coordinate his medical appointments and care needs. My father has been pressuring her to either convince Harold to move to assisted living or hire professional caregivers. But my mother feels guilty about both options, and Harold is resistant to any changes. When I got accepted to medical school and announced I'd be moving to Seattle for school in August, my mother had seemed happy for me, but also stressed about how she'd manage Harold's care without my help. I'd been assisting with Harold's care occasionally when my mother needed help, but I'd assumed once I left for medical school, my parents would figure out alternative arrangements, hire caregivers, convince Harold to move to assisted living, or have my father take on more responsibility. Apparently, my mother had decided on a different solution: keep me home by sabotaging my medical school enrollment. I confronted my parents that evening with the evidence. The admissions office's email showing my acceptance had been declined, the login history showing access from their IP address, the withdrawal email I'd never sent. I demanded to know which of them had accessed my email and impersonated me to decline my medical school acceptance. My mother broke down almost immediately and admitted she'd done it. She said she'd been desperate for help with Harold's care, that she couldn't handle managing his needs alone while working, that she'd panicked about me leaving right when she needed me most. She said she'd logged into my email account. She knew my password from when she'd helped me set up the account years ago, and sent the withdrawal email thinking she could buy time to figure out care arrangements for Harold. She claimed she'd been planning to tell me eventually and help me reapply to medical schools for next year, that she just needed me to stay home for 1 more year to help with the transition of getting Harold into assisted living or finding appropriate caregivers. That she'd thought 1 year of delayed medical school wouldn't really matter in the long run. But she hadn't told me. She'd let me continue believing I was enrolled at UW Medicine, had let me prepare to move to Seattle, had watched me complete all my pre-matriculation requirements, all while knowing she'd withdrawn my acceptance months ago and my spot had been given to someone else. My father claimed he hadn't known about the email, but when I pressed him, he admitted my mother had told him weeks ago what she'd done. He'd argued with her about it, told her she needed to tell me the truth, but ultimately hadn't told me himself because it was her decision to share or not. So, both my parents had known for weeks that my medical school acceptance had been sabotaged, and neither had told me. They'd let me discover it accidentally through the admissions office's email, less than 4 weeks before I was supposed to start school. I was devastated and furious. Medical school admission is incredibly competitive. Acceptance rates at most schools are under 5%. I'd applied to 8 schools, been accepted to 3, had chosen UW Medicine because it was my top choice, and had offered me the best financial aid package. And my mother had thrown that opportunity away without my knowledge or consent because she needed me to stay home to help with my grandfather's care. When I said I'd try to get reinstated or apply to other medical schools for late admission, my mother said that was unrealistic and I should accept reality and help the family for a year. That Harold needed me, that family came first, that medical school would still be there next year. But it wouldn't. Medical school admissions are year-long processes. Even if I reapplied immediately, I wouldn't start until next fall, meaning I'd lost a full year. And there was no guarantee I'd be accepted again, or that I'd receive the same financial aid packages, or that my application would be as strong after a gap year as it had been coming directly from my post-bac program. My mother had potentially destroyed my medical career trajectory because she'd decided her father's care was more important than my education and future. I moved out that night, packed my essential belongings, drove to my friend Mira's apartment 3 hours away, and cut contact with my parents. I wasn't staying in a house with people who'd commit fraud to trap me there as unpaid caregiving labor. I contacted a lawyer the next day to discuss legal options. The lawyer said what my mother had done, accessing my email without permission and impersonating me to decline my medical school acceptance, was identity theft and fraud. These are crimes that could be prosecuted, though prosecution would be complicated by the family relationship and the fact that I'd shared my password with her years ago, even though I hadn't authorized her to use it to impersonate me. More immediately, the lawyer suggested I document everything, contact the medical schools directly with evidence of the fraud, and request they reinstate my acceptance or provide special consideration given the circumstances. I called UW Medicine admissions and explained the full situation. My mother had accessed my email account without authorization and impersonated me to send the withdrawal email. I had evidence of the fraud, and I was requesting reinstatement given that my withdrawal had been done by someone else without my knowledge or consent. The admissions counselor escalated my case to the Associate Dean of Admissions. The dean was sympathetic but explained that even with evidence of identity theft, they couldn't simply reinstate me. Their incoming class was full. They had waitlisted students who'd already been offered spots after my withdrawal, and changing enrollment now would be unfair to those students and logistically complicated. However, the dean offered an alternative. If I could provide documentation proving the withdrawal was fraudulent, police report, legal statement, etc., they'd guarantee my admission for the following year's class and would work with financial aid to match or exceed the aid package I'd been offered originally. It wasn't the immediate enrollment I'd wanted, but it was a commitment that I'd have a spot next year without going through the full application process again. I took it. Getting the documentation proving fraud required filing a police report against my mother. My lawyer advised that to establish the withdrawal email was unauthorized impersonation, I needed official documentation that a crime had occurred. That meant formally reporting my mother to law enforcement for identity theft and fraud. I struggled with this decision. Reporting your own mother for a crime, potentially leading to criminal charges, felt like an extreme step. But she'd sabotaged my medical school enrollment through illegal actions, accessing my accounts without permission, and impersonating me to decline my acceptance. If I didn't report it officially, I couldn't prove to UW Medicine that the withdrawal had been fraud. I filed the police report, provided the evidence, the email login history showing access from my parents' IP address, the withdrawal email I'd never sent, my mother's admission that she'd impersonated me, and the admissions office's documentation that my acceptance had been declined based on that fraudulent email. The police investigated and interviewed my mother. She admitted to accessing my email and sending the withdrawal email, claimed she'd done it out of desperation over Harold's care situation, and had planned to tell me eventually. The police charged her with identity theft, a felony in our state when done to defraud or harm someone. My father wasn't charged, but was interviewed as a witness, since he'd known about the fraud and hadn't reported it or told me. The family response was explosive. My mother's relatives, including Harold, whose care had ostensibly been the reason for this whole situation, were horrified that she'd sabotaged my medical school enrollment. Harold said he'd never asked anyone to sacrifice their education for him, that he'd rather move to assisted living than have his granddaughter lose her career opportunity because of him. My father's family was divided. Some thought I was vindictive for pressing criminal charges against my mother over what they saw as a misguided but well-intentioned attempt to manage family caregiving. Others were appalled that my mother had committed fraud, to trap me at home, and supported my decision to hold her legally accountable. Felix and Soren, my younger brothers, were caught in the middle. Both initially sided with our parents, saying I was overreacting and destroying the family by pressing charges. But when I showed them the evidence, the forged withdrawal email, the proof my mother had impersonated me, the fact that she'd let me continue thinking I was enrolled when she'd sabotaged my acceptance months ago, their perspectives shifted. Felix said he hadn't realized the extent of what our mother had done, that he'd thought it was a miscommunication rather than deliberate fraud. He apologized for initially defending her and said he understood why I'd taken legal action. Soren, who's still in high school living at home, was conflicted. He understood I'd been wronged, but was dealing with the chaos at home. Our mother facing criminal charges, our father stressed and defensive, family members taking sides, Harold's care situation still unresolved. Harold himself was mortified. He told my mother he'd never wanted anyone to sacrifice their future for his care, that what she'd done was unconscionable, and that he was moving to assisted living immediately to ensure no one else's life was disrupted by his needs. He moved into a care facility within 2 weeks and has been doing well there with professional support. So, the entire justification for my mother's fraud, that Harold needed family care that only I could provide, was revealed as unnecessary. Harold was willing and able to move to assisted living all along. My mother had simply wanted to avoid that option and had decided to sacrifice my career instead of accepting the obvious solution. The criminal case progressed. My mother's lawyer tried to negotiate a plea deal, but I wasn't interested in dropping the charges. She'd committed fraud that cost me a year of medical education and could have destroyed my career if UW-Medicine hadn't agreed to guarantee admission for next year. That deserved legal consequences. The case went to trial 3 months after I'd filed the police report. The evidence was overwhelming. The email login history, the forged withdrawal email, admissions documentation showing the impact of the fraud, and my mother's own admission that she'd impersonated me. The jury convicted her of identity theft. She was sentenced to 18 months of probation, 200 hours of community service, ordered to pay restitution for my legal fees and the financial harm caused by the delayed medical school enrollment, and required to complete counseling focused on family boundaries and manipulation. My relationship with my parents is destroyed, probably permanently. My mother maintains she was trying to help the family, even though she'd sabotaged my career through criminal fraud. My father says I've ruined everything by pressing charges instead of working it out privately. But there was no private solution. My mother had committed a crime that cost me a year of medical education and could have ended my medical career entirely. She'd shown no remorse until facing legal consequences, had planned to let me stay home for a year or longer, helping with Harold's care before eventually telling me what she'd done. That's not family helping family. That's criminal manipulation and exploitation. I'm 22, starting medical school next fall instead of this fall because my mother impersonated me to decline my acceptance. No contact with my parents beyond what's required for legal proceedings. My mother is 54, convicted felon on probation, estranged from her daughter. My father is 54, complicit in the fraud, also estranged. Harold is 78, living in assisted living where he's happy and well cared for, horrified by what his daughter did to his granddaughter. Some relatives still think I should have handled this privately, that criminal charges were excessive. But my mother committed identity theft that sabotaged my medical education. That required legal accountability, not private family mediation. I'll start medical school next fall with guaranteed admission and financial aid matching my original offer. I lost 1 year, but I protected my career by refusing to let my family trap me as unpaid caregiver through fraud. My mother wanted me to stay home to help with Harold's care. She got a criminal conviction, probation, and permanent estrangement instead. Those are the consequences of impersonating your daughter to sabotage her medical school enrollment. And I'm at peace with her facing them while I pursue the medical career she tried to steal from me. My family filed false teacher misconduct reports to destroy my credentials before I could start teaching. I'm 23 EURFF, and 7 weeks ago I learned that my teaching credential, the license I'd spent 4 years of college and a year of student teaching earning, the certification that would allow me to finally start my career as a high school English teacher, had been suspended indefinitely following an investigation into credible allegations of inappropriate conduct with students that were completely fabricated by my own family. The allegations claimed I'd had inappropriate communications with students during my student teaching placement, had crossed professional boundaries in ways that raised serious safeguarding concerns, and had demonstrated behavior that made me unsuitable for working with minors. Every single allegation was a deliberate lie, but the investigation process meant I couldn't start the teaching job I'd already been hired for, and by the time I proved the allegations were false, the school had filled my position with someone else. My family didn't file these false reports because they genuinely believed I was a danger to students. They did it because I'd refused to abandon my teaching career to help run their struggling tutoring center. And they'd decided that if I wouldn't work for them voluntarily, they'd destroy my teaching credentials so I'd have no choice but to join their business or face unemployment in the only field I'd ever wanted to work in. I need to explain how passionate I am about teaching and why this wasn't just a job, but the culmination of everything I'd worked for since I was 16. I've wanted to be a high school English teacher for as long as I can remember. I love literature, love working with teenagers during that crucial developmental period, and believe deeply in the transformative power of education and literacy. I wasn't just pursuing teaching as a career, it was a genuine calling. I worked incredibly hard through my undergraduate education, maintained a 3.8 GPA while working part-time, volunteered as a tutor and literacy mentor, and completed a rigorous student teaching placement at a well-regarded public high school. My cooperating teacher gave me outstanding evaluations, said I had natural rapport with students and real talent for making complex literature accessible and engaging. The principal at my placement school told me I'd be an asset to any English department and wrote me a glowing recommendation letter. I applied for teaching positions in spring of my credential year and was offered a job at a good high school teaching 10th and 11th grade English, exactly what I'd hoped for. The contract started in August, giving me the summer to prepare curriculum and get ready for my first year as a professional teacher. My family's reaction to my job offer was less enthusiastic than I'd expected. My parents, Diane, 49-year-old female, and Marcus, 52-year-old male, run a private tutoring center that's been struggling financially. They've been pressuring me for the past 2 years to join their business as a tutor instead of pursuing public school teaching, saying I could make more money in private tutoring and would have the flexibility of working for family. I've always declined, explaining that I want to teach in public schools where I can reach students who might not have access to expensive private tutoring, that I want to be part of a school community, that classroom teaching is what I've prepared for and what I'm passionate about. My parents would get frustrated and say I was being idealistic and naive, that public school teaching was thankless and underpaid, that I should think about practical considerations like working for family. But I held firm. Teaching was my career path, not theirs. When I told them I'd accepted the high school position, my mother cried and said I was abandoning the family business when we need you most. My father said I was being selfish by pursuing my own career instead of helping them keep the tutoring center afloat. My older sister, Shannon, 26-year-old female, who works as the center's office manager, said I was letting the family down. I tried to explain that their tutoring center wasn't my responsibility, that I had my own career to build, that they should hire qualified tutors if they needed staff, rather than expecting me to sacrifice my teaching plans for their business needs. They seemed to accept this, though they were clearly unhappy. I thought the issue was settled and spent June and July preparing for my teaching position, developing lesson plans, reading the texts I'd be teaching, attending new teacher orientation at my school. Then in early August, 3 weeks before school was scheduled to start, I received a certified letter from the state's Teacher Certification Board informing me that my teaching credential had been placed on emergency suspension pending investigation, following serious allegations of professional misconduct during student teaching placement. The letter said multiple complaints had been filed, alleging I'd engaged in inappropriate communications with students, had violated professional boundaries, and had demonstrated behavior that raised significant safeguarding concerns. The investigation would take 4 to 6 weeks minimum, and I was prohibited from working in any capacity with minors until it was resolved. My teaching credential, the license I needed to start my job in 3 weeks, was suspended based on allegations I knew nothing about. I was stunned and terrified. I immediately called the certification board to understand what allegations had been filed and by whom. The investigator assigned to my case, a woman named Ms. Patterson, explained that they'd received 3 separate formal complaints about my conduct during student teaching, all alleging variations of the same concerns: inappropriate communications with students outside class hours, boundary violations like sharing personal social media with students, and concerning behaviors that suggested I might pose a risk to student safety. I told Ms. Patterson these allegations were completely false. I'd maintained strict professional boundaries during student teaching, had never communicated with students outside school-approved channels, had been extremely careful about safeguarding and appropriate conduct because I knew how important these standards were. Ms. Patterson said she understood, but that the board had to take all complaints seriously, especially when multiple complaints alleged similar concerns. She said the investigation would involve contacting my student teaching placement school, reviewing any documentation of my interactions with students, and interviewing the complainants. I asked who had filed the complaints. Ms. Patterson said the complaints were confidential, but that they'd come from concerned parties with knowledge of my student teaching placement. I contacted my cooperating teacher from student teaching, Mrs. Rodriguez, and explained that I'd been suspended pending investigation of misconduct allegations. She was shocked and said she'd observed my teaching for an entire semester and had never seen any inappropriate conduct. I'd been professional, maintained appropriate boundaries, and had been an exemplary student teacher. I also contacted the principal of my placement school, who confirmed they'd received no complaints about my conduct during my student teaching and would fully cooperate with the investigation to clear my name. Meanwhile, I had to notify the high school that had hired me that I couldn't start the position because my credential was suspended, pending investigation. The principal was sympathetic, but said they needed a credentialed teacher for the position and couldn't hold it indefinitely while I cleared up the allegations. They'd have to hire someone else. I was losing my teaching position, the job I'd worked 4 years for, because of false allegations I couldn't even defend against yet. The investigation took 5 weeks. Ms. Patterson interviewed my cooperating teacher, the principal, several other teachers from my placement school, and reviewed all documentation of my student teaching. Every single person interviewed confirmed I'd maintained appropriate professional boundaries, had never engaged in inappropriate communications with students, and had been an exemplary student teacher. There was zero evidence supporting the allegations because the allegations were completely fabricated. Ms. Patterson also interviewed the complainants, and this is when I learned who had filed the false reports. The 3 complaints had been filed by my mother Diane, my father Marcus, and my sister Shannon. They'd claimed to have knowledge of my student teaching conduct through conversations with students' parents, completely false, and through concerning things I'd told them about my interactions with students, also false. They'd filed detailed complaints alleging specific incidents of inappropriate conduct, all made up, all designed to sound credible enough to trigger an investigation, all timed to happen right before I was supposed to start my teaching job. When confronted by the investigator about their evidence for these allegations, my family couldn't provide any actual proof. No names of parents who'd supposedly expressed concerns, no documentation of the incidents they'd described, nothing beyond their own statements that they had legitimate concerns about my conduct. The investigation concluded that the allegations were unfounded and likely filed in bad faith. My credential suspension was lifted. I was cleared of all allegations, and the board noted in my file that the complaints had been determined to be false and malicious. But the damage was done. The investigation had taken 5 weeks. The school year had already started. My position had been filled, and I'd lost my first teaching job because of false allegations my own family had filed to sabotage my career. I confronted my family immediately after my credential was reinstated, demanded to know why they'd filed false misconduct allegations with the certification board, knowing it would destroy my teaching job and potentially end my career before it started. My mother initially tried to deny they'd been behind the complaints, but when I showed her the investigation report naming them as complainants, she broke down and admitted they'd done it. She said they'd been desperate to get me to work at the tutoring center, that they'd thought if my teaching job fell through, I'd have to join their business, that they'd filed the complaints assuming they'd just delay my start date rather than cost me the position entirely. My father was less apologetic. He said they'd done what was necessary for the family business, that they'd needed me at the tutoring center and I'd been stubborn about refusing to help, that filing the complaints had been their way of creating an opportunity for me to reconsider working for them. Shannon defended their actions by saying the tutoring center was family and should come before my selfish career plans, that I had a responsibility to help family first, teaching second. They deliberately filed false allegations of professional misconduct with my licensing board, allegations that could have permanently destroyed my teaching career because I'd refused to abandon my career plans to work in their struggling business. I told them what they'd done was criminal. Filing false reports to a professional licensing board is fraud, and doing so with the intent to prevent me from working in my chosen field was targeted harassment. I'd be reporting them to the police and pursuing every legal avenue to hold them accountable. My mother begged me not to involve police, said they'd made a terrible mistake, but were still family. My father said I was being vindictive by threatening legal action over what he called a family disagreement about career choices. But this wasn't a disagreement about career choices. This was deliberate filing of false professional misconduct allegations that had cost me my teaching position and could have ended my career permanently. I filed a police report for filing false reports and for fraud. I also filed a formal complaint with the Teacher Certification Board requesting they investigate my family for misuse of the complaint system and potentially ban them from filing future complaints. I consulted with an employment attorney about suing for the damages caused by the false allegations, loss of my teaching position, harm to my professional reputation, emotional distress from being investigated for misconduct I didn't commit. The criminal investigation moved quickly. My family had filed detailed written complaints to the certification board, making specific factual allegations that were provably false. They'd named incidents that never happened, quoted concerned parents who didn't exist, and had done so with the clear intent of preventing me from starting my teaching job. When interviewed by police, my father admitted they'd filed the complaints to create pressure for me to join the family business instead of teaching. He tried to claim they'd genuinely believed I might be unsuitable for teaching based on things I'd said, but couldn't provide any evidence for this claim. And the investigation had already proven all their allegations were false. All three were charged with filing false reports to a government agency and with fraud. The charges were serious. Filing false professional misconduct allegations to damage someone's career is a crime with potential jail time and permanent records. My family's attorney tried to negotiate, saying they'd made poor choices, but hadn't meant to cause permanent harm, that they'd been under financial stress from the struggling tutoring business. The prosecutor wasn't sympathetic. They'd deliberately filed false allegations of child safety concerns to sabotage their daughter's career. That showed malicious intent and deserved prosecution. The case ended in guilty pleas for all three. My parents were sentenced to probation, fines, and community service. Shannon received similar sentencing. All three were also permanently barred by the certification board from filing any future complaints about teachers. Their abuse of the complaint system had been flagged in the state database. They were also ordered to pay restitution covering my legal costs, the salary I'd lost from missing my teaching position, and damages for the harm to my professional reputation. The civil suit I filed resulted in additional damages. The court agreed that my family's actions had been malicious interference with employment and awarded me compensation for lost wages and emotional distress. But money and criminal convictions couldn't give me back my first teaching position. That job was gone, filled by another teacher who'd started when I'd been unable to because of my family's false allegations. I had to spend the fall semester substitute teaching while applying for new positions. Several principals I interviewed with asked about the credential suspension that showed up in the state database. Even though it had been lifted and marked as unfounded, the fact that it had occurred at all raised questions. I'd explained that my family had filed false allegations to sabotage my career, which usually satisfied the principals once they saw the investigation conclusion, but it was still an uncomfortable conversation to have in every job interview. I finally secured a full-time teaching position starting in January at a different high school, not the school I'd originally been hired at, and starting mid-year rather than at the beginning of the school year like I'd planned, but still a good position teaching English to juniors and seniors. I'm now 5 months into my teaching career, loving the work despite the delayed and difficult start. My students are engaged, my administrators are supportive, and I'm building the teaching career my family tried to destroy. I'm 23, teaching high school English. No contact with the family who filed false misconduct allegations to sabotage my credential. My parents are 49 and 52. My sister is 26, all with criminal records for filing false reports, still struggling to keep their tutoring center running without the free labor they'd tried to force me to provide. Some extended family thinks I went too far by prosecuting my parents and sister, that they were desperate about their business, and I should have been more understanding. But they filed false allegations that I'd engaged in inappropriate conduct with students, allegations that could have permanently destroyed my teaching career, because I wouldn't abandon my career to work for them. That deserved prosecution, not understanding. Their tutoring center closed 4 months after their convictions became public. Parents don't want to send their children to a tutoring center run by people convicted of filing false child safety allegations. The business they'd tried to trap me into is gone. And I'm teaching, building the career they tried to prevent me from having. I'd press charges again without hesitation. Because no one, not even family desperate to save their business, gets to file false allegations of professional misconduct with students to sabotage your teaching career. They wanted me trapped working for them. Instead, they got criminal records, and I got the teaching career I'd worked for, just with a rougher start than I'd planned. That's the consequence of filing false reports to destroy someone's professional credentials. And I'm at peace with every action I took to hold them accountable. My family filed false security reports to revoke my military commission before I could deploy. I'm 24-year-old vet, and 10 weeks ago I learned that my commission as a second lieutenant in the United States Army, a rank I'd earned through 4 years of ROTC training, a position that would have launched my career as a military officer, had been revoked following a security clearance investigation that found me unsuitable for military service, based on fabricated reports of concerning foreign contacts, financial irresponsibility, and personal conduct issues that made me a security risk. Every allegation was a complete lie deliberately filed by my own family, who discovered I was being deployed to Germany for 3 years and were determined to prevent me from leaving the country by destroying my security clearance and getting my commission revoked before I could report for active duty. The loss of my commission wasn't just losing a job. It meant the end of a military career I'd prepared for throughout college, the forfeiture of my ROTC scholarship that had paid for my education, which I'd now have to repay since I couldn't serve, and the permanent mark on my record that I'd had a security clearance revoked, which would make it nearly impossible to work in any government or defense-related field in the future. Within 3 weeks of my commission being revoked, I went from being a newly commissioned Army officer preparing for my first assignment to being unemployed, in debt for my education costs, and effectively blacklisted from military and government service because my family had filed false reports with investigators to sabotage my security clearance. I need to explain how committed I've been to military service and why this commission represented everything I'd worked toward since deciding to join ROTC as a college freshman. I'd always been drawn to military service, the structure, the mission of serving something larger than yourself, the opportunity to lead and make a difference. When I started college, I joined Army ROTC and received a 4-year scholarship that covered my tuition in exchange for a commitment to serve as an Army officer after graduation. ROTC training was demanding. Physical training at 5:30 a.m. several days a week, military science classes, leadership labs, field training exercises, summer training programs at Fort Knox. On top of my regular academic coursework in international relations, I was essentially doing military officer training throughout my undergraduate years. I thrived in this environment, was selected for leadership positions within my ROTC battalion, and graduated with distinguished military graduate honors. Being commissioned as a second lieutenant was one of the proudest moments of my life. My family attended the ceremony. My parents, Richard, 53-year-old male, and Susan, 51-year-old female. My younger brother, Tyler, 21-year-old male, and seemed happy for me, though they'd always been lukewarm about my military commitment. After commissioning, I received my first duty assignment. 3 years stationed in Germany with an infantry unit. I was excited, living abroad, leading soldiers, starting my military career in a meaningful role. I was scheduled to report for active duty in late September, which gave me the summer to prepare for the move. My family's reaction to the Germany assignment was immediately negative. My mother said 3 years was too long to be so far away, that Germany was dangerous. It's not. And that I should request a stateside assignment instead. My father said I was abandoning family responsibilities by going overseas. Tyler was more blunt. He said I was selfish for choosing military service over staying close to family. I tried to explain that this was my career, that I'd committed to serve wherever the Army sent me, that 3 years in Germany was an incredible opportunity. They seemed to accept this reluctantly, though they kept making comments about me leaving them. What I didn't know was that they'd decided to prevent my deployment by sabotaging my security clearance, the background investigation that determines whether you're trustworthy enough to access classified information and serve in sensitive military positions. All military officers require security clearances, and the investigation process is thorough. Investigators interview family, friends, employers, and neighbors, review financial records, check criminal history, and assess whether there are any factors that might make you a security risk. The investigation for my clearance had begun during my senior year of ROTC and had initially cleared without issues. But security clearances are subject to continuous evaluation, and new information can trigger additional investigation even after initial clearance. About 6 weeks before I was supposed to report for active duty, I received notice that my security clearance was under review, following receipt of information indicating potential security concerns. The notice was vague about what information had been reported, just saying that investigators needed to conduct additional interviews and review additional documentation. I was told to continue preparing for my deployment while the investigation proceeded, but that I couldn't officially report for active duty until the clearance review was completed. I was anxious but not overly concerned. I hadn't done anything that would be a security issue. I had no criminal record, my finances were in good order, I had no foreign contacts that would raise flags. I assumed this was a bureaucratic issue that would be resolved quickly. Then, the investigation intensified. I was called in for multiple interviews with investigators who asked detailed questions about my foreign contacts, my financial situation, and my personal conduct. They showed me copies of reports that had been filed claiming that I had unreported regular contact with foreign nationals, including a romantic relationship with a Russian national. Completely false. I'd never dated anyone from Russia or had romantic involvement with foreign nationals. That I had significant undisclosed debt and was living beyond my means, in ways that could make me vulnerable to foreign influence or bribery. False. I had normal student loans and credit card debt, nothing unusual or concerning. That I had engaged in risky personal conduct, including substance abuse, and concerning associations with individuals involved in illegal activities. Also false. I'd never used illegal drugs and didn't associate with criminals. Every single allegation was a lie, but they were specific enough and supposedly came from credible sources with direct knowledge that investigators had to take them seriously. I denied everything, provided documentation showing my actual financial situation was fine, provided character references from professors and military mentors. But the investigation continued, and my report date for active duty was postponed while security officials assessed whether I was suitable for military service. Then, investigators told me who had filed the reports that triggered the investigation. My mother Susan, my father Richard, and my brother Tyler. They'd each filed separate reports with the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency, the organization that handles security clearances, making variations of the same allegations about foreign contacts, financial problems, and personal conduct issues. My own family had filed false security reports to sabotage my military commission. When I confronted them, my mother initially claimed they'd filed legitimate concerns based on observations they'd made. But when I pressed for specifics, who was this Russian national I'd supposedly been involved with? What debt did they think I had? What illegal activities had they witnessed? They couldn't provide any actual evidence because none of it was true. My father finally admitted they'd filed the reports specifically to prevent my deployment to Germany. He said they'd been desperate to keep me in the United States, had learned that security clearance issues could result in deployment cancellation, and had decided to file reports that would trigger an investigation and delay or prevent my overseas assignment. Tyler said he'd participated because family should come first, and he didn't want me abandoning them by deploying overseas for 3 years. They'd filed false reports to a federal security agency, had lied to investigators about my foreign contacts and personal conduct, and had done so with the specific intent of sabotaging my military career and preventing my deployment. The security clearance investigation concluded after 6 weeks of review. Despite my denials and the lack of any actual evidence supporting my family's allegations, the sheer fact that multiple family members had filed concerning reports raised enough doubts that the adjudicators revoked my interim clearance and denied my final clearance. The decision letter stated that I'd been found unsuitable for security clearance due to unresolved questions about foreign contacts, financial responsibility, and personal conduct. Even though investigators hadn't found direct evidence of the things my family alleged, The pattern of multiple reports from family members who should know the subject well suggested potential issues requiring further scrutiny that couldn't be definitively resolved. Without a security clearance, I couldn't serve as an Army officer. My commission was revoked, my orders to Germany were canceled, and I was separated from military service before ever reporting for active duty. I was also required to begin repaying my ROTC scholarship, approximately $80,000 that had covered 4 years of college tuition. Since I hadn't completed the required service obligation, I owed the money back. My military career was over before it began, and I was suddenly $80,000 in debt because my family had filed false security reports. I immediately contacted a military justice attorney who specialized in security clearance cases. I explained what had happened, that my family had filed deliberately false reports to sabotage my clearance, that every allegation had been fabricated, and that I had evidence they'd admitted to filing the reports specifically to prevent my deployment. The attorney said what my family had done was criminal. Filing false reports to federal agencies is a serious crime, and doing so specifically to sabotage someone's security clearance and military service made it even more severe. We filed appeals of the clearance denial, providing evidence that the reports had been filed in bad faith by family members opposed to my military service, not based on any actual security concerns. We included recordings of my conversations with my family where they'd admitted fabricating the allegations to prevent my deployment. We also filed criminal complaints against all 3 family members for making false statements to federal agencies and for conspiracy to interfere with military service. The appeals process for security clearances is slow, but the criminal investigation moved faster. Federal agents interviewed my family members separately. When confronted with evidence that they'd admitted to filing false reports, they couldn't maintain their claims of legitimate concerns. My mother broke down and admitted she'd made up the Russian contact story because she'd heard that foreign romantic relationships were security concerns. She hadn't witnessed any such relationship because it didn't exist. My father admitted he'd exaggerated normal financial information to make it sound like I had concerning debt and financial problems. He'd taken my regular student loans and credit card balance and presented them as secret financial issues I was hiding. Tyler admitted he'd lied about witnessing concerning personal conduct because my parents had told him it would help keep me from deploying overseas. All 3 were charged with making false statements to federal agencies, 18 U.S.C. Section 1001, which carries potential sentences of up to 5 years in prison for each false statement. The evidence was overwhelming. Their own admissions, the lack of any actual evidence for their allegations, and their stated motive of preventing my deployment. Meanwhile, the security clearance appeal was successful once investigators learned the original reports had been deliberately fabricated. My clearance was reinstated with a notation that it had been improperly revoked based on false reports filed by family members with malicious intent. The Army offered to reinstate my commission and my orders to Germany, now delayed by 4 months from the original report date. But I'd lost 4 months of my military career, had gone through the trauma of having my commission revoked, and had been put through a humiliating security investigation based on my family's lies. The criminal case resulted in convictions for all 3 family members. My parents were each sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. Partially suspended, they served 8 months each. Tyler received 12 months. All 3 also faced significant fines and were permanently barred from holding security clearances themselves. The convictions became public record, which meant their employer and community learned they'd been convicted of filing false federal reports to sabotage their daughter's military commission. I'm 24, currently serving as an Army second lieutenant in Germany, 4 months into my 3-year assignment. No contact with the family members who tried to end my military career through false security reports. My parents are in their early 50s, and Tyler is 21. All with federal convictions for filing false statements, having served time in federal prison, dealing with the permanent consequences of their criminal records. Some extended family thinks I was too harsh letting my parents and brother be prosecuted and imprisoned, that they were misguided, but meant well in trying to keep me close to home. But they didn't mean well. They committed federal crimes to sabotage my military career and security clearance. That deserved prosecution, not understanding. I'm serving in Germany as I'd planned, leading soldiers, building the military career my family tried to destroy. They served time in federal prison for trying to stop me. I'd pursue the same path again without hesitation, because no one, not even family who can't handle you deploying, gets to file false security reports to sabotage your military commission. They wanted me to never deploy overseas. Instead, they got federal convictions while I'm serving abroad as an Army officer. That's the consequence of filing false reports with federal security agencies. And I'm at peace with holding them accountable while serving my country. My family filed false CPS reports claiming I abused my foster daughter to stop my adoption. I'm 22-year-old F, and 9 weeks ago I watched social workers remove my 7-year-old foster daughter Mia from my home in tears, screaming that she wanted to stay with me, because Child Protective Services had received multiple reports alleging I was physically abusing her and creating an unsafe home environment. The reports were detailed and alarming, claiming Mia had visible bruises I'd caused, that I'd been withholding food as punishment, that I'd been screaming at her and threatening her in ways that constituted emotional abuse. Every single allegation was a complete fabrication, but CPS had to investigate, and standard protocol meant removing Mia from my care immediately, while they determined whether the reports were credible. I'd been fostering Mia for 18 months and was 3 weeks away from finalizing her adoption, the legal process that would make her officially my daughter, the moment we'd both been waiting for and preparing for since I'd first been approved as her adoptive parent 6 months earlier. We had the court date scheduled, the adoption paperwork filed, the home study completed with excellent recommendations. And then, someone filed false abuse reports that destroyed everything in a single afternoon. The person who filed those reports wasn't a concerned neighbor or a mandated reporter with genuine concerns about Mia's welfare. It was my own mother, Patricia, 50-year-old female, coordinating with my father, Stephen, 52-year-old male, and my older sister, Vanessa, 25-year-old female, who'd decided that me adopting a child as a single 22-year-old was inappropriate, irresponsible, and something they needed to prevent, even if it meant filing false abuse allegations with Child Protective Services. I need to explain how I came to be fostering and adopting Mia in the first place, because my family has always framed it as impulsive and misguided, rather than what it actually was. A carefully considered decision to provide a permanent home for a child who desperately needed one. I've wanted to be a foster parent since I was 16 and volunteered at a youth services organization. I saw how many children were in the system, how few stable placements they had, how desperately they needed committed families. I decided then that someday I'd become a foster parent and hopefully adopt children who needed permanent homes. After college, I got a stable job as a software developer with good income and benefits. I bought a small house. At 20, I applied to become a licensed foster parent. The process was intensive: background checks, home studies, training courses on trauma-informed care and child development, references from employers and community members. The licensing agency was initially skeptical of someone so young, but after thorough evaluation, they approved me as a foster parent for children ages 5 to 10. I was matched with Mia when she was 6. She'd been in foster care since age 3, had been in 5 different placements, and had experienced neglect and instability throughout her early childhood. She was anxious, had trust issues, struggled in school, and needed patient, consistent care to help her heal from early trauma. I committed to being that consistent care. I worked with her therapist, attended all her school meetings, learned about trauma-responsive parenting, created routines and stability she'd never had before. It took months of patient work, but Mia began to trust me, to attach, to believe she could be safe and loved permanently. permanently. After a year of fostering, Mia's caseworker approached me about adoption. Reunification with Mia's biological parents wasn't viable. Parental rights had been terminated due to ongoing substance abuse and neglect. Mia needed a permanent family, and the bond between us was strong. The caseworker said I'd been an excellent foster parent and recommended me as an adoptive match. I said yes immediately. Mia was overjoyed when I told her I wanted to adopt her, that she'd be my daughter forever. We started the adoption process. More home studies, more court appearances, more paperwork. Everyone involved, caseworkers, therapists, Mia's guardian ad litem, supported the adoption enthusiastically. Everyone except my family. My parents had been skeptical when I'd first become a foster parent at 20, saying I was too young and should focus on my career and finding a husband before taking on parenting responsibilities. They'd been even more concerned when I'd been matched with Mia, worried that fostering a traumatized child was too much for someone my age. But when I told them I was planning to adopt Mia, they were actively opposed. My mother said I was throwing away my 20s by becoming a parent so young, that I should be dating and having fun rather than raising a child. My father said adoption was a huge commitment I wasn't ready for, that I should wait until I was older and married before adopting. Vanessa was the most vocal in her opposition. She said me adopting as a single 22-year-old was weird and wrong, that Mia deserved a real family with two parents, rather than being adopted by someone barely out of college. She repeatedly suggested I should disrupt the placement and let Mia be matched with a proper adoptive family. I explained that I was Mia's family, that we'd bonded over 18 months, that disrupting the placement would be traumatic for her after she'd already experienced so many disruptions, that I was financially stable, had completed all required training and evaluations, and had been approved as her adoptive parent by professionals who assessed these situations. My family seemed to accept this reluctantly, though they continued making comments about me being too young and not ready. I thought their opposition would fade once the adoption was finalized and they saw how happy and stable Mia was. Instead, they decided to sabotage the adoption by filing false abuse reports to prevent it from happening at all. The day CPS came to remove Mia is burned into my memory. I was at work when I got a call from a CPS investigator saying they'd received multiple reports of physical and emotional abuse, that they were required to investigate immediately, and that Mia would need to be removed from my care while they assessed the allegations. I rushed home to find social workers already there, Mia crying and confused, asking why she had to leave when she didn't want to go. I tried to explain that there'd been a mistake, that someone had made false reports, that I'd never hurt her. The social workers were sympathetic but firm. They had protocols to follow when abuse allegations were made, and Mia couldn't stay with me while the investigation was ongoing. Mia was placed in emergency foster care with a different family. She was terrified and devastated, begging the social workers not to take her, crying that she wanted to stay with me. I promised her this was temporary, that I'd get her back. But I was crying too, and had no idea how long the investigation would take, or whether the false allegations would destroy our adoption. The investigator assigned to the case, Ms. Chen, interviewed me extensively about the allegations. Someone had reported that Mia frequently had bruises I couldn't explain. Mia is an active 7-year-old who gets normal childhood bruises from playing. That I withheld meals as punishment. Completely false. I've never used food as a behavior management tool. And that I screamed at Mia and made threats that frightened her. Also false. I use positive, trauma-informed parenting approaches. I explained that every allegation was false, that Mia's therapist, teachers, and caseworker could all confirm she was happy, healthy, and well cared for in my home. Ms. Chen said she'd interview all those people as part of the investigation, but that the process would take several weeks minimum. Several weeks without Mia. Several weeks of her believing she'd been abandoned again, moved to another placement, lost the adoptive mother she'd been preparing to join permanently. The investigation was thorough and invasive. Ms. Chen interviewed Mia's therapist, who confirmed Mia had never reported abuse or expressed fear of me, that she'd been thriving in my care and was excited about the adoption. She interviewed Mia's teachers, who said Mia had shown significant improvement in school since being in my care and had never shown signs of abuse or neglect. She interviewed Mia herself multiple times. Mia told investigators that she loved living with me, that I'd never hurt her or scared her, that she wanted to go home. She didn't understand why she'd been removed and kept asking when she could come back. Ms. Chen also examined Mia physically for signs of abuse. The bruises mentioned in the reports were normal childhood bruises on her shins and knees from playground activities, nothing suspicious or concerning to the medical examiner. After 3 weeks of investigation, Ms. Chen concluded the abuse allegations were unfounded. There was no evidence I'd ever harmed Mia, and all professionals involved in her care confirmed she'd been receiving excellent care in my home. The reports had been false. But who had filed them, and why? Ms. Chen explained that CPS had received 3 separate reports within a 2-day period, all making similar allegations about my care of Mia. The reports had come from people claiming to be concerned community members who'd witnessed concerning interactions between me and Mia. When I asked for more details about the reporters, Ms. Chen said the information was confidential, but that the reporters had provided specific details about my home address and Mia's placement that suggested they had personal knowledge of our situation. Personal knowledge, not random community members, people who knew me and knew about Mia. I suspected my family immediately, but I needed proof before accusing them of filing false CPS reports to sabotage an adoption. I hired an attorney who specialized in adoption and child welfare law. I explained the situation, false abuse reports that had disrupted Mia's placement and delayed our adoption. Reports that appeared to have been filed by people with personal knowledge of my fostering situation. The attorney said if I could prove the reports were false and identify who filed them, we could pursue legal action for the harm caused. The attorney filed requests for more detailed information about the CPS reports, citing my right to defend against false allegations and to know who had made accusations that resulted in removal of my foster child. After some legal back and forth, CPS provided redacted versions of the reports that included enough detail for me to identify the sources. The reports had been filed by 3 different people: my mother Patricia, my father Stephen, and my sister Vanessa. Each had called CPS separately over a 2-day period, making variations of the same allegations about abuse and neglect, providing details about my home and about Mia that made their reports seem credible and concerning enough to trigger immediate removal. My own family had filed false reports claiming I was abusing my foster daughter, knowing it would result in her being removed from my care and would likely destroy the adoption we'd been preparing for. When I confronted them with this information, they initially tried to deny it. But when I showed them copies of the CPS reports with their information on them, they couldn't maintain the denial. My mother admitted they'd filed the reports, but claimed they'd had genuine concerns about my ability to parent a traumatized child at my age. She said they'd been trying to protect Mia by reporting what they believed were concerning signs. But when I asked what specific incidents had concerned them, couldn't provide any actual examples. She hadn't witnessed me abusing Mia because I'd never abused Mia. She'd made up the allegations because she wanted to stop the adoption. My father was more honest. He said they'd been desperate to prevent me from adopting as a single 22-year-old, that they believed it was a mistake that would ruin my life, and that filing the reports had been their way of forcing a proper evaluation of whether I should really be adopting. Vanessa was blunt. She'd filed her report because she didn't think I should be allowed to adopt Mia, period. She thought Mia deserved better than being adopted by someone so young, and if false reports were what it took to stop the adoption, she had no regrets. They'd deliberately filed false abuse reports with CPS, had caused Mia to be traumatically removed from the only stable home she'd known in years, had destroyed her sense of safety and trust, and had sabotaged our adoption. All because they disagreed with my decision to become a parent at 22. I told them I'd be reporting them to the police for filing false CPS reports, and would be pursuing every legal avenue to hold them accountable for what they'd done to me and to Mia. My mother cried and begged me not to involve police, said they were family and this should be handled privately. My father said I was overreacting, that they'd been trying to help, even if their methods were wrong. But there was no handling privately the trauma of having my foster daughter removed based on false abuse allegations. Mia had been terrified, had believed she was being abandoned again, had spent 3 weeks in emergency foster care asking when she could go home. My family's false reports had caused real, documented harm to a vulnerable child. I filed police reports against all 3 for filing false reports to CPS. In our state, knowingly filing false reports of child abuse is a crime. It wastes resources meant for protecting actually abused children and causes harm to families falsely accused. I also filed complaints with CPS itself, requesting they flag my family members as having filed false reports in the past, so any future reports they might file would be viewed skeptically. The criminal investigation was straightforward. My family had filed specific factual allegations that were provably false. The CPS investigation had found no evidence of the abuse they'd reported. All professionals confirmed Mia had been well cared for, and Mia herself had contradicted the allegations. When interviewed by police, my family tried to maintain they'd had legitimate concerns, but they couldn't provide any evidence for the specific allegations they'd made. They hadn't witnessed the abuse they'd reported because it had never occurred. All 3 were charged with filing false reports. The charges were serious. Filing false child abuse reports is a crime with potential jail time and mandatory fines. Meanwhile, I fought to get Mia back, and to salvage our adoption. With the CPS investigation concluded and the reports determined to be false, Mia was returned to my care after 3 weeks in emergency foster care. Our reunion was emotional. She clung to me sobbing, asking me to promise she'd never have to leave again. I couldn't promise that absolutely, but I promised I was fighting to adopt her and that she was safe with me. The adoption had been delayed by the false reports and removal. Our original court date had passed while Mia was in emergency care. We had to reschedule, undergo additional review given the CPS involvement, and essentially restart parts of the adoption process. But this time, the caseworker included documentation of the false reports and criminal charges against my family. The adoption court was informed that the abuse allegations had been fabricated by family members opposed to the adoption, not based on any actual concerns about Mia's welfare. 6 weeks after Mia's return to my care, we finally had our adoption hearing. The judge asked about the CPS reports and removal. I explained that my family had filed false allegations to sabotage the adoption, that they'd been criminally charged for filing false reports, and that CPS had determined all allegations were unfounded. The judge was disturbed by what my family had done, but said it actually demonstrated my commitment to Mia, that I'd fought to clear my name and to bring her home despite my own family's interference. He finalized the adoption, and Mia officially became my daughter. The criminal case against my family resulted in convictions for all 3. They pleaded guilty to filing false reports and were sentenced to probation, fines, and community service. They were also permanently flagged in the CPS database as having filed false reports, meaning any future reports they made would be heavily scrutinized. Most importantly, the judge ordered them to have no contact with me or with Mia. They'd traumatized my daughter with their false reports, and I wanted them nowhere near her. I'm 22, legally Mia's mother through adoption, raising my daughter who's recovering from the trauma of being removed due to false allegations. My parents are 50 and 52. My sister is 25. All convicted of filing false CPS reports, barred from contact with me and Mia, dealing with the consequences of trying to stop an adoption through fabricated abuse allegations. Mia is 7, in therapy processing the trauma of removal and placement disruption, but thriving now that the adoption is final and she knows she's home permanently. Some extended family thinks I was too harsh prosecuting my parents and sister, that they meant well, even if their methods were wrong. But they didn't mean well. They filed false allegations that I was abusing a child, caused that child to be traumatically removed from her home, and tried to destroy an adoption because they disagreed with my decision to become a parent at 22. That deserved prosecution, not understanding. My family wanted to stop me from adopting Mia. Instead, they got criminal records for filing false reports, while Mia and I became a legal family despite their sabotage. I'd press charges again without hesitation. Because no one, not even family who thinks they know better, gets to file false child abuse reports to stop an adoption. They're living with criminal records and restraining orders. Mia and I are living as mother and daughter, building our life together. That's the consequence of filing false CPS reports to sabotage an adoption. And I'm at peace with holding them accountable while protecting my daughter from the people who tried to take her from me. My family drugged me before Olympic trials to give my twin sister the advantage instead. I'm 20-year-old female, and 1 month ago I lost what should have been the defining opportunity of my athletic career. Not because I wasn't good enough, but because my own family drugged me to sabotage my performance so my twin sister could succeed instead. I'd spent 15 years training for a shot at the Olympics, had qualified for the U.S. Olympic trials in swimming, and was considered a strong contender in the 200 meters butterfly. The morning of my preliminary heat, I drank a protein shake my mother prepared for me like she'd done 100 times before. Within an hour, I was too sick to compete. I need to back up and explain the dynamics that led to this. My twin sister, Reagan, and I have been competitive swimmers since we were 5 years old. We're identical twins, both started swimming at the same club, both showed talent early, both pursued swimming seriously through high school and into college. We swim different events primarily. I specialize in butterfly and freestyle, Reagan does backstroke and IM, but there's enough overlap that we've always been compared to each other, always pushed to outperform each other by our parents, Denise, 48-year-old female, and Keith, 50-year-old male. Our parents have always treated our swimming careers as a competition between us rather than individual journeys. When one of us won a race, they'd ask the other why we didn't win. When one set a personal record, they'd push the other to beat that time. They never seemed to understand that we could both be successful without one of us losing to the other. As we got older and more serious about swimming, the competition intensified. We both got recruited to swim in college. I went to University of Texas, Reagan went to Stanford. We both performed well at the NCAA level, both qualified for national competitions, both had our eyes set on the ultimate goal, making the Olympic team. The U.S. Olympic trials are insanely competitive. You don't just have to be good, you have to be top 2 in your event at trials to make the Olympic team. I'd been training for 4 years specifically for this opportunity, working with elite coaches, following strict training and nutrition protocols, sacrificing everything else in my life for swimming. Reagan was also competing at trials in her events. But here's the thing. Her events were less competitive for her personally based on her times in the field. She was a bubble athlete, maybe top 8 in backstroke, unlikely to make top 2. I, however, had been consistently placing top 3 in the 200-meter butterfly at national meets all year, was ranked 4th in the country going into trials, and had a legitimate shot at making the Olympic team if I swam my best race. My parents knew this. My coaches knew this. Reagan knew this. I was the twin more likely to make the Olympics, and everyone in our swimming community understood that. The trials were held over 7 days with different events each day. My main event, the 200-meter butterfly, was on day 3. Reagan's primary event, 100-meter backstroke, was on day 5. We both had other events scattered throughout the week, but those were our best shots. On the morning of day 3, I woke up feeling good, well-rested, nervous but excited, ready to swim the race I'd been preparing for my entire life. My family was staying at the same hotel as me in Omaha where trials were held. We'd agreed to meet for breakfast, do our usual pre-race routine, then head to the aquatic center together. At breakfast, my mother made me a protein shake like she'd been doing before important races for years. She's very particular about my nutrition before competition, always makes my pre-race meals herself to ensure they're perfect. I drank the shake. Vanilla protein powder, banana, almond milk, same as always, along with some toast and fruit. About 45 minutes later, while I was back in my room getting my race suit and gear ready, I started feeling wrong. My stomach was cramping badly. I felt dizzy and nauseous. My heart was racing in a way that felt different from normal pre-race nerves. I assumed it was anxiety. Trials are high pressure, and I thought maybe the nerves were affecting me physically more than usual. But it got worse. By the time we were supposed to leave for the aquatic center, I was vomiting, could barely stand up straight, felt weak and shaky. I told my parents I was sick, that something was really wrong. My mother seemed concerned and said maybe I had a stomach bug, that these things happen. My father suggested I try to push through it, that I'd trained too hard to miss this opportunity over a little stomach issue. I tried. I forced myself to the aquatic center, went through warm-ups feeling absolutely terrible, and somehow made it to the blocks for my preliminary heat. But when the race started, I had nothing. No power, no energy, couldn't maintain my stroke technique. I finished second to last in my heat, didn't qualify for semifinals, and was eliminated from the event in the preliminary round. My Olympic dream died in that pool because I was too sick to swim. The devastation was immediate and crushing. I'd trained for 15 years for this opportunity, had been in peak condition going into trials, and had lost my chance not because I wasn't fast enough, but because I'd gotten mysteriously sick on race morning. My coaches were confused and concerned. I'd been healthy and strong the day before, had shown no signs of illness, and the sudden, severe symptoms seemed unusual. I spent the rest of day 3 recovering in my hotel room, assuming I'd gotten food poisoning or a stomach virus. My mother brought me crackers and water, seemed sympathetic about my bad luck, said she felt terrible that I'd gotten sick on such an important day. By the next morning, I felt significantly better, still weak from the vomiting and not eating much, but the severe symptoms had passed. I had other events later in the week, though none were as strong for me as the 200-meter butterfly had been. My coaches and I discussed whether I should withdraw from trials entirely or try to compete in my other events. I decided to stay and race, though my heart wasn't in it after losing my best opportunity. Reagan's big event, the 100 meters backstroke, was on day 5. The morning of her race, I noticed my mother preparing Reagan's pre-race protein shake, the same routine she'd done for me on day 3. I felt a strange spike of anxiety watching her, remembering how sick I'd gotten after drinking my shake. I pushed the thought away as paranoid. Surely my mother wouldn't... No, that was crazy. I'd just gotten unlucky with food poisoning or a virus, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I watched Reagan compete that afternoon. She swam well, made semifinals, ultimately finished 6th overall in the event. Not Olympic team, but a respectable showing at trials. Better than she'd been expected to do based on her season rankings. After trials ended and I was back home, I couldn't stop thinking about the timing of my illness. The fact that I'd felt fine until after drinking the shake my mother prepared. The fact that the symptoms had been severe but had passed quickly. Within 24 hours I'd been mostly recovered. The fact that my mother had seemed oddly unsurprised by my illness, hadn't been as devastated as I'd have expected about me missing my Olympic opportunity. I started researching what could cause the symptoms I'd experienced. Sudden, severe nausea, vomiting, rapid heartbeat, weakness, dizziness. There were several possibilities, but one caught my attention. Ipecac syrup, a medication that induces vomiting, can cause exactly those symptoms. It's sometimes used in poisoning cases to make people vomit, and it acts quickly, usually within 30 to 60 minutes of ingestion. The timeline matched perfectly. I drunk the shake at 7:30 a.m. Symptoms started around 8:15 a.m. Peak sickness was 9:11 a.m. Mostly recovered by the next morning. I felt sick considering it, but I had to know. I still had the protein powder container my mother had used to make my shake. She'd left it in my room at the hotel, and I'd brought it home along with my other gear. I took a sample of the powder to a lab that does substance testing, said I wanted to check if anything had been added to it that shouldn't be there. The results came back 10 days later. The protein powder tested positive for traces of Ipecac syrup. Someone had mixed Ipecac into my protein powder, knowing I'd consume it as part of my pre-race routine, knowing it would make me violently ill right before the most important race of my life. My mother had poisoned me to sabotage my Olympic trials performance. I sat with the lab results for 2 days, trying to process what they meant. My mother had deliberately drugged me to prevent me from competing at my best at Olympic trials. The woman who'd driven me to swim practice thousands of times, who'd supported my swimming career for 15 years, who'd seemed devastated when I'd gotten sick on race day, she'd caused that sickness intentionally. But why? What could she possibly gain from sabotaging my Olympic opportunity? The more I thought about it, the more I suspected Reagan's involvement. My mother's favoritism toward Reagan had always been subtle but present. Reagan was easier and more compliant, while I was stubborn and questioned things more. When we both achieved something, my mother always seemed slightly more proud when it was Reagan. If I'd made the Olympic team and Reagan hadn't, my mother would have had to navigate supporting one daughter's success while managing the other's disappointment. But if I was out of contention before my best event, and Reagan got to perform her best at trials without the pressure of her twin potentially making the team, everything was simpler. No split family loyalties, no comparison, no uncomfortable dynamic of one twin achieving what the other couldn't. I needed proof of intent before confronting anyone. I searched my mother's belongings when I was home visiting, looking for anything that would confirm she'd bought Ipecac or planned the sabotage. In a drawer in her bathroom, I found a receipt from a pharmacy dated 2 days before trials began. Ipecac syrup, purchased in a town 3 hours away from where we lived. She'd driven to a different town to buy it so it couldn't be traced easily. I also found text messages on her phone. She'd left it charging in the kitchen, and I knew her password from seeing her enter it before. Messages to Reagan. Everything is set for day 3. Don't worry about my name. Reagan's response. Are you sure it will work? Mom. Positive. She'll be too sick to swim well. You can focus on your own races without the pressure. Reagan. I feel bad, but this is probably for the best. We can't both make it, and I need this more. My twin sister had been part of the plan to drug me. They'd both decided I should be sabotaged so Reagan could have her moment at trials without my success overshadowing her. I took photos of everything. The pharmacy receipt, the text messages, the lab results showing Ipecac in my protein powder. Then I contacted an attorney who specialized in assault and sports law. I showed her the evidence and asked what legal options I had. The attorney said what my mother and Reagan had done was criminal assault. Poisoning someone to prevent them from competing is a crime, regardless of the relationship. She said I could file a police report and pursue criminal charges, and I could also sue for damages related to the sabotage of my athletic career. I filed the police report first, providing all my evidence: the lab results, the pharmacy receipt, the text messages. The police took it seriously. Poisoning someone, even with a relatively mild substance like Ipecac, is assault. They opened an investigation and interviewed my mother and Reagan separately. Both initially denied everything, but when shown the evidence, the ipecac in my protein powder, the receipt for purchase, the text messages discussing the plan, my mother broke down and admitted she'd done it. She said she'd been trying to reduce pressure on me, that she'd thought if I got a little sick and didn't qualify, I wouldn't have to deal with the stress of Olympic competition, that it had been for my own good. This was obviously bullshit. She'd sabotaged me to give Reagan an advantage, not to help me. Reagan's confession was more honest. She admitted she'd known about the plan, had agreed to it, had wanted me out of contention so she wouldn't have to compete in her sister's shadow if I made the Olympic team, and she didn't. She said the family dynamics would have been too hard if I'd succeeded where she'd failed, so they'd decided to level the playing field by poisoning me. Both were charged with assault. My mother faced more serious charges as the one who'd actually administered the ipecac. Reagan was charged as an accessory for her knowing participation in planning the sabotage. The swimming community's reaction was explosive when the charges became public. My story made national news. Twin sister and mother accused of drugging Olympic hopeful. Swimming websites covered it extensively. USA Swimming launched their own investigation to determine if Reagan should face sanctions for her role in sabotaging another athlete. My coaches were horrified. The head coach at Texas, where I swim collegiately, issued a statement condemning what my family had done and offering their full support. Other swimmers I'd competed against for years reached out expressing shock and solidarity. Reagan was suspended from Stanford's swim team pending the outcome of the criminal case. USA Swimming banned her from competitions for 2 years for violating their code of conduct regarding athlete safety and fair play. My father, who apparently hadn't known about the plan in advance, was caught between condemning his wife and daughter or supporting them. He ultimately sided with them, saying I was ruining the family by pressing charges over what he called a misguided attempt to help manage athletic pressure. But the evidence destroyed any claim this was about helping me. The text messages showed they'd been worried about family dynamics if I succeeded, and Reagan didn't, not about my well-being. The pharmacy receipt showed premeditation. My mother had planned this days in advance, had traveled to another town to buy ipecac, had mixed it into my protein powder, knowing exactly what it would do. The criminal case is ongoing. My attorney has filed a civil suit as well, seeking damages for the loss of my Olympic opportunity. While we can't prove I would have made the team, we can demonstrate I was a legitimate contender who was prevented from competing at my capability due to intentional poisoning. USA Swimming has also opened discussions about whether I should be given another opportunity at trials or special consideration for future competitions given the sabotage, though nothing has been decided yet. I'm 20, rebuilding my swimming career after my own mother and twin sister sabotaged my Olympic dreams, estranged from most of my family. My mother is 48 and Reagan is 20. Both facing criminal charges and the consequences of poisoning a family member to manipulate athletic outcomes. My father still thinks I should drop the charges and work on healing the family. But there's no healing from this. My mother poisoned me, and my twin sister helped plan it, all so Reagan wouldn't have to feel bad if I achieved something she couldn't. That's not family. That's criminal conspiracy. I'll testify at their trials. I'll pursue every legal avenue available. And I'll rebuild my swimming career knowing that my family's sabotage is documented, that they're facing consequences, and that I'm finally free from their toxic competition. They tried to end my Olympic dreams. Instead, they ended our relationship and started their own criminal proceedings. And I'm swimming again, training harder than ever, knowing no one can drug my protein shakes anymore because I don't let anyone near my nutrition. That's the consequence of betrayal. And I'm at peace with them facing it, while I reclaim the athletic career they tried to destroy. My family destroyed my violin before Juilliard auditions to trap me in their bluegrass band. I'm 20-year-old female, and 8 weeks ago, I walked into the most important audition of my life. My final callback for the Juilliard School's undergraduate violin program, carrying a violin that had been deliberately sabotaged by my own family the night before. The bridge had been filed down, making it impossible to get proper string height and tone. The fine tuners had been loosened and damaged so the instrument wouldn't hold tune. Even the rosin on my bow had been contaminated with something that made it slip ineffectively across the strings. I discovered all of this only when I began my audition piece, and by then it was too late. My performance was disastrous. I was eliminated from consideration, and my dream of studying classical violin at one of the world's most prestigious conservatories died in that practice room, while my family was 200 miles away performing at a bluegrass festival with my backup fiddle player, satisfied that I'd remain trapped as their lead violinist instead of pursuing my own musical path. I need to explain the context of my life to make sense of how betrayal this deep was possible. I grew up in a family bluegrass band, the Hartwell Family Band, that tours regionally throughout Appalachia and the South. My parents, Ray, 52-year-old male, and Donna, 50-year-old female, founded the band before I was born, and my older siblings, Cody, 28-year-old male, and Amber, 25-year-old female, have played in it their entire lives. I was handed a fiddle at age 4 and was performing publicly by 6. The Hartwell Family Band is moderately successful in the bluegrass world. We play festivals, have released several albums, have a dedicated regional following. We tour about 6 months a year, playing shows on weekends and at festivals. For my entire childhood and adolescence, my identity has been the Hartwell Family Fiddler, the youngest member of a musical family making our living through traditional American music. But while I love bluegrass music and respect its traditions, I've always been drawn to classical violin. I started taking classical lessons at 12, secretly at first because my family dismissed classical music as snooty and not real mountain music. I'd practice classical repertoire in my room after band rehearsals, listen to recordings of Hilary Hahn and Joshua Bell, dream about studying at a conservatory and becoming a classical soloist. By 16, I was taking formal classical lessons with a teacher an hour away who recognized I had real talent. She encouraged me to audition for conservatories, said my technique and musicality were strong enough for top programs if I worked hard. I started preparing seriously for conservatory auditions while still performing with my family's bluegrass band, living this double musical life where I was a traditional fiddler by night and a classical violinist in my private practice time. My family knew I was taking classical lessons, but treated it as a phase I'd outgrow. They'd make jokes about me playing fancy music and ask when I'd get over my classical period and focus on the family band. I tried to explain that I wanted to pursue classical violin seriously, maybe even professionally, but they never took it seriously. When I announced at 18 that I was applying to conservatories, Juilliard, Curtis Institute, New England Conservatory, Oberlin, my family was shocked and angry. They said I was abandoning the family, that the band needed me, that I had a responsibility to the musical tradition we'd built together. My father said I was being selfish by prioritizing my individual ambitions over family loyalty. I told them I loved them and appreciated everything they'd taught me about music, but that I had my own musical path to pursue. That I could still play bluegrass recreationally, but wanted to study classical violin at the highest level. They were hurt and upset, but seemed to accept it, though my mother cried and said it felt like I was choosing to be someone else instead of who I really am. What I didn't realize was that they'd decided I wasn't allowed to leave, and they'd do whatever necessary to sabotage my conservatory auditions and keep me in the family band. The audition process for top conservatories is intensely competitive. You prepare specific repertoire, typically a Bach solo sonata or partita, a major concerto movement, and additional pieces showcasing different styles and technical abilities. You submit pre-screening videos, and if selected, you're invited for live auditions where you perform for faculty panels who'll decide your admission. I'd prepared for months with my classical teacher, had practiced the same pieces hundreds of times, had refined every phrase and technique. My pre-screening videos were strong enough to get me invited to live auditions at 4 schools. Juilliard was my dream. The callback audition was my final chance to earn admission to their program. The audition was in New York on a Friday morning. My family had a bluegrass festival in Tennessee that same weekend that they'd committed to months earlier. I told them I couldn't perform that weekend because of my Juilliard audition. They were angry and said I was letting down the band, but I held firm. This audition was too important to miss. I flew to New York on Thursday with my violin, checked into a budget hotel near Lincoln Center, and spent the evening before my audition doing final practice and preparation. My violin was a good instrument I'd saved for and purchased 2 years earlier. Not a masterwork, but solid and reliable, properly set up, something I'd grown comfortable performing on. I woke up Friday morning 3 hours before my scheduled audition time, wanting to warm up thoroughly and do final run-throughs of my pieces. I opened my violin case and immediately knew something was wrong. The bridge, the small wooden piece that holds the strings at the proper height and angle, looked different. Lower, oddly shaped. I picked up the violin and tried to play. The strings were so low they buzzed against the fingerboard, making clean notes impossible. I tried to tune, but the fine tuners wouldn't adjust properly. They'd spin loosely without catching. I drew my bow across the strings, but instead of the clear, resonant tone I expected, I got weak, scratchy sounds. Even my bow seemed wrong. The rosin that allows the bow hair to grip the strings was slipping ineffectively, producing almost no sound. Panic set in as I realized my violin had been sabotaged. The bridge had been filed down to make the string height wrong. The fine tuners had been loosened or damaged internally so they wouldn't function. Something had been done to my rosin or bow hair to make it slip instead of grip properly. I had 90 minutes until my audition. I was in a hotel room in New York with no violin shop connections, and my instrument was unplayable. I tried desperately to find emergency luthier services, calling every violin shop in Manhattan that was open that early. A few sympathetic shop workers tried to talk me through quick fixes over the phone, but the damage was too extensive for amateur repairs. One luthier I reached explained that filing down a bridge requires precise work to restore. You can't just sand it back to the right height because the curvature and angles have to be exact. He said I'd need a new bridge properly fitted, which would take hours even if I rushed to his shop immediately. I didn't have hours. I had an audition starting in 70 minutes that I'd prepared for months for, flown across the country for, invested everything in. I went to the audition anyway with my damaged violin, hoping I could somehow make it work. The moment I began my Bach partita, the audition panel could tell something was wrong. The buzzing strings, the weak tone, the pitch instability from the broken fine tuners, it was a disaster. I tried to explain that my violin had been damaged, that this wasn't representative of my actual playing ability, but the panel was sympathetic but firm. They had to evaluate what they heard in the room, and what they heard wasn't at a level for admission consideration. I was eliminated from Juilliard consideration, my dream school, the audition I'd prepared for years for, gone because my violin had been deliberately sabotaged the night before. I flew home to Tennessee, devastated and confused about who could have done this. My violin had been with me in my hotel room the entire time except I'd left my hotel room for dinner the night before the audition. I'd been gone about 90 minutes. The violin had been in my room, in its case, during that time. When I got home, I confronted my family and asked directly if they'd done something to my violin before my audition. My mother started crying immediately, which told me everything. My father tried to deflect, said I was making crazy accusations because I was upset about the audition not going well. But Cody, my older brother who's normally the peacekeeper in the family, broke down and admitted what they'd done. My parents had flown to New York Thursday night, gotten a copy of my hotel room key from the front desk by claiming to be my parents who'd come to surprise me, and had entered my room while I was at dinner. My father, who's been playing stringed instruments his entire life and knows exactly how they're set up, had filed down my violin bridge, damaged the fine tuners, and contaminated my bow rosin. They deliberately sabotaged my instrument, knowing I'd have no time to get it repaired before my audition, ensuring I'd perform terribly and lose my chance at Juilliard. When I asked why, how they could destroy something this important to me, my mother said they'd been protecting the family band, that they couldn't lose me to classical music, that they'd done what was necessary to keep me with them. My father said I'd understand someday, that family loyalty was more important than individual ambitions, that the band was my real musical home, whether I wanted to admit it or not. They'd sabotaged my Juilliard audition, destroyed my best chance at a classical music education, so I'd remain trapped performing bluegrass with them. The betrayal was so profound I could barely process it. These were people who'd taught me to love music, who'd put instruments in my hands as a child, who'd nurtured my musical development. And they'd used that knowledge to destroy my violin right before the most important audition of my life, because they valued keeping me in the family band more than my individual musical dreams. I documented the sabotage, took my violin to a reputable luthier, and had him examine and document exactly what had been done. The bridge filed down unprofessionally, not normal wear but deliberate reduction. The fine tuners damaged internally in a way consistent with forced loosening, residue on the bow hair that appeared to be a waxy substance mixed with the rosin to reduce friction. The luthier wrote a detailed report describing the damage and stating that these weren't normal wear issues or accidental damage. They were deliberate acts of sabotage that would have required knowledge of violin setup and malicious intent. I also obtained security footage from my New York hotel showing my parents entering my room with a key card they'd obtained from the front desk using false pretenses, claiming family emergency. The timestamp showed them in my room for approximately 20 minutes while I was at dinner, plenty of time to sabotage my violin. With this evidence, I filed a police report for vandalism and destruction of property. The violin itself was worth about $4,000, but the damage wasn't just the repair costs. It was the sabotaged audition, the lost opportunity at Juilliard, the year of my life I'd spent preparing for auditions that had been destroyed by deliberate family sabotage. I also contacted Juilliard's admissions office and explained what had happened, that my audition had been sabotaged by family members who damaged my instrument the night before. I provided the luthier's report, the hotel security footage, and the police report. I asked if there was any possibility of a re-audition or special consideration given the circumstances. Juilliard's response was sympathetic but realistic. They said deliberate sabotage by family members was an unusual and unfortunate situation, but they couldn't offer re-auditions outside their normal process. However, they encouraged me to apply again next year, and said the documentation I'd provided would be kept on file as context for future applications. So, I'd lost my Juilliard opportunity for this year, but I had a chance to apply again if I could prevent further sabotage and rebuild my audition preparation. Meanwhile, the criminal case against my parents moved forward. They were charged with criminal mischief and vandalism for the damage to my violin. They tried to claim it was a family dispute that shouldn't involve police, but the prosecutor said deliberately destroying someone's property to sabotage their educational opportunities is criminal, regardless of family relationships. The case attracted attention in the classical music world when I posted about it on social media, not for sympathy, but to warn other young musicians about the possibility of family sabotage if you're pursuing music against family wishes. The post went viral in classical music circles, with hundreds of musicians sharing similar stories of family interference and sabotage. A prominent classical violinist saw my story and reached out. She offered to help me prepare for next year's auditions, said she'd mentor me remotely, and help ensure I was ready to apply again with even stronger preparation. She also connected me with a foundation that provides instruments to young musicians. They loaned me a much better violin than the one my parents had damaged, free of charge, until I could afford to purchase my own. My family's attempt to trap me in their bluegrass band backfired spectacularly. Not only did I leave the band immediately after discovering the sabotage, but their actions became public knowledge in both the bluegrass and classical music communities. The Hartwell family band's reputation suffered when the story got out. Festival organizers and fans learned that Ray and Donna Hartwell had sabotaged their daughter's violin before a Juilliard audition to keep her in the band. Many people in the bluegrass community, which values family and tradition but also respects individual musical journeys, were appalled. The band lost several festival bookings. Their social media was flooded with comments condemning what they'd done. Several longtime fans said they couldn't support musicians who'd sabotaged their own daughter's education and career out of selfishness. My parents tried to control the narrative, posting that the situation was a private family matter, being blown out of proportion. But the evidence was public. The luthiers' report, the hotel footage, the police charges. They couldn't deny what they'd done. The criminal case ended in a plea deal. My parents pleaded guilty to criminal mischief, were sentenced to probation and community service, and were ordered to pay restitution covering the violin repairs, the cost of my ruined New York trip, and damages for the lost audition opportunity. They were also required to stay at least 500 feet away from me and my residence, essentially a restraining order ensuring they couldn't sabotage future auditions or interfere with my musical career again. I'm 20, living independently, studying with a world-class mentor, preparing to re-audition for Juilliard and other top conservatories next year with a better instrument and even stronger preparation. My parents are in their 50s, convicted of criminal mischief, family band struggling after public backlash, estranged from the daughter whose talent they tried to trap. Cody and Amber are caught between their parents and me. Cody has apologized for not stopping the sabotage when he knew they were planning it. Amber still defends our parents, saying I overreacted by involving police in a family disagreement. But this wasn't a family disagreement. This was criminal sabotage of my educational opportunity. They destroyed my violin before the most important audition of my life to keep me performing in their band against my will. That deserved prosecution, not private family resolution. I'll audition again next year. I'll apply to the same conservatories with better preparation, a better instrument, and documentation showing I'm serious enough about classical music to have prosecuted family members who tried to sabotage my career. My family wanted me trapped in bluegrass. Instead, they got criminal records, and I got connections to the classical music world that I wouldn't have had without their sabotage becoming public. That's the consequence of betrayal. And I'm at peace with every action I took, because no one, not even family who taught you music, gets to destroy your instrument to trap you in their band. They sabotaged my Juilliard audition. I'm auditioning again, better prepared, with mentorship from musicians they could never have connected me with. And they're watching from 500 feet away, legally prohibited from interfering, as I pursue the classical music career they tried to destroy. That's justice. And I'd prosecute them again without hesitation. My family destroyed my gallery exhibition photos because they'd been selling my work without permission. I'm 23 million F, and 3 weeks ago, I watched 5 years of my photography work burn in a backyard fire pit, lit by my own mother while my father and older brother stood watching. They destroyed 30 museum-quality prints that were supposed to be displayed in my first major gallery exhibition, an opportunity that could have launched my career as a professional photographer. The reason they gave for this destruction? They claimed my photos violated family privacy, and they had the right to prevent me from displaying them. That was the excuse. The real reason, which I discovered days later, was that my family had been secretly selling my photography online for the past 2 years, profiting from work they didn't create and didn't have rights to. My gallery exhibition would have exposed their theft, so they destroyed the evidence and tried to sabotage my career to protect their scheme. I need to back up and explain how I got here. I've been seriously pursuing photography since I was 18, when I got my first professional camera as a high school graduation gift from my grandmother. I studied photography and digital media in college, worked as a freelance photographer for small clients during school, and built a portfolio that my professors said showed real talent and unique perspective. My specialty is documentary photography, candid shots of everyday life, street photography, portraits of strangers that capture authentic moments. I'm drawn to the unguarded, real human experiences that most people overlook. Over 5 years, I've built a portfolio of work I'm genuinely proud of, photos that tell stories, that capture emotion and humanity in ordinary moments. 6 months ago, I was offered my first solo exhibition at a respected gallery in our city. The gallery owner, Marcus, had seen my work at a group show and said I had a distinctive voice that deserved a platform. The exhibition was scheduled for next month. 30 prints displayed for 3 weeks, with an opening reception, potential sales, and most importantly, exposure to collectors, critics, and other galleries. This exhibition represented everything I'd been working toward. It was my chance to transition from aspiring photographer to professional artist with gallery representation. Marcus had invested in me, was promoting the show, had attracted interest from local art media. This was the opportunity that could change my career trajectory. I live with my parents, Linda, 51 million female, and Gary, 54 male, and my older brother Shane, 26 male, because rent in our city is astronomical, and I've been saving money while building my photography business. My family has always been dismissive of my photography career, calling it a hobby, and suggesting I get a real job, despite my freelance income covering my expenses. But they'd never actively opposed it before. Until 3 weeks ago, when I brought home the 30 exhibition prints I'd had professionally printed and framed. These weren't just prints I'd ordered from an online service. These were museum-quality archival prints on fine art paper, professionally matted and framed, costing me nearly $4,000 total. They were beautiful, gallery-ready, and represented the culmination of 5 years of work. I stored them carefully in my bedroom, wrapped in protective covering, planning to deliver them to Marcus the following week for installation. I was so proud of them, so excited about the exhibition, so hopeful about what this opportunity could mean for my future. 2 days after bringing the prints home, I came back from a freelance photo shoot to find my mother and father in the backyard, burning something in our fire pit. Shane was with them, watching. As I got closer, I realized what they were burning: my exhibition prints. The frames had been removed, and they were feeding the photographs into the fire one by one. I screamed and ran toward them, trying to pull the remaining prints away from the fire. About 20 had already been destroyed. I managed to save maybe 10 prints that hadn't been burned yet, but they'd been damaged, torn, bent, some with lighter fluid splashed on them that made them unusable for exhibition. 30 museum-quality prints. 5 years of my best work. $4,000 in printing and framing costs. My entire gallery exhibition. Destroyed by my own family in our backyard. I was hysterical, screaming at them, asking why they'd done this, what was wrong with them, how they could destroy my work. My mother said calmly that some of the photos included family members, and they hadn't consented to having those images displayed publicly in a gallery. That I should have asked permission before planning to exhibit photos that violated their privacy. This was absurd. Of the 30 photos in my exhibition, maybe 5 included any family members at all, and those were candid shots from family events. Nothing invasive, nothing embarrassing, just documentary photos of real moments. The kind of photos that any photographer might take at family gatherings. But according to my mother, they had the legal right to prevent me from displaying any image that included them without explicit consent. And, to protect their privacy, they decided to destroy not just the 5 photos that included family members, but all 30 prints, my entire exhibition. When I said I could have just removed the few family photos and kept the rest, my father said it was too late now, and I should have thought about consent and privacy before planning the exhibition. That this was a learning experience about respecting people's rights to their own image. I was devastated and furious. My family had destroyed 5 years of work and $4,000 in exhibition materials, supposedly because 5 of the 30 photos included them, and they objected to public display. Even if their privacy concerns had been legitimate, which I doubted, destroying all 30 prints was vindictive and extreme. I called Marcus at the gallery and told him what happened, crying as I explained that my family had burned my exhibition prints. He was shocked and sympathetic, said we could postpone the exhibition while I reprinted the work, that he understood family complications and wanted to support me through this. But reprinting would cost another $4,000 I didn't have, and I'd lost the original files for several of the destroyed photos in a hard drive crash months ago. I'd been relying on the prints themselves for the exhibition. Some of the work was literally irreplaceable. I was trying to figure out how to salvage the exhibition when I received a message from someone I didn't know. A woman named Bethany, who said she'd bought several of my photographs from an online marketplace and wanted to know if I had other work available for purchase. I was confused. I hadn't sold any work through online marketplaces. I do occasional commissioned work for clients, but I wasn't selling prints of my artistic photography anywhere online. I asked Bethany where she'd bought these photos she thought were mine. She sent me a link to an Etsy shop called Artful Moments Photography that was selling prints of my work. My actual photographs, work I'd created, images from my portfolio. The shop had been active for over 2 years and had sold hundreds of prints of my photography, none of which I'd authorized or received payment for. Someone was stealing my work and selling it online. And based on the timing and my family's weird overreaction to my gallery exhibition, I had a terrible suspicion about who was behind the theft. I did some investigating. The Etsy shop was registered under my brother Shane's name. The PayPal account receiving payments was linked to my mother's email address. The shop description claimed the photos were original work by local photographer, without naming me specifically. But every image in the shop was something I'd created, pulled from my Instagram portfolio, taken from my website, stolen from my personal files somehow. My family had been stealing my photography and selling it online for over 2 years, making money from my work without my permission or knowledge. And they'd destroyed my gallery exhibition to prevent me from displaying the same photos they'd been selling, which would have exposed their theft. I confronted them immediately, showing them the Etsy shop, demanding to know how they'd gotten my photos and how long they'd been selling my work without permission. Shane initially tried to deny knowing anything about it, but the shop was literally in his name. My mother finally admitted they'd started the shop 2 years ago when they noticed I wasn't making much money from photography and thought they could help by selling my work online. They claimed they'd been planning to tell me eventually and share the profits, but they'd wanted to prove the concept first by seeing if my work would actually sell before involving me. Over 2 years, they'd made approximately $15,000 selling my photographs, money I'd never seen, money from my work that they'd pocketed while telling me photography wasn't a real career and I needed a stable job. When I asked why they'd destroyed my exhibition prints, my father said the gallery show would have made it too obvious that the work on their Etsy shop was mine. that people who bought prints from them might recognize the photos and realize Shane wasn't the photographer. They destroyed my career opportunity to protect their theft operation. My mother tried to justify it by saying they'd been helping me build a market for my work, that the Etsy shop proved my photography could sell, that I should be grateful they'd believed in my work enough to invest effort in selling it. When I pointed out they'd stolen my work, sold it without permission, kept the profits, and then destroyed my gallery exhibition to hide the theft, she said I was being ungrateful and dramatic. I moved out that day, packed everything I could fit in my car, took my remaining camera equipment and undamaged prints, and left. I stayed with my friend Jade for 2 weeks while I figured out what to do next. I consulted with an intellectual property attorney my grandmother connected me with. The attorney said I had clear grounds for legal action. My family had committed copyright infringement by selling my work without permission, had profited from my intellectual property, and had destroyed physical property, the prints, that belonged to me. We sent a cease and desist letter demanding they shut down the Etsy shop immediately, return all profits from sales of my work, and pay for the destroyed exhibition prints. My family's response, through their own attorney, was that they'd believed they had implied permission to sell my work since it was available publicly online, on my Instagram and website, and that destroying the prints had been protecting legitimate privacy concerns about family photos. Both claims were obviously bullshit. Posting photos on social media doesn't give others permission to sell them, and privacy concerns don't justify destroying someone else's property. But my family was apparently going to fight this rather than admit wrongdoing and return the money they'd made from my work. The legal battle would have taken months and cost money I didn't have, so I decided on a different approach. I'd expose what they'd done publicly and rebuild my exhibition as an even more powerful statement about theft, family betrayal, and artistic ownership. I contacted Marcus and explained the full situation, that my family had been selling my work without permission for 2 years, had destroyed my exhibition prints to hide the theft, and that I wanted to rebuild the exhibition not just as a showcase of my photography, but as a documentation of what had happened. Marcus was intrigued. He said, if I could create a cohesive exhibition that told this story, the theft, the destruction, the fight for ownership of my own creative work, it could be even more powerful and newsworthy than the original show would have been. I got to work. I recreated prints of the destroyed photos from digital files I had backed up in various places: cloud storage, old hard drives, my professional backup system. For the few images I'd completely lost, I included documentation of the destruction instead. Photos of the burned prints, screenshots of my family's Etsy shop selling my work, the cease and desist letter we'd sent them. I created new work specifically for the exhibition: photographs documenting the aftermath of the destruction, images of my empty frames after my family had removed and burned the prints, self-portraits expressing the grief and anger of having your creative work stolen and destroyed by the people who should support you. I wrote wall text for the exhibition, explaining what had happened. This exhibition was originally scheduled to display 30 prints representing 5 years of documentary photography. 3 weeks before opening, the artist's family destroyed the prints to prevent the exhibition from revealing they'd been selling her work without permission for 2 years. This exhibition has been rebuilt from recovered files and augmented with documentation of the theft and destruction. Marcus loved it. He said it transformed the show from a simple photography exhibition into a powerful statement about art theft, family dynamics, and an artist's right to their own work. He promoted it heavily, contacted local art media about the story, and generated significant interest in the show before it even opened. The exhibition opened 2 weeks ago. The reception was packed, far more people than would have attended my original show. Local art critics came, a reporter from the city newspaper covered it, and the story of my family stealing and then destroying my work generated significant attention online when people started sharing about it on social media. The exhibition includes recovered prints from the destroyed show, documentation of my family's Etsy shop theft, photos of the burned prints, and new work created in response to the betrayal. It's gotten incredible reception. Critics have called it a powerful meditation on ownership, family, and the right to one's own creative voice, and several pieces have already sold to collectors. Most satisfyingly, the attention has exposed my family's theft to a much wider audience than just the legal system. The newspaper article about the exhibition explicitly named my brother Shane and my parents, included screenshots of their Etsy shop selling my work, and quoted my attorney about the intellectual property theft. My family's friends, neighbors, and professional contacts all now know they stole their daughter's photography and sold it for profit while telling me photography wasn't a real career. Shane's employer apparently wasn't pleased to learn an employee had been running a side business, selling stolen intellectual property. My mother's church community was shocked to hear what she'd done. The social consequences have been far more immediate and impactful than the legal case would have been. My family has been facing judgment from their community, embarrassment at having their theft exposed, and pressure from relatives who are horrified by what they did. My grandmother, who originally gave me my first camera, was particularly furious. She's told my parents they're thieves and hypocrites for stealing from their own daughter while pretending to care about family values. She's helping me financially with legal costs and has publicly stated she supports me completely. Several aunts, uncles, and cousins have reached out expressing shock and offering support. Some family members I'd expected to defend my parents instead condemned them, saying stealing from your child's creative work and then destroying it to hide the theft is unforgivable. My family has tried to control the narrative in their circles, claiming I'm exaggerating what happened and that the Etsy shop was a misunderstanding and destroying the prints was protecting legitimate privacy. But the evidence is public now. Screenshots of their shop selling hundreds of my photos, documentation of the destroyed prints, the newspaper article with quotes from intellectual property experts calling it clear theft. The exhibition runs for 6 weeks total. I've already sold 8 pieces to collectors, have gotten interest from 2 other galleries about future shows, and have been contacted by several clients interested in commissioned work after seeing the exhibition. The show that was supposed to launch my career has done that, just not in the way I'd originally planned. I'm also moving forward with the legal case despite the public exposure. My attorney has filed suit for copyright infringement, demanding return of all profits from the Etsy shop sales, approximately $15,000, payment for the destroyed exhibition prints, $4,000, and additional damages for willful infringement since my family knew they didn't have permission to sell my work. My family's attorney is trying to negotiate a settlement, but I'm not interested in settling quietly. They stole from me for 2 years, destroyed my work to hide the theft, and only showed remorse when they were publicly exposed. They can face the full legal and financial consequences. I'm 23, living with my friend Jade, rebuilding my photography career after my family tried to destroy it, watching my exhibition succeed despite their sabotage. My family is dealing with legal action, social judgment, and the consequences of stealing from and betraying their daughter. Some relatives think I should drop the lawsuit and let the family heal now that I've gotten my exhibition and exposure. But they stole $15,000 from my work and destroyed $4,000 in prints. That deserves legal consequences, not just social embarrassment. I'll never have a relationship with my parents or Shane again. They proved they'd steal from me, profit from my work, and destroy my career opportunities to protect their theft. That's not family. That's criminal behavior. The exhibition closes in 4 weeks, but its impact on my career will last much longer. I've been featured in local arts coverage, have gallery interest in future shows, have sold work to serious collectors. My family tried to destroy my career. Instead, they gave me the most powerful exhibition story I could have hoped for. And they're facing exactly the consequences they deserve: exposure, judgment, and legal action for theft. I'd do it all again. Because no one, not even family, gets to steal your creative work, profit from it, and destroy your career to hide the theft. They made their choices. I made mine. And I'm thriving while they face the consequences of betrayal. My family destroyed my dissertation research specimens, getting me expelled from my PhD program. I'm 25 years old, and 8 weeks ago, I arrived at my university lab to prepare for my doctoral dissertation defense, the culmination of 5 years of intensive research in molecular biology, a presentation that would determine whether I'd earn my PhD and launch my career as a research scientist, only to find that every single one of my research specimens had been deliberately destroyed. My carefully maintained cell cultures contaminated with bleach, my frozen samples thawed and ruined, and my laboratory notebooks torn apart and scattered across the floor. Without the physical specimens and viable samples to validate my research findings, my dissertation committee had no choice but to postpone my defense indefinitely. And within 2 weeks, after I couldn't reproduce critical experiments in time, the university expelled me from the PhD program for research integrity concerns and inability to substantiate findings, effectively ending my academic career before it began. The destruction of my research wasn't a random act of vandalism or a laboratory accident. It was a calculated act of sabotage by my own father, Martin, 54 years old, and older brother, Derek, 28 years old, who discovered I was on track to complete my PhD and accept a postdoctoral position at a prestigious research institute, and who decided that if they couldn't convince me to abandon academia and join the family's medical device manufacturing business, they'd destroy my research so thoroughly that I'd have no choice but to give up on science and work for them. I need to explain how much this research meant to me and why 5 years of work couldn't simply be repeated in a few weeks to salvage my PhD. I've wanted to be a research scientist since high school, when I first learned about cellular biology and the potential for understanding disease mechanisms at the molecular level. I'd gone straight from undergraduate into a competitive PhD program at a top research university, been matched with an excellent advisor, and had spent 5 years working on a project investigating protein interactions involved in cancer cell metabolism. The research was technically demanding and time-intensive. I'd developed specific cell lines that took months to create and validate. I'd conducted hundreds of experiments, carefully documenting conditions and results in detailed laboratory notebooks. I'd maintained frozen stocks of my engineered cell lines, irreplaceable samples that represented years of careful work. My dissertation was based on this accumulated body of research, novel findings that contributed genuinely new knowledge to the field. I was scheduled to defend my dissertation in mid-October, had my committee assembled, had prepared my defense presentation, and had a postdoctoral position lined up at MIT starting in January. Everything was on track for me to complete my PhD, graduate in December, and begin my independent research career. My family had never supported my academic path. My father owns a successful medical device company that he'd built from the ground up, and has always expected his sons to join the business. Derek works there as VP of Operations and constantly pressures me to abandon impractical academic research for the real world of medical device manufacturing. They'd tolerated my undergraduate degree because they'd assumed I'd eventually come to my senses and join the company. But when I'd gone straight into a PhD program instead of working for them, they'd been disappointed and frustrated. Over the past 5 years, they'd repeatedly tried to convince me to leave graduate school, offering me positions at the company, criticizing academic salaries, questioning the value of my research. When I'd told them 2 months ago that I was defending my dissertation in October and had accepted a postdoc at MIT, making it clear I was committed to an academic research career rather than joining their business, they'd been openly angry. My father said I was wasting my potential on academic research when I could be making real money at the company. Derek said I was abandoning family responsibility by choosing a postdoc over the family business. I'd thought they were just venting frustration. I didn't realize they'd decided to take action to force me into the career they wanted for me by destroying the research that would have launched my scientific career. The morning I discovered the destroyed research is burned into my memory. I'd arrived at my lab at 7 a.m., 3 weeks before my scheduled dissertation defense, planning to do final checks on my cell cultures and frozen samples to ensure everything was ready for any validation experiments my committee might request. The lab door was unlocked, which was unusual that early in the morning. I walked in and immediately knew something was catastrophically wrong. My cell culture incubators, carefully maintained at precise temperature and CO2 levels, had been opened, and the cultures poured out onto the floor. The characteristic smell of bleach was overwhelming. My freezer, containing years of frozen cell line stocks and experimental samples, had been unplugged and opened, everything thawed and ruined. My laboratory notebooks, 5 years of detailed experimental records, had been torn apart, pages scattered and damaged. Someone had systematically destroyed every physical component of my dissertation research. I called my advisor immediately, in complete shock. She came to the lab and was horrified by what she saw. We called campus security, who documented the scene and opened an investigation into the vandalism. But the damage was done. My cell cultures, some of which had taken months to create and validate, were contaminated with bleach and destroyed. My frozen stocks, irreplaceable backup samples, were thawed and degraded. My lab notebooks were damaged and disorganized, making it difficult to reconstruct experimental conditions. Without viable samples and clear documentation, I couldn't validate my research findings. In scientific research, reproducibility is everything. You have to be able to show that your results are real and reliable, not artifacts or errors. My dissertation committee would need to see viable samples, functioning cell lines, and clear experimental records to validate my findings and approve my defense. I tried desperately to salvage what I could and to recreate critical experiments. Some of my data existed in digital form, photos, graphs, analysis files, but key experiments would need to be rerun with viable cell cultures to prove my findings were real. Creating new cell lines from scratch would take months, time I didn't have with my defense scheduled in 3 weeks. My postdoc position at MIT had a start date. If I couldn't defend on schedule, I'd lose that opportunity. I worked 18-hour days trying to recreate enough of my research to satisfy my committee. My advisor helped, other lab members helped, but we simply couldn't reproduce 5 years of work in 3 weeks. My dissertation defense was postponed. The committee said they needed to see viable samples and reproducible results before they could evaluate my dissertation. They gave me a 3-month extension to try to recreate critical experiments. But 3 months wasn't enough either. The specific cell lines I'd created took longer than that to properly validate. Key experiments required cell cultures that needed months of growth and testing before they'd produce reliable results. As the extension deadline approached without sufficient progress, the university's graduate school began an investigation into research integrity concerns. The destruction of my samples and notebooks, combined with my inability to quickly reproduce key findings, raised questions about whether my original research had been valid at all. This was devastatingly unfair. My research had been completely valid, but without the physical samples to prove it, and without the time needed to recreate everything from scratch, I couldn't demonstrate that validity to skeptical administrators. The investigation concluded that while they'd found no evidence of deliberate fraud, they couldn't verify the integrity of research that no longer had physical specimens or complete documentation to support it. I was expelled from the PhD program, 5 years of work invalidated, my dissertation rejected. My academic career was over before it started, and I'd lost the MIT postdoc position because I couldn't complete my PhD. I was devastated and still didn't know who'd destroyed my research. Campus security's investigation hadn't identified any suspects. The lab building had security cameras, but the footage showed someone entering late at night wearing a hoodie and mask, impossible to identify. Then I received an email from Derek. Sorry to hear about your research problems. The position at Dad's company is still open if you're interested. The timing was too perfect. My research destroyed right before my defense, preventing me from completing my PhD, and immediately my family was offering me a job at their company. I started investigating whether they'd been involved. I hired a private investigator to look into the lab destruction. The PI reviewed all available security footage from the building and surrounding areas, looking for anything that might identify who'd entered my lab that night. What he found was damning. Footage from a parking lot camera showed Derek's car parked near the building during the time window when the destruction occurred. Later footage showed two people leaving the building, one matching Derek's build, one matching my father's. The PI also found that my father had visited campus the day before the destruction, claiming to be meeting with me, but actually scouting the building's security and learning where my lab was located. Text messages recovered from Derek's phone, obtained through legal discovery after I filed suit, showed planning between him and my father. Derek. His defense is in 3 weeks. After that, he'll have the PhD and there's no stopping him from taking that MIT position. Martin. We need to create a situation where finishing becomes impossible. If his research falls apart, he'll have to reconsider his options. Derek. I'm thinking we make sure his lab work can't be validated. Without specimens and notebooks, he can't prove his findings. Martin. When are you thinking? Derek. Soon, before the defense. Make it look like vandalism or lab accident. They'd planned the destruction of my research, had executed it together, and had done it specifically to prevent me from completing my PhD and force me into joining their company. When I confronted them with this evidence, my father initially tried to claim they'd just been visiting campus that night. But when I showed them the text messages discussing destroying my research, they couldn't maintain the denial. My father admitted they'd destroyed my lab work, but said they'd been trying to save me from wasting my life in academia and had wanted to create an opening for me to reconsider joining the company. He framed it as intervention, not sabotage. Derek was more honest. He said they'd needed me at the company and had decided that destroying my research was the only way to force me out of academia since I wouldn't leave voluntarily. They'd deliberately destroyed 5 years of my research, gotten me expelled from my PhD program, ruined my academic career, all to force me into working for their medical device company. I filed police reports for vandalism, destruction of property, and interference with education. I also filed a civil suit against both of them for damages including my lost PhD, my lost MIT position, and the 5 years of work they'd destroyed. I worked with a former advisor and the university to document exactly what had been destroyed and what it would take to recreate it. We compiled detailed evidence of my original research validity, digital data, preliminary findings I'd presented at conferences, testimony from committee members who'd reviewed my work before the destruction. This evidence was crucial for both the criminal case and for my petition to the university to have my expulsion overturned. The criminal investigation confirmed what my PI had found. Security footage, text messages, witness statements from people who'd seen my father and Derek on campus that night, all pointed to them as the perpetrators of the lab destruction. Both were charged with vandalism, destruction of property, and interfering with educational process. The charges were serious, with potential jail time. The university's administration reviewed the new evidence showing my research had been deliberately destroyed by family members. They acknowledged that my expulsion had been based on false premises. My inability to validate research hadn't been due to research fraud or incompetence, but due to criminal destruction of my work by family members. The university reinstated me in the PhD program and gave me 2 years to recreate my research and redefend my dissertation, with additional funding and resources to support the recreation process. But 2 years is a long time. I'd lost the MIT postdoc. They'd filled the position. I'd lost momentum in my field. Other researchers had published findings in adjacent areas while I was dealing with the destruction and expulsion. The criminal case resulted in convictions for both my father and Derek. They were sentenced to 18 months in prison each for the destruction of my research, received substantial fines, and were ordered to pay restitution covering my lost opportunities and the costs of recreating my research. The convictions became public, and the story attracted media attention. Father and brother destroy son's PhD research to force him into family business. Several news outlets covered it as an extreme example of family interference in career choices. The publicity actually helped in one way. Several research funding agencies and scientific organizations reached out offering support for recreating my research. A foundation that supports scientists whose work has been sabotaged or destroyed provided a grant specifically to help me rebuild my dissertation project. I'm 25, back in my PhD program, recreating 5 years of research with 2 years to complete it. No contact with the family members who destroyed my scientific work. My father is 54 and Derek is 28, both serving prison time for destroying my lab research, their medical device company struggling without Derek's management, and with the public scandal of what they did. I'm working with new cell cultures, recreating my engineered cell lines, repeating critical experiments. It's frustrating to redo work I'd already completed perfectly, but I'm making progress. Some extended family thinks I was too harsh prosecuting my father and brother, that they'd been misguided in trying to get me to join the company but hadn't meant permanent harm. But they did cause permanent harm. 5 years of research destroyed, my PhD delayed by years, my MIT position lost, my academic trajectory derailed. That deserved prosecution, not forgiveness. I'll complete my PhD eventually, probably defense in about 18 months if everything goes well. It'll be 7 years total instead of 5, but I'll have my doctorate despite my family's sabotage. My father and Derek will be dealing with criminal records, time served in prison, and the knowledge that their attempt to force me into the family business permanently destroyed our relationship. I'd press charges again without hesitation, because no one, not even family desperate to recruit you into their business, gets to destroy years of scientific research to sabotage your career. They wanted me out of academia and working for them. Instead, they got prison sentences while I continue toward my PhD. That's the consequence of destroying someone's dissertation research. And I'm at peace with holding them accountable while rebuilding the scientific work they tried to destroy. My brother plagiarized my thesis research and published it first, so I destroyed his career. I'm 21-year-old female, and 5 weeks ago I discovered that my master's thesis research, 2 years of intensive work in molecular biology that was supposed to launch my academic career, had been stolen and published by my older brother, Derek, 29-year-old male, under his own name. Derek is a postdoctoral researcher at a prestigious university, someone I'd looked up to academically my entire life, someone I'd trusted enough to share my unpublished research with for feedback and advice. Instead of helping me, he'd taken my work, changed some formatting and terminology, and published it in a major scientific journal as his sole author, with no acknowledgement that the research was mine or that I'd done any of the work. The publication would have been career-defining for me, novel findings about protein interactions that could impact cancer research, the kind of work that gets you noticed by PhD programs and fellowship committees. Instead, it became the foundation of Derek's application for a tenure-track faculty position, which he got, while I'm left trying to prove that the research he published and took credit for was actually mine. I need to explain how this happened and why I didn't see it coming. I'm currently finishing my master's degree in molecular biology at a good but not elite university. I've always been passionate about research, spent countless hours in the lab, and my thesis project was investigating a specific protein pathway that previous studies had overlooked. The work was technically challenging, required developing new experimental protocols, and produced results that were genuinely surprising and significant. Derek did his PhD in a related field at an Ivy League school, and is now doing his postdoc at MIT. He's 7 years older than me, has always been the successful sibling academically, and I've looked up to him since I was young. When I told him about my thesis research 2 years ago, he seemed interested and supportive, offered to give me advice on experimental design and data analysis. Over the past 2 years, I'd shared my research progress with Derek regularly, sent him my experimental protocols, my raw data, my analysis, my interpretations. He'd give me feedback, suggest additional experiments, help me troubleshoot when things weren't working. I thought he was being a supportive older brother, mentoring me through difficult research. I'd also sent him my thesis drafts as I wrote them, chapters explaining my methodology, results, and conclusions. Derek would mark them up with suggestions for improvement, help me clarify my writing, point out gaps in my arguments. I'd trusted him completely and had been grateful for his help. What I didn't know was that Derek was simultaneously adapting my research into a publishable paper under his own name. While I was still conducting experiments and writing my thesis, he was taking my protocols, my data, my analysis, and my conclusions, and was reformatting them into a journal article that he submitted for publication without my knowledge. 4 months ago, Derek told me his own research had been accepted for publication in Cell Reports, a highly respected journal in our field. He said he was excited about the findings and that it would help his faculty job applications. He didn't mention that the findings were my research that he'd stolen. I was happy for him at the time, didn't think to ask for details about his publication because we worked on related but supposedly different projects. I was focused on finishing my own thesis, which I was planning to submit this semester, and then hopefully publish the work in a good journal myself. 3 weeks ago, Derek's publication came out. A lab mate showed it to me, excited because it was in our research area. I started reading the paper and felt increasingly sick as I realized what I was looking at. My research. My experimental protocols, my data, my analysis, my conclusions, all presented as Derek's original work, with no mention of my involvement at all. Every figure in the paper was based on experiments I'd designed and conducted. The novel findings were discoveries I'd made in my lab. The mechanistic explanations were interpretations I'd developed. Even some of the specific phrasings in the discussion section were lifted nearly verbatim from thesis drafts I'd sent Derek for feedback. My brother had plagiarized my entire thesis research and published it as his own work before I'd even finished writing my thesis. The immediate impact was devastating on multiple levels. First, my own thesis was now compromised because the work had already been published by someone else under their name. In academia, you can't publish work that's already been published, which meant the novel findings that were supposed to be the foundation of my thesis had been scooped by my own brother stealing and publishing them first. Second, my plans to publish this research myself were destroyed. No journal would accept my work now because it would look like I was plagiarizing Derek's published paper, even though the reality was the opposite. He'd plagiarized my unpublished work. Third, my academic reputation was at risk. If I submitted a thesis based on work that Derek had already published, anyone reviewing my thesis might think I'd copied his research rather than the other way around. Without proof that the work was mine originally, I could be accused of academic misconduct. And fourth, Derek had used my stolen research to secure a tenure-track faculty position. He'd gotten a major career advancement by taking credit for work I'd spent 2 years completing. I was in shock for the first few hours after discovering the plagiarism, just sitting in the lab staring at Derek's published paper on my laptop, unable to process that my own brother had betrayed me this thoroughly. My thesis advisor found me there and asked what was wrong. I showed her Derek's publication and explained that this was my research, my experiments, my data, that I'd been sharing my work with my brother for feedback, and he'd stolen it and published it as his own. My advisor was horrified and immediately understood the implications. She said this was serious academic misconduct. Plagiarism of unpublished work is one of the worst ethical violations in academia. She asked if I had proof that the work was mine originally, that I'd done the research before Derek published it. I had extensive proof. Lab notebooks dating back 2 years, with my handwriting documenting every experiment. Electronic lab records time-stamped in my university's system, email chains where I'd sent Derek my data and drafts, with timestamps proving I'd created the work months or years before his publication. My thesis committee had copies of my chapter drafts, with dates showing I'd written about these findings long before Derek's paper came out. My advisor said we needed to report this to the university's Research Integrity Office immediately, and to the journal that published Derek's paper. That plagiarism of this magnitude could end Derek's career if proven, but that I needed to be prepared for a difficult process of demonstrating the work was mine when he'd published first. I contacted the journal that published Derek's paper, explained I was the graduate student who'd actually conducted the research, and provided evidence that Derek's publication was based on plagiarized work. The journal took it seriously. Plagiarism undermines the entire scientific publication system, and launched an investigation. I also filed a formal misconduct complaint with Derek's university, MIT, provided them with the same evidence: my lab notebooks, email chains showing I'd sent Derek my data and drafts, timestamps proving I'd created the work before he published it, and testimony from my own advisor and thesis committee confirming they'd seen my work in progress long before Derek's publication. Finally, I contacted Derek directly, sent him an email with the subject line, "I know what you did," and laid out everything: that I'd seen his publication and recognized it as my research, that I had proof the work was mine originally, that I'd reported him to the journal and to MIT for plagiarism. Derek's response was telling. He didn't deny taking my work. Instead, he tried to minimize and justify it. He said he'd built upon my research and refined it for publication, that he'd done substantial additional analysis that made the work publishable. This was false. His published figures were literally my exact experimental results with different labels. He claimed that because he'd helped me with experimental design and data analysis, he had a legitimate claim to authorship, which is bullshit. Providing feedback doesn't give you the right to publish someone else's work under your name alone without even acknowledging their contribution. When I pointed out that he'd published my work without my permission or even mentioning my involvement, Derek said he'd assumed we'd eventually collaborate on publications, but that he'd needed something for his faculty applications and had moved faster on publishing the work. That I should be happy the research was published in a good journal and would reflect well on both of us, since we're siblings. This was gaslighting and rationalization. Derek had stolen my research, published it without my knowledge, taken sole credit, and was now trying to frame it as some kind of collaboration I should be grateful for. The investigations moved forward with both the journal and MIT. The evidence I'd provided was comprehensive. Lab notebooks with dated entries showing I'd conducted all the experiments Derek claimed as his own. Email chains with timestamps showing I'd sent him my data and analysis months before he submitted his paper for publication. And thesis draft chapters that matched significant portions of Derek's published work, all created and shared with my committee before his publication existed. The journal's investigation was thorough. They compared Derek's published paper with my thesis drafts and data that I'd provided. The overlap was undeniable. Figures in his paper matched my experimental results exactly. Methodological descriptions matched my protocols. Even some discussion section phrasing was lifted from my drafts with only minor rewording. The journal also interviewed my thesis advisor and committee members, who all confirmed they'd seen this work from me over the past 2 years, had read drafts of my thesis chapters describing these findings, and had been supervising my research throughout. They testified that Derek had not been involved in the research in any official capacity, and that I'd been the sole person conducting the experiments and generating the data. Derek's defense to the journal was that he'd collaborated with me on the research and had every right to publish it. But he couldn't produce any evidence of his own experimental work, couldn't provide lab notebooks or data files from his own research, couldn't explain why he'd never mentioned this collaboration in his author contribution statement. He also couldn't explain why he'd listed himself as the sole author if we'd truly been collaborating. In academic publications, all contributors must be listed as authors, and the primary researcher is typically first author. If Derek's story about collaboration was true, I should have been listed as an author on the paper, probably as first author since I'd done all the experimental work. The fact that my name appeared nowhere on his publication, that he'd taken sole credit for work he claimed we'd done together, destroyed his collaboration defense. After a 3-week investigation, the journal issued a formal finding. Derek's paper contained plagiarized material from my unpublished thesis research, violated academic publishing ethics, and would be retracted. The retraction notice would state that the paper was being withdrawn due to plagiarism of another researcher's work, which is one of the most damaging retraction notices possible in academia. MIT's investigation reached the same conclusion. They found that Derek had committed serious research misconduct by plagiarizing unpublished work from a graduate student, me, publishing it under his own name without proper attribution, and attempting to use the plagiarized publication for career advancement. The sanctions were severe. Derek's postdoctoral position at MIT was terminated immediately. The tenure-track faculty position he'd accepted at another university was rescinded when MIT notified them of the misconduct findings. He was banned from receiving federal research funding for 3 years, and the misconduct finding would be permanently on his academic record, effectively ending his career in academic research. Derek's response to the findings was to blame me. He sent angry emails saying I'd destroyed his career by reporting him, that I was ungrateful for all his help over the years, that he'd shared his expertise with me, and I'd repaid him by getting him fired. But the investigations found that Derek hadn't shared his expertise. He'd stolen my work. Any feedback he'd provided on my research didn't give him the right to publish that research under his own name, as though he'd conducted it himself. My parents were initially sympathetic to Derek, fell for his narrative that this was a misunderstanding about collaboration and authorship. But when I showed them the evidence, my lab notebooks from 2 years ago, emails where I'd sent Derek my data and drafts with timestamps, the journal's investigation findings confirming plagiarism, they couldn't deny what he'd done. My mother cried and said she was ashamed of Derek, that she'd raised him to value honesty and integrity, and that stealing his younger sister's academic work was betrayal of the worst kind. My father was less emotional, but agreed Derek had made terrible choices and deserved the consequences. Derek's academic career is effectively over. With a plagiarism finding, a retracted publication, and termination from MIT, no university will hire him for a faculty position. His colleagues in the field now know he committed research misconduct. His reputation in molecular biology is destroyed. Meanwhile, my thesis is back on track. With Derek's publication retracted, I can publish my research properly with my name as author. My advisor helped me submit a paper to a good journal, clearly establishing that I'm the researcher who conducted this work and made these discoveries. The journal accepted my paper enthusiastically. The work is solid and novel, and the editors were sympathetic about the plagiarism situation. My paper will be published in 3 months, properly crediting me for research I actually did. I'm also applying to PhD programs with strong letters from my advisor and committee describing both the quality of my research and how I handled the plagiarism situation with professionalism and evidence-based reporting, rather than just accusations. Several programs have already expressed interest, specifically mentioning that they're impressed with my research and with how I navigated the difficult situation of having my work stolen. I'm 21, finishing my master's with my research finally being published under my name, applying to top PhD programs. Derek is 29, career destroyed by plagiarism findings, banned from federal funding, known in our field as someone who stole his sister's research. Some extended family thinks I went too far by reporting Derek and ruining his career over what they call an authorship dispute. But this wasn't an authorship dispute. This was plagiarism. Derek stole 2 years of my research, published it under his name alone, took credit for my discoveries, and used my work to get a faculty job. That deserved to be reported and investigated. That deserved the career consequences he's facing. I'd report him again without hesitation. Because academic integrity matters, and no one, not even your brother, gets to steal your research and publish it as their own. Derek's career is destroyed. My career is just beginning, built on research that's actually mine. That's justice. And I'm at peace with every action I took to get it.